guys. It's at 7. I'm going to have to really start. There's something about I'm not waking up well. And I don't know why. I'm not waking up well. I don't wake up well at all. By that, I mean, you're talking about... It takes me 2 hours. That's if you're lucky. And plus, it reminds me, I do need to get my... I need to get some streams done about recent... Look, I do comics and I do the other commentary on entertainment, right? The problem now is... Look, I'm a gaming channel slash basically person who accepts nerdom as it stands. The problem is I had to have a conversation and correct someone on the entire trajectory of the MCU. Why it's been basically totally shitified. But by that meaning, it's stuff disappointing. Like I've had the Odyssey stream I should do. It's starting to look like failed streams that I haven't done for the longest time. See, what I'm actually unknowingly speeding through, by the way, apparently, is, I'm speeding through what essentially is the 6.6 will be... So I'm actually inadvertently, I didn't realize it, I'm actually doing 2 versions every single time. So if I get through today, that's going to be 5 going into 6. I didn't realize that what they did with Nod-krai is they put it into acts. The acts, that's a weird structure too. Because when you think versions, it doesn't exactly. Because used to be, you would... I think there was a case through Nat1 where you would see it. You could always tell the version that it started. This is weird, because what is it? The stream tomorrow is going to be 9 and 10. And that should get the story current. But now the problem is we only have 1.9, well, 1 day, 9 hours before the season ends. That's actually big. They're going to cut it off 2 days before. I call that big. That's actually really one of those things that I'm assuming it's going to be downtime as well. So, and then quite honestly, it's mostly dialogue and a couple of cutscene fights. So, knowing that, it's worse. So whatever rewards you have to collect from basically whatever rewards you need to collect, you better collect them now. Probably the next day, unless you just knowingly, and a weird habit like I do, forget. Because I'm like that person. I'll let them accumulate, and then I'll do it. Now, if I were smart, I would replace her with Koi Kokomio. But I don't care. It would save me complaining about having to waste food on stuff.
For the everlasting earth.
Steady now.
Dick off.
A moonlit night for all.
Beware the creatures of the night.
Also, that's what happens when I do too much shit with dialogue. Yeah. It makes my combat very dull. It really does. But it takes me about... It sounds weird. It takes me about... like, whatever time to wake up. If I'm lucky if I wake up and it's not just... Wow, actually a good health. That's actually good. It's like fortune favors today. I love how bleed just nullifies all heal. God, that bleed is bad.
Observe.
That's nothing. Supply the frost moon hold. Forest, protect us.
See, the thing about you find, a lot of this is just... I'm glad I've done maintenance to this team. But this is more the decisive chapters of Nod-krai. But the problem is that moment, the next moment you get into is... the next moment you get into after this chapter, these two chapters, be... So the problem now is with this section of the story, you're actually dealing with dottore. I actually think the burning of Irmin's soul was just... Look, I know that shit's bad. That was put at the end of Nod-krai to just fuck with people. I cannot have any other idea. They needed it done, so why not do it? The ending of Nod-krai should have just been the festival.
For the everlasting forest. It's growing dark. Moons converge.
People who believe in group stamina pools I'm gonna say this. If you believe in group stamina pools,
Forest protector.
A gift from the land of the young. A new moon rises.
and that is why I use Prototype Amber. Okay? Prototype Amber is very underappreciated. Prototype, that Prototype Catalyst is very cheap, even if you want a SIG for her. Assume you're going for the SIGs. That shit saves you because it's also backup healing.
With one heart, we pray.
The night cometh.
Shine like a gemstone.
Actually, gonna be the rare Saturday night I have to myself.
Three moons converge.
That's gonna be awkward.
Be silent.
Usually very rare I get a Saturday off. Multi usually drags me into a stream. But Multi's probably dealing with issues, so
Beware the creatures of the
okay.
night.
It's one half dozen the other.
Leave this place. For the
It's weird.
everlasting
But
forest.
fate happens for reasons, so
Yeah.
yeah. Currently searching. Look, I use this on really? 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 The secret for me is never go looking. Of all the times I've done this in the week, I don't get circlets. Yep, we only got 1 day and 8 hours. Wish people luck. Shit's gonna be... shit's gonna be good luck to you if you get through that. I've never understood this. I'm not saying I don't like it. See, claim 4 dailies, weeklies, complete 8 weekly tradings, which I really should focus on this, because this is something like spent 120 single 5. Like, this isn't bad for getting your stuff up versus the other. Like, it allows, it's not terrible. So, see, this ends in 2 days. That ends in 2 days. That ends 2 days. Playline overflow. Yeah, see, they're anticipating. I'm gonna actually have to do this. I never recommend that. I believe that is the worst you could actually do to yourself, but you should never do that. I really think a lot of people want to play through Nod-krai, but I also feel like Nod-krai is a filter. Nod-krai, I believe, is a firm filter for players. something I'm noticing myself. It's that people probably don't get it. If they did, it would just be... It's a little strange. The idea... It's one of those parts. I think the story lacks all the subtlety of everything. I'm actually kind of shocked. Actually. But before I do this, look, I collect the antidotes when I can, because I always forget to do them. Turn on the AC. This warm right now. That's weird. It's strange to see an antidote, because I know there's antidotes for Skirk. I just didn't know where they were. Because you don't see them. Because you don't think about them. Let's see. Again, could be the computer too. The computer is super warm. It's computer is very. It's worse in summer.
Even when the night is gone, and even when the sky is hidden from view, still the moon shines its light upon you. Have you decided where you will go from here? If not, why not find a patch of soft grass and rest a while? Even when the night is gone, and even when the sky is hidden from view, Still, the moon shines its light upon you.
No way, that's a human. So much of their
If ever you find that the animals in Nod-krai behave in ways you do not understand, just ask me and I will explain. Have you decided where you will go from here? If not, why not find a patch of soft grass and rest a while?
Really do try to be a people. Okay. Yes, Oliver. You damn love what you're doing. Anyways. So, point. Now. Key. So. Days. I really sometimes ponder. Summer. What I was saying, a lot of stuff is a heat box these days. Like, My computer is actually a heat box, so it sounds weird, but that's most AMDs for you, though. Most AMDs are. Well, I say most AMDs are actually. If you don't redo thermal pasting every year, sometimes 6 months, I mean, I have to check that temperature wise because it wouldn't surprise me if my I haven't checked it in a good long while. You should. The thing is, you should check thermal pasting about every, I think, rough 6 months. But depending on the thermal paste, it breaks down. And that is temperature problems. Which wouldn't surprise me if that's an inherent issue. Nope. It's not here then. Where is it? Ah. She is at the house. Oh, upstairs. I'm an idiot. Wait.
Why is Yehoda here? And she's asleep? Hey, what's going on here? Paimon feels like it's a bad idea for us to leave. Maybe we should ask Aino for help.
Keyword detected. Meditative state suspended.
Whoa! You gave Paimon a fright!
Huh. I am one of those people. It's not horrible in planning. I just, do my own thing.
No, however, it was Yehoda's request. She asked me for a detailed analysis of the steps required to meditate and to mentor her as she practiced relieving her stress.
Yehoda's so stressed that she's gotta meditate to cope with it all?
Hold on a second. Why are people stupid? Hold on. Can people please stop dragging me into the drama? I do not want to have to waste time punching down on people who are not worth the effort. If one thing I despise is people lying on me. I would say most people hate that, but in my case, it's a lot worse. I hate being bothered by people who just... It's been the story of my life, right? It's just, what? People can believe what they want, the many tales of me. But the interesting part about this crap these days is I don't want to deal with Karens. Like, once someone is proven to be a liar by me, that I know they lie, don't engage with them. That's the easiest part. I mean, I shouldn't have to correct the mistakes that they make, but again, if you go around spreading lies, falsehoods, whatever you think your narrative is, I used to just think these individuals are special. Oh, they're worse. I don't get it. If you told someone when you were getting into YouTube or dealing with social media, you're gonna come across a man, woman, or something of that nature that literally stalks every fiber of your existence every day, or you're just gonna say something to them and piss them off, and the next thing you know, they're looking after you or looking at everything you do since then on just to search for anything they can dig up and own. I don't know if that's a culture thing. I don't know if that's social media. It's negative. Stop it, folks. It's negative and a because bear in mind, they say you're a liar. Well, here's the trick. I keep folders of screenshots of shit, and I don't care. It's no. I do. Because I have another life prior to gaming. I'm an information broker for a lot of people, and I distort it. So, everyone who says something about me, likelihood I got the screenshot that says you're wrong, and especially when it pertains to me. And I shouldn't have to punch down into someone who's inferior to get my point across. And it's not even about a clout game. It's just they're flat dead wrong. I have a guy who currently stalks my channel or just thinks I live rent free in this guy's head. He's destroyed 4 YouTube channels. Okay? 4 that he's made himself. He gets his own posts on Twitter liked by his alts. Other than that, the man gets no interactions. His YouTube videos are underperforming my own streams. Even my stream on the worst day is better than his video he takes 10 hours to produce, if not more. What are we working with? Yet the man will turn around and say he cares about view count. Yeah, he hasn't produced a video that's broken 10 views in weeks. I take that back. He has one that's 20. But magic content is easy to grift if you know how to do it. And that's what he's doing. But little does his audience know he doesn't care about any of it. That's the fucked up part. The other one is just another guy who works for a past former life I have had to deal with. Comicsgate. Mainly war campaign. He also moderates for Liam Gray. go looking him up unless you want to find a spiraling man who is destroying his life. And this one particular Karen just feeds him information and moderates in his Discord. Or, unfortunately for him, I maintain my records. And you know what I'm talking about, unlike him. And he's welcome to come debate me on my channel, but he won't do it. The other guy won't do it either. Because X is their safe space. Like X is about 80 to 70% bots, 30% actual interaction. It's not even real. YouTube has a bot problem now too. Just saying. Oh, social medias all have bot farms everywhere. But the thing I know when creators, it's all interesting. When people have to lie for an own, it's never made sense to me. Yet, they will do it. Which is crazy. It's the weekend. You should be resting. These people don't want me to do a stream on them and just expose their bullshit. That's free clicks and free views for me. But then again, you can't turn around and say I'm irrelevant. When I maintain screenshots, I do it. I've gotten so many W's on both these clowns. It's pathetic. I'm so tired of them. They're pointless. And yes, once threatened to sue me. Please drag me into court. I will humiliate you inside the courtroom and outside of it. Yeah, he's basically threatening to file a lawsuit. There are people who have severe brain damage, and I have no idea. But they don't say this on YouTube. They won't put it into a format because they know if they say this on YouTube, I can either use it for a stream. Oh, but that's also the problem. They're not creators. And one of the guys is a creator. He thinks voice recording. No. The dude has basically botted his channel so he gets no views. YouTube knows that. He also makes AI slop, so the problem is automatically YouTube's not going to look at that. The more you know, especially before you get into YouTube, the better, I would say. But there's an inherent it's not a secret knowledge once you get into YouTube and you understand it working. Why is YouTube the best platform to stream on versus Twitch? More people see it. There's more of a variety. Rumble is good if you're known. Rumble is also good if you can get it out. Streaming on X gets you views as well. It's going to get you a lot of randomized because some of it is bot farms. But it creates a problem. But YouTube is kind of a mean master at times, you could say. The rules that bind us is a double-edged sword. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, right? I have to mind my P's and Q's because I can't say what I really want. Hey, but go say it on X. You can be a racist and a bigot all day. This is why I don't engage in social media. Honestly, YouTube is about the limit. And I have to explain this. I tried to explain this to this Karen. But if they said half the stuff they said on YouTube, they wouldn't have a YouTube channel. Yeah, if I speak in a vague culture, I could probably skirt the TOS long enough to know how to do stuff. But that's being careful with your words. That's understanding. Half the time, I don't care. That's why my channel is marked not for children. It gets me around about 60% of the restrictions. 60, 70% of the restrictions? That other 30% is the iffy if YouTube actually gives a damn on what I say. But then again, if Google or Alphabet had its own way, they wouldn't have any broadcasters. That's why a lot of people are leaving YouTube. I mean, but then again, what? If companies and logistics only want engagement, likes, and that, sure. Oh, but what happens when you want people to play engagement farms? Oh, what happens when you create 4 or 5 other accounts, especially like this one of these guys does, and likes his own tweets and likes his own YouTube videos. Oh, and by the way, his YouTube videos don't even have likes or comments. They got like 10 views. And the man has 1,600 subs. That means your channel is dead. I hate having to describe this to people. I know what botting looks like. I know damn well. Because I had to deal with another guy who was a dishonest botter too. YouTube knows what's real numbers and what's fake numbers. So does Twitter. Now, the question does Twitter really give a damn? Most social media providers don't care at this current time. Google cares if something is AI slop content, but that's the limitation. And once they deem your channel AI slop, you get downvoted in the traffic. That's why the one guy basically doesn't get views. It's really, really a vicious cycle if they actually knew how YouTube worked or how social media interaction worked. I don't like this. I don't like having to bring them up. But I have to make either a statement because I have all the screenshots to prove everything I say. But this isn't my first rodeo with psychopaths. Comes basically with the territory. I hate crazy people. I dislike them with a passion. So if you don't like this, you might want to skip over this and I'll get back to gameplay. But my god, am I going to straight have to... They don't want me to make a comment about it. last time I did a stream on these clowns, one got false reported. Both got at least 40 to 60 views. Then, like one was like, and then it got them out there. Then it drove one into hibernation on Twitter. Because he got BTFO'd by another YouTuber I know. So, what are we working with? They know who they are. They won't come to YouTube. They won't say it over voice. I don't care. And if, everything I say, by the way, and this is the key, is calculated. I know what's going to get out there. Never broadcast on YouTube if you never expect something to get out. It's like everything you say in a video game over VC is basically recorded by their system. Microsoft, especially console. Blizzard has done it for years. Riot Game has done it for years. It makes the NSA blush. But I say a lot of people need lives, and they need to move along. If you care about hobbies, gaming, whatever it is, move along. It's one of those things with social media engagement that soured me to it, but I figured the game a long time ago. Now it just basically proves dishonesty. But I love the accusations that I get, and it's really funny. But if I ever address the accusations, it always makes them look bad outside of their circle of about 3 people. What you'll hear from, you don't hear that from a lot of people who do YouTube or work with other YouTubers. It's a very vicious cycle. Jealousy and envy is very big. And I hate having to distract from it, but I swear, people one day, they don't realize I keep evidence. It's there. Some days. The thing is, and I don't like people bothering me with it, but people do. I grin and I bear it. The issue is, I'm not going to address these clowns, and if I have to address them, I get really, really mad. Really mad. They do it every time, and they'll go malding for 2 weeks. Maybe a week. And that's just another day that ends in Y for me. And meanwhile, I'm still dealing with a family problem where, yeah, I know it is stressful. And that person's still, yeah, they're in the hospital. Something happened to them. It's stressful for me. But I manage this all nice and fine. I don't take that out on people. They do. When something bad happens in their life, they have to pick somebody who they think is beneath them. But what happens is when they get punched up on, they get mad. It's the vicious cycle of, it comes down to don't mess with the quiet ones. The ones who don't say anything, they like to treat as stupid. But we're not stupid, we just reserve our actions. But when the quiet ones speak, whether it's in a political sense or normal sense, that's when you know you have messed up. It's the same reason why most franchises like media, James Gunn films have failed. Nolan's Odyssey gets criticism. Yeah, if it's eaten up by the normies, fine. But if the normies reject it, then you've done something wrong. The quiet ones work the same way. The quiet ones are really the ones in the know. We always are. You shouldn't have to speak up and defend yourself from accusations. But I'm tired of them. That's why I've been lashing out at them periodically. It's just warning shots. It's been warning shots for a while. The moment I do a stream on any of these people, they get mad at me. They clip it out of context. They take everything I say out of context. It makes them look worse. Because, hey, guess what? I have the actual VODs. I have the actual VODs. I have the actual records. I have the actual messages. So, yeah. That's why they won't mess with YouTube. They'll hang on X. I mean, X rewards being disingenuous. You know, it's like, it's ridiculous. That's why when I had to adjust my content back to where it was, I had to cut out all the drama. The fact alone, I have to address this right now. Yeah, everything I say is calculated. And the dude's probably going to report my stream 5 times and then try to get it taken down based on it. Because he's that petty. He probably already has. But it's so dumb. Wasting my time. I'm not going to waste my time punching down to someone who I don't think is worth it. But taking 5 minutes to address somebody and that, sure. But my general rule is you do creation over there. That's my problem with the other guy. He doesn't know how to stay in his corner. He keeps searching outside of his bubble for an engagement. Because he needs the clout. He needs it. But maybe if he took his YouTube in the direction and his other stuff, he would not need to create false images of his life. The dude's 340 pounds. Okay? I'm going to say this. The dude's obese. The dude's basically 46 years old, 340 pounds, and he thinks he's the kingpin. He's molding, quite literally. He gets BTFO'd by little 20-somethings or little teenagers who LARP as tape bots. Then cries when he gets blocked by them. He attempts to run a Magic channel, Magic's Gathering channel that gets no views. Lies about his box openings. He loses his ass half the time. I play Magic. Hell, I know what it costs. When I mean I know what it costs, it's because I play competitive Magic as well as competitive Commander. That's why when I had to put cards on order, I'm going to have to spend about roughly. I should spend about $100, but I'm probably not going to do it. I'm going to do it in chunks, if not more. I got to buy like several cards. You would think after 4 YouTube channels, 4, the man would learn. He's not a likable character. And he has to use a voice changer to sound normal. But in private, the man molds. I don't want to have to do another stream on either of these people. Because I won't be so kind next time. Because if he thinks the last stream I did on him was damning, this next one's going to be worse. Because I have a tendency to catch people in candid camera moments. But I'll get back to gaming, and I'm going to stay in my corner. And Todd, if you're watching, please understand. Go away. Because you don't want me to address you, and Matt, you don't want me to address you either. And stop lying before. That's why you say the stuff you do on Twitter. You don't say it about me. And what's interesting is before they bring up, most of the stuff on them is public knowledge. Because Google requires us to dox ourselves to be on a platform. Technically, X does as well. X, you can kind of lie, but it's IP traced back to wherever. The interesting part about this is, I shouldn't have to address this. But I am getting tired of it. Considering when I have to sit through 5 hours of dialogue.
I do not know. However, Yehoda said she has been suffering from insomnia for a while and was willing to try any solution she could.
That's a huge problem. And you know the worst part, I will say this about them. They're cowards. They hide behind computer screens. They never say it to your face. You invite them to it, they will never have it. Yet they'll say, I can't have the adult conversation. That is why when I focused everything upon gaming content, I chose to avoid it. That's why I keep drama off my channel. Because only in 20-second clips can they work. Anything besides 20-second clips, they can't work. Anything outside of butchered screenshots, taken out of context, they can't. And no legal court's going to care if he threatens to sue me. It sounds like something that a teenager with a fever dream does. Contrary to most of us, most humans just do not want drama or stress. That's why when I mention a lot of people who are younger get themselves either involved and they don't take care of themselves, you're going to age rapidly from it. Stress ages you physically. It doesn't help your mental state. It makes you worse. Stress eventually makes it where you can't sleep at all. Stress, and if you think there's paranoia, good luck. You're going to start seeing specters and shadows everywhere. You're going to trust nobody. Then you're going to eventually wind up like one of the guys I deal with. He's so paranoid we say stuff about him, he We don't talk about him for months. Yet, I live in his walls. I don't like having to deal with this. That's why I don't have enemies. That's the key. It reminds me. It's one of those days that I'm not organized too. But part of me is really not eager to get into the rest of the dialogue. Because chapters, the last two acts were 5 hours of dialogue. 5. A total of about 9 hours of dialogue for the last two. That's on auto. There's no combat. At least this one will have combat. It's going to come at a very, very long end of an entire chain. There's actually a quest I need to find. I want to find it before I do the one, but I don't know where it is. One of the quests, and it actually explains the world formula that she comes up with, and I don't know where to start it. Probably have to do it afterwards. Is how she comes up with the reverse formula. She has to come up with the reverse formula before she comes up with a world formula, which she uses on Dottore. Now, that comes from the Oceanid quest that she's a part of. It's hinted at in a flashback, but I'm assuming that that's part of a chain that I haven't done before. That's why I said there's a lot of quests that I need to catch up on. The problem is, if you do straight the Archon quest, you'll still be missing the reason.
First, I let her stand in my kitchen, close her eyes, and focus on the fragrance of crumcakes. By stimulating her olfactory module, I believe there would be a decrease in activity in her cognitive module. It successfully stimulated her appetite. She consumed the finished crumcakes with incredible efficiency, Unfortunately, she consumed too many and proved unable to sleep that night.
That's normal. We're not robots like you, after all. The more we smell food, the more we want to eat it.
That is indeed true. Afterwards, I try to have her perform intense mental or physical exercises before bed. For example, cutting lumber, jogging, doing push-ups, boxing, and so on. Her body should have been able to enter sleep mode more easily following such sizable expenditures of energy. It did not. She finished half her exercises, realized she had an unfinished commission, and so rushed off to complete it. After she returned, she crouched down in a corner, hugging her knees, and said, I was so tired from all that training. My legs gave out while guiding my clients through the ruins. I basically crawled the whole way. If Boss Neff finds out, I'm dead meat. Following this, she was once more unable to sleep. In the end, we decided to give meditation another try.
Boss Neff. No, wasn't me. Didn't steal your tea. Ugh.
Seems like the meditation was pretty effective. Yehoda's fast asleep.
I do not think Yehoda's sleep is related to her meditation. First of all, the meditation steps I analyzed are not suitable for her. The goal of meditation is to enter a deep state of tranquility, which can be used to enhance self-awareness. For an ordinary person, this deep state is close to dozing. For me, this would be closer to a low-power standby mode, where one cuts power to certain components. That said, were we to shut down some of Yehoda's components, I believe it would pose a threat to her personal safety.
So,
I hate these
meditation
characters.
was supposed to work, but Yehoda fell asleep anyway? Could she have been so tired that she just passed out?
In truth, I do not understand either. All I can do is tell you what happened before. When Yehoda lay down and tried to fall asleep through meditation, she suddenly said to me, "Don't run off too far, or I might get ambushed in my sleep. And then I'd be dead meat." I answered her, "Very well, I will remain here by your side." After that, like I do with Aino every night, I held Yehoda's hand as she slept. After a while, she did, indeed, fall asleep.
Dummy robot. This is something I did myself.
Yes. And if either of you need help sleeping, please consult me at any time. However, do note that I can only hold 2 hands at once.
You know, if these
By the
weren't
way,
part of
I have
achievements,
leftover crumb
I
cookie
would
bolts from the
never
batch
do
I made
them.
earlier. I
If
gave
there
one to
weren't
Yehoda. You
rewards
can have
attached
another.
to these, I wouldn't do these.
Goodbye. I hope you have sweet dreams tonight.
You cannot make me care about characters I don't care about. And I have... No matter how much you shove a character down my throat, I am never gonna like them. Okay? Never. That's the problem. No matter how much. And in fact, it makes me pull them less. This has been a problem for Genshin for a while. They think they double down on the adorable characters. There is nothing, I think... Look, no offense. People like Inefa. I'm gonna say this. People love Inefa. I'm sure somebody loves Yehoda somewhere. Every character does. Every character has this. The less time I have to spend with actual any of them. Like, Aino is an obnoxious child. But to make the comparison to somebody made, I think somebody, it's a Dark Gift stream the other day, talking about kids in comics. You're not going to care about films with child actors. You're not going to care for it. If you think it's been mostly an established feature for years. A lot of people are not going to like. Cat, you were fed. You're not gonna like them. I'm not gonna like. Look. ZZZ can't make me like them and make me want to pull them. So, it's about the same way. Know why I'm stocking up on pepper? Look, the shit I do for achievements is amazing, by the way. You know, this is interesting, by the way. There's supposed to be a side quest with Skirk as well. But this is like the first time you see Skirk. And I think the story, even though she was very prominent and like she's one of the most prominent characters introduced.
Huh? Isn't it Skirk? Are Paimon's eyes deceiving her? What's Skirk doing here in Nod-krai? Exactly. And Dory's here too. We should go over and say hi.
Well, my. Such an exquisite radiant exoskeleton. Come, let me take a closer look, so I can make sure to offer you a fair price.
Oh, this is what
Please,
this...
take a seat and rest a while. If you have anything you'd like to eat or drink, I'd be more than happy to...
Let's not waste time. Just tell me how much you're offering.
Of course, of course. Just a moment, just a moment. Remarkable. Not so much as a scratch. Even the very best bounty hunters would struggle to retrieve a radiant exoskeleton of such quality.
Skirk! Dory! What are you two doing here?
I came to look around Nod-krai, and thought I'd take the opportunity to make a little mora.
What's this? My most valued customer is already acquainted with my most valued customer?
Is Paimon hearing things? Or did you just say most valued customer twice?
Naturally, my most valued customers are equally valued, so you both receive my most effusive enthusiasm. Please, rest here a moment while I work the price out.
You've gotten stronger. It seems you haven't neglected your training since we last met.
She has a really potential dark story. With a dark end, if they actually do it correct. Because if they ever do, search a Logi's story. leave the room and you go off and go do something. Cat, that's fine. Yeah? You have. No complaining. Up there, rest. Oh, he's
I
wondering.
see. Nod-krai is home to many worthy opponents. Should you overcome this trial, your strength will increase further still.
So, how have you been, Skirk? When we last saw you, you said fate would decide how we'd meet again. Well, Paimon didn't think it would decide so quickly.
Was it quick? It's felt like a very long time to me. My life will experience little change until a true turning point arrives. But as for you, you are at a pivotal point in your journey. Have care. Victory and defeat are seldom long-lived.
Excuse me, dear customer. After careful consideration, I'm prepared to offer you 6 million mora for these radiant exoskeletons. I assure you that this is the fairest possible price. While you might be able to sell a single item for 700,000 or so, when it comes to buying in bulk.
I'll take half of that in cash. I won't be staying long, so there's no point carrying around more money than I need. As for the other half, give it to these two in the form of food or supplies. You should have plenty of both in your stores.
Of course. I can see my most valued customers enjoy a very close relationship. Here's your mora. Please, do stop by again.
I'll be going then. Until next time.
Huh? Won't you stay for a chat? Oh, she's gone again. That skirk.
That's just how she is, sweeping in and out like a sudden gust of wind. I'm used to it by now.
Hey, that reminds Paimon. You haven't forgotten her somehow? Even though you've done lots of business together before? What's the deal with that?
Huh? What do you mean? The all-knowing Lord Sangama Bay keeps every customer near and dear to her heart. Fine, if you must know, she's not really my customer, but rather a guest of Miss Alice, my supplier. Miss Alice introduced her to me, and now she drops by from time to time to do business. She's the perfect customer. She always brings quality goods and doesn't care too much about the price.
Whoa! That's one suspicious-looking grin. You're not ripping her off, are you?
Ridiculous! A strong, mysterious customer like that who brings me valuable items? I practically worship the ground she walks on. Dory's Divine Bazaar is a fair and reputable business. Now, I promised I'd supply you with food, so it's about time I start hunting for ingredients. 3 million mora. What can I find that's worth 3 million mora? It looks like I'm going to have to dig out something very special indeed.
I mean, you could just... So Skirk was introduced after as a character and kind of thrown away. She basically was trained by Sertalojo, basically, where dumped off into Tavon as an explorer, not a descender, which is very important to understand. She is a student of Sertaloje. Now, Sertaloje and his form now seeks worthy combat. He's basically vowed to kill her in a very gruesome manner. Which is, if he ever pops up, I'm pretty sure, judging by his form, he is going to she's going to be part of it. But, as I said, she's kind of there, but it's like, but her most memorable moment is basically drop kicking the whale through a portal, for the record. She drop kicks the whale that has been basically destroying all of Fontaine through a portal. And with the other hand, single-handedly, basically throwing Child through it. Oh, that's right. She is Child's teacher. The criminally most underused character within the last year. Probably single-handedly the most destructive ice character in a very long time as well. Which is really interesting if you begin to think about it. Which I'm very surprised was still a conduit. The talk of her isn't brought up much. And no one chooses to give her, I would say, any kind of props. But you should. She's one of the best actual characters we've got in a very, very long time.
A moonlit night for all.
Observe.
With one heart.
All according to plan. I need to burn off resin, so then I can get to the story.
The night cometh. Be silent.
Really?
We need this.
Close your eyes.
Converge.
Mep. Can't always win. At least got 2 of them today. That is weird. 3 circlets today. Why 3 circlets? How do I get 3 circlets? That is an amazing feat. Now the quest. Quest I'm waiting to do is this one. But I have a feeling. See, what I think happens is it alters this area. Because you're not supposed to do it. Because I think it's like supposed to be a story spoiler. Because like what I think it does, it takes the taint off here. Similar to when you get an Inazuma. Like Inazuma, like this area is no longer, because when you repair the shrines, it's no longer constantly storming. But then again, do you care about continuity? Probably not.
For the everlasting forest. Forest?
Shine like a gemstone.
I call it kind of overkill. I mean, reality, this lineup is a little bit overkill for most normal. I get this to 90, and I'll be set for a while. But this lineup is part of the... Basically, it's the big one. You know, that's what I should say. I didn't know that was a fucking thing. What? Where the fuck? Never seen that. It's a story I've never done. You have to fight Raiden Shogun. It's like, she is a really tough opponent, by the way. I think you have to fight her in the clouds, too. Oh, fun fact. Oh, one of the funnest things is getting eventually up into the sky. Yeah, that is one of the... I'm not saying that's the toughest place to get to, if we ever have to get up there. It's beautiful from up there. Man, do you know what it takes to get up to here? Like, man, this is where... Look at a boss fight up here. That's how high up you are. It's really fun when you try to. It's not even a quest to get up here, you just get up here as part of the world. Because there's a boss way up here. I think this is the boss for... If I'm correct, it's the boss for Raiden Shogun. If I remember correctly. Which reminds me, I need to level her. Ouch. Let's say that's the boss for Raiden Shogun. Yeah, that's big. That's the boss for Raiden Shogun. It's up here. One of the characters I'm gonna come back and kid out. When I do. She's just between. See, look, I eventually need to just suffer over here to get this. See, I like him as a character. Majority of my characters I use. I am never going to get used to his voice. He's such a good design character, but his voice doesn't work. See, like, surprisingly, in the anniversary, you can pull her. She's actually really good. Now, the trick to make her work is I have to forget if she scales. I think what it is specific. She can heal herself, basically. But her stats, if I remember. Yes, it's yes. It's based on her attack and max HP. But there's a couple of things. And she's a hybrid character where if you set her up, like I've redone her kit a couple of times. I mean, reality is she's going to be part of any, so there's a way you can set her up that it's better, that she can heal. But if she is set up to have like 28,000, I mean, that's a monster. I mean, eventually she'll be. She's a really good character. I've lost a couple. If this happens, I'll have like a couple of her. But it increases based on her HP. She's one of those ones that if there's any pyro, that she's going to be good. Durin's one of the other really good ones as well. But that reminds me. I need to get his ascension to 80. I keep forgetting that. Then I get to do his weapon. I mean, it's not as bad, but his weapons is actually good. But Noblesse Noble is kind of where his set lies. But his stuff is a channeled ability. Yeah, don't jump down there, you will be dead. Like, to get up here, I forget exactly how you have to do it, but it's a feat unto itself to get up here. So I said, those waters, if I remember correctly, are electrified. Yeah, they're electrified. But we am. But there's kind of the reason Inazuma is my favorite area. Inazuma is is beyond a favorite. Huh.
Poor lost land.
A moonlit night for all.
Observe. To dust. Close your eyes.
As you like it.
Forest, protect us. By the frost moon of old.
Be silent.
Surge. You poor lost land. world wishes you well.
Observe. Beware the creatures of the night.
You would think I would come over here and I'd finish this.
3 moons converge.
But I have. I don't quite remember.
For the everlasting forest, leave this.
Be silent.
That's why I said I'm gonna, once I get done exploring a part of the world I have a tendency to forget. I'm not come back over. As which shall be illuminated all the same.
Close your eyes. Be silent.
Forest, flame.
See, Inazuma has a lot of these puzzles. You see them later on, but you don't see them now.
A new moon rises.
They're inevitable.
With one heart, we pray.
You'd be surprised on how much shit you need that has chaos rules. Yeah, what is different shall be illuminated all the same. What is different shall be illuminated. Huh. Funny when you actually look these up, they're all takes you straight to the video. That's close to a lot. Because I've done the other ones. So 1, 2, the others. Look, the simpler solution is that. Ah. Oh, that's actually a simple solution. I get it. I'll do that. So you have to go where these are not lit.
So shiny. Lumi, no! You can't eat that!
What is this? Actually, see, it's really, truly, truly funny how long ago I probably never did this one. So you wait to see the one that's not illuminated. God bless the people who know how to solve puzzles. You know, because others of us don't want to. You lose a lot of time trying to solve puzzles. See, Inazuma actually has a lot of exploration you have to unlock. And I think a lot of this is just... Sumaru has a couple of these areas you gotta rain to. Sumaru has areas that it's basically similar drain puzzles. For some reason, I don't know. I get lost. Like, easily I have a bunch of other quests I gotta get to. Oh, you sons... You little shit. You... You. That's not cool. Oh, that was rude. That was very rude.
Be silent. The long sleep beckons.
Reunions converge.
You poor lost.
Close your eyes.
You'll find a lot of these puzzles in Sumaru. A ton of them, by the way. They are all over, and I don't think they were here first. No, they were here first.
Observe.
A new moon rises.
But yeah, that's gonna be a lot of dialogue. But I'll get to it. I kinda have to. But I have to settle
They
in
call this
and
a
not.
pleasant surprise, right?
I started this area, I just never finished it. It's really Sumaru that basically teaches you the history of why the constructs exist. A lot of these constructs were made to fight the Abyss. And that's kind of the purpose of them. They were made to fight the Abyss. Hi. Oh no. Well, technically you just...
Reunions converge.
Yeah. See, when I finally got Gay Miko, I had to unlock areas. Because there was a boss that I actually had to advance World Quest to. So I hadn't done that. So. I'm so used to those things waking up, just being assholes. I am so just used to it. The thing is, a lot of these areas are unexplored. Like, I could stream this, basically figure out. A lot of this is... Most people don't even stream half the... But look, I'll be honest, if the average player explored this much.
This is a pretty good haul. Lucky you.
Where the fuck you come from?
Close your eyes. The night cometh.
Oh, I see. Gold. Move. Off. On. And then you have to. Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. That's why the off. Okay, got it.
Not to be sniffed at. Be silent. Night falls.
Yeah, right. That's important. Quite a simpler way to do this, but this in a very, very crude manner. You have to climb. See, a lot of this is... off.
Well, any good stuff in there?
See, a lot of this people get started, but they don't realize there's probably something here.
Close your eyes. Be silent. Night falls.
You poor lost lamb.
What's interesting is there's 3 resources down here. That's a lot, too. That's just located here. Huh. Interesting.
Close your eyes. To dust. Observe.
Forest, protect us.
Huh? See, that's gold. Let's see, that's blue.
Close your eyes.
These are puzzles in the older part of the game.
You poor lost lamb.
Rewarding, but there's also inspiration. In a way, you're having to basically do work to find ruins, but eventually you find it. But coincidentally, I do need a lot of... I need a lot of resources, certain types. Something's not dead. Oh, it's really bad. Um, There you go. Yep, that goes up, and then this one gets right. When I'm stumped, I'll look it up. Yeah. Oh, just whatever that is, it's stuck in the floor. Let's see, that's the gold door. There's an achievement for it too. Very well rewarded.
Did they run from home too?
Oh, there it is. It's above, and then there's gonna be another one down here. So there's gonna be another one down here. Way, way down below. And the last one is above.
So
Now, there's a lot of weird little quests that people kinda get. Like, after a while, it's like... So if it's above... What the hell is it then? It's visible, but it's gonna be visible as soon as you get... One day. It may not be down below. I think it is. It's down below, but I don't know. One place is, and it's a place not cleared out. Or it could be. I don't see it right there. If it's up there, that's where it would be. And that is basically fine one day. There's actually 3 here. Because... I solved one mystery, and then now I have a couple of others. Who knows? Well, I solved one, then I have to find the other one eventually. I just gotta remember where there's a lot of the ones I haven't basically done. Over the period of here. Now,
Close your eyes.
I don't think you need Sakura Blossoms, but you do. One thing you find when you go through parts of this game, you'll roughly find about things either you've never done or already haven't just explored.
Observe.
And usually you have to do challenges here to... You have to do challenges for these to basically get... So a lot of the other areas, it's very similar. Because if you don't do it, it's just... Some of these are far easier. And if you miss one, if you miss a couple, you ain't gonna... It's kind of the inherent problem. A lot of these are very tight challenges. By that I mean there's not room for error. Later ones have this, I think, room for error, which is probably that. These don't have this room for error. It's either you miss part of one or you hit the other. Actually have to hit them together. If you're trying to do it, you have to hit them. Because if you don't hit them together, it's not going to work. Because I believe I hate this when this happens. Because here's a lot of the things, like a lot of these challenges, while they are not rewarding in any aspect as they should be, they're designed to be, they are designed to be done quickly, which,
every nook and cranny come into fashion?
the interesting part is I can build this. That's the plan in my teapot, by the way. The plan for my teapot is to build this. And I can build this. Which is fun. You know, while I'm here.
Be silent.
One day I'm gonna get bored and do stuff in there. You know? That's how it works. And usually, a lot of people don't have a lot of those unless you, in theory, go looking for them. Because if you don't go looking for the particular world, what I am talking about is a Serite teapot. So, I don't spend a lot of time here. I could. My initial plan was to, so they have like different islands, right? Well, so that's where they shove the companion person. Like, you can kind of build out your teapot how you wish. So, the thing about... By the way, I hate the fact that there is... It's pretty expansive if you know how to build them. Some layouts are better than others. It's usually how it works. If you get bored, you can do it. Because the teapot, right? So the thing about it is building already. I had one island dedicated to Inazuma. Was initially the plan, but I mean, you could get pretty luxurious in here if you so care.
The one before you is known as Jade.
And this is the jackass everyone wants you to join the world for. By the way. It's easy. You could buy it. You don't need it. If I own one, if I really cared. Depending on how you wish to sort it. Won't do this now, though. If I ever get bored, I'll do it. I mean, you can basically design it how you want. If you're good enough. It's really fun. See, you have about roughly here. About the size you have. Like, if you want to make one that's all Inazuma, you could. Like, if you're looking for all one that's Inazuma, like, easy. Depending on it. Some structures are a lot bigger than others. Like, this is by far the biggest, if you really wished. I mean, again, there's like a few, if you know how to space it. And sadly, a lot of it's not an outdoor set. So you have like outdoor sets, but you could also put it together. Assume you change the house, right? Sure, it doesn't really matter. Different buildings, the inside and the out. Because your initial building you get is the And then you can just basically buy the ones. Then let's assume you don't want the others. You have like these. It's based upon value. So a lot of the goal is to have the most luxurious one. So depending on it, it's, you know, very just super dependent. Ultimately, if you get really, really bored, but it's also getting a lot to basically do it. Now, you can only have 8 companions in here. You're never going to do it. So, a lot of it is, it's just really depends on how. It really depends. Where are you
If you ask me
saying?
what's the one place you should visit in Nashtown, obviously I'm gonna say Speranza. You know I'm biased, but seriously, you should give it a try. Katya's cooking will not disappoint you.
That was a traveler's antidote. Because after I get caught up with the story, I have a lot more. Because the problem is, once you start the story, you're kind of locked in, and you're not leaving it. And it's kind of like trapped in hell. It's like part of it is just, I'm assuming it just is a lot longer. See, part of one of the greatest things that was added was Linnae. Now, Linnae's side quests are pretty easy too. They're just pretty much go in and explore, and then you get the special backpack or whatever. But it's like, why am I yawning? Do not start yawning. It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. Oh. Ugh. Intelligence. Oh, but point it, Liz, really. Yeah. Yes. The problem is, once the dialogue of the quest starts, is when I start tuning out. God forbid. $4 hours. The problem itself is everything is going to be 9/10 dialogue. And it's going to be hell. And you just want to rest in here instead of bumbling through the house, cat. Currently, the old cat, where he normally sleeps, his master is currently not here. But I do feed him. But if I trust him to get back to the room, he will. But he gets kind of lost. He's looking for something, and that's the problem. Ow. And you have claws. Yeah, I'm gonna go put you back to where you are. I'm gonna put you in there because you're uncertain of anything and you're being weird. You're barrel and bony when you walk away. Yes, you are. Here. My cat.
Lumia's just too cute! But she does have a bad habit of swallowing any shiny thing she lays her eyes on. So, keep your valuables well away, or you might never see them again. You want to see my archive? Of course! I'm always happy to show off my masterpiece. I even did the illustrations. you ask me what's the one place you should visit in Nasha Town, obviously I'm gonna say Speranza. You know I'm biased, but seriously, you should give it a try. Katya's cooking will not disappoint you. Lumia's just too cute! But she does have a bad habit of swallowing any shiny thing she lays her eyes on. So, keep your valuables well away, or you might never see them again.
Sorry, cat was on his. One the blind cat. He's on the search for water. You have to babysit him. That's the problem. Sadly. If you don't do that, that's just not normal. Now, something I would like. At least I know where I have to start. Not that it matters. I forget I need to do it.
Close your eyes.
Shine like a gemstone!
Forest, protect. Greenlands converge.
Be silent. Close your eyes. To dust. Observe. To dust. Steady now.
With one heart, we pray.
So Lene had a whole side quest, so aren't hard to do. It's just more or less. It's customization for her.
Leave this place.
Really.
A moonlit night for all. Go,
Observe. Night falls.
Wait. Shine like a gemstone!
Never too late for regrets.
By the frostmoon of old.
Surge. A new moon rises.
Why is it that everything is dialogue? What? Oh. This doesn't work. This doesn't work at all now, does it?
Observe the long sweet vengeance.
Forest flame.
I swear, can you not? Like, a lot of people. Dude, they just randomly join me looking for shit. Like, nah. I don't say need help, need help. Look. It's a bounty token. Oh. Indeed. Now I know. So you have to hit those three to make it work. Really? So that's how the bounty thing works. I was kind of curious on how the bounty, how it actually worked. I got it. Actually, I forgot. There's a.
This is a pretty good haul. Lucky you.
See, there's a lot of like things I have to get finished. most of this is just kinda. See, that's the one that's way off there, but I need to get this over here. So, what this is the last part, working on the little last part for Linnaeus. Linnaeus is, but I think you have to kind of have her. You're going to begin the investigations, and you can do them. But they're pretty quick, unless you have to make your way through bounties. Sadly, most of them aren't voiced. See, sadly, some of these are basically voiced and others are not, for the most part. They're like 4 little each, so it's like 12 little total. I believe, I swear, sometimes they are the weirdest creatures ever. Or explore, but they're basically for... Oh. What you do is you do these, and there's 4 of them. And this is like the part. It's like a little thing, and they're not. It's a permanent, like... Sorry for going to pause. I do not know why I have the odds today. I really don't. Slept well. Shouldn't be this tired, but it happens. But you can set up badges. You can do this. What happens? They have a little bit of a reward. Look, coffee, yeah, call it weird. Sometimes it will keep me awake and I'll wake up. But man, is it worse.
If you ask me what's the one place you should visit in Nashatan,
You used to not have a lot of mint.
you know I'm
Not
biased, but
used to.
seriously, you should give it a try.
It was a
Your
period.
kitchen
That
will
was the
not
rarest
disappoint
thing
you.
I ever owned. I've been meaning to get to these. Gotta humor me, because if I'm the moment I am locked into a story quest, I'm stuck there. I will hate my life for a while. I don't want to be annoyed when I get into there. That's what when you see, and I think the last story, I guess that's how Linnea feels with the Fae years. Because it's like Arlecchino knows of her. Like, she's in the last, like, story, which is interesting. Sometimes combat don't last long.
Be silent.
Shine like a gemstone! Okay, that a punch
You poor lost lamb, with one heart.
If you get her, it's like, you have to remember to hit her trigger, like, multiple times. Because it's not like something you do once. Not very smart creatures. Yeah, we're gonna cook it. It's like basically like when Lene dropped, she actually was more or less a side character. She was very much a side character. More than that. But she's like, I feel like some of these were meant to be more important characters, but they get lost along the way. That's what I think. A lot of that, it's like Zabai. Zabai should be here too, but it's so strange. They put more work into her than they put into most of these side characters. Like, look, if you look at how most of these characters were actually designed, like I would believe
Listening
firmly.
to the rain cleanse the earth makes me feel safe.
It's a luxurious chest. So that means there's a quest associated with that one. Or something you have to figure out. Oddly enough. adorable little part. Because as I said, characters that are designed well should be rewarded.
As shiny as Mora, the Golden Loach King of the Lochi world.
And did Paimon just hear someone say something about gold?
You sure did! I discovered this uniquely colored golden loach while exploring up north. It was the only one in the area with such a distinctive color. It's thriving now, and I've had a doctor who knows about animals take a look. The color doesn't seem to be caused by anything pathological.
Then why does it look so different?
It could be any number of things. Habitat, environment, the characteristics of the water it lives in, climate, even its diet. But if you're asking me to pin it down to one specific reason, I'm afraid why would it? It's such a rare phenomenon, I'm incredibly lucky just to have witnessed it. Being able to document my discovery, draw inferences, and make conjectures is more than enough for me.
It's just like a pink frostfin whale. They say if you get the chance to see a pink frostfin whale, your wishes will come true. But they're super duper rare. Even so, we saw one once when we were with Linnea. I think it was because she brought us good luck. Wow! We should go look for one too! Oh, Paimon has so many wishes. Which one should the whale grant first?
It's probably just wishful thinking.
So, pink whales don't have mystical powers?
Well, there are some examples of some creatures with special colors possessing unique abilities. But the frostfin whale we saw probably wasn't one of them. If people were just making wishes, that would be one thing. I'm just worried someone might hurt it because they believe those fanciful stories.
Huh? Would people really do that?
I know this one. Katya told me that some really nasty treasure hunters hunt animals with unusual colors to sell them to collectors.
That's right. There was a time when animals from Natland were highly prized on the black market. Live specimens in particular. But bones and furs would also fetch a high price. Some merchants looking to sell their smuggled goods at inflated prices would even go so far as to process and alter them, packaging them as some kind of fantasy product before selling them to customers. There was a case I heard where poachers removed the feet from cuckoosaurs to make them more aesthetically pleasing and easier to transport. Collectors who'd never seen a cuckoosaurus before actually thought they were naturally legless, spending their entire lives soaring through the sky, living off wind and dew, like some kind of marvel of nature. Their reckless pursuit of the exotic only fueled the poachers' wickedness. They created a whole smuggling network born from greed and deceit, causing untold harm and suffering.
Yahoo!
In a sea of evil deeds, even a relatively minor act, such as dyeing a creature to change its color, is still wrong.
So, should we give that silver capybara a bath?
Was it also dyed this color by nasty poachers?
I don't think that'll be necessary. When I found it, it was taking a soak in a hilly churl's cooking pot. Maybe it thought it was a hot spring? There can't be that many born with fur like that. It's probably why the smugglers took it.
I can totally imagine what it must have looked like in that cooking pot.
Right? Despite its unique color, it still has the same nature and temperament as other capybaras.
When Paimon thinks about it like that, it seems being unique isn't always a good thing. Just thinking about how some creatures might suffer because they're different, or that the only reason they're different is that something bad happened to make them that way.
It might sound a little selfish, but if Lumi wasn't such a special little Jack Frost, we might never have become partners to begin with.
Yahoo! Yahoo!
So, it's not always a bad thing either?
If being different brought the two of you together, then of course it's a good thing.
I remember Helka mentioning a saying from Liyue in one of her letters. Something about blessings and misfortune.
Every misfortune conceals a blessing, and every blessing hides misfortune.
That's the one. By the way, Miss Linnea, you're being awfully quiet. Where's all that teacher energy gone?
I never thought I'd see the day when you'd be calling me out, Miko.
Well, you were once part of the Conch Gang too, Miss Linnea. Ugh. Anyway, why don't we just drop... Are they really that strong? How do they...
There are many fascinating stories about the Volcod lock that I could tell you. But they'll have to wait for next time.
I wonder why B.A. Turner is getting brought up again.
Next time again? Alright, but you'd better
Poor
remember...
man. It's B.A. Turner being brought up again.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Depending on how you want to go, I can customize it if you so wish. Leave it unadorned or unadorned. But it's 100% for her. There's a little quest with her with the I'm blanking it out of my mind a little bit. It's the Pokemon battles. There's a Pokemon battle thing that there is where Fays are meant to define their fate. That's why she was put into human form, where she battles her sister. But I guess it's fate that she dies by her sister's hand. But it's also that Lumi is a crazy monster, so take your pick. Basically, she's a rare, she's basically a rare Jack Frost, what they call it, like a Fae, common Fae. And she was picked on, so the idea is she basically was hiding in basically a sack. That's when she got found. And then her and Lene started basically hanging out together, and that's kind of how you find it. And she has later on the inspiration to do a Pokemon battle. It's really kind of strange, but that's how it works. I'll probably get through this, but I'm gonna hope. Look, if I have to sit through 8 hours of all dialogue for the rest of this, Yeah. No combat till about the time you fight dottore. Oh, you better bet your sweet little time I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to at least soak in some damn radiance until then. Till all hope fades from the light from the eyes after about a while. I'm just going to hope that it's not going to be... I'm going to hope and pray that the dialogue is not crap. If I have to sit through a movie for 3 hours on a story, that is a very bad idea. This is not a fun quest layout. I think if I didn't multitask, I would probably be... There's no way someone sits and does this. 328. 328.25. Remember that. You'll know how long it actually is in dialogue.
Looks like the gang's all here!
Yep, all ready. How about you two? Green and good to go?
Paimon's ready!
Great, let's get rolling then. Great. Well, first things first.
Wait.
Someone's here. We heard your footsteps. Although...
You've been here for a while now. I take it you followed the Traveler, but I don't sense any ill intent in you.
Come on.
I figured it wouldn't take you long to notice me. I come bearing news from my lady, the knave.
Dottore went through the motions of returning to Sneznaya, but it was obviously a facade. However, he has not returned to the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau, nor has he made an appearance in Nasha Town.
Well, in that case, he'll be in his lab way up north. I always wondered why he applied for his own private pad. He was planning this all along.
Tell them that Sandrone and I will go on ahead. If they still intend to pursue this matter, they should meet us at the research center in the northern tip of Nod-krai.
Nice of Columbina's two best friends to think of us. We appreciate the heads up. Our sincere thanks to the VIII for your aid.
Lady Damselette may have left our organization, but at least some of her colleagues remain genuinely concerned for her well-being. Not to mention that the doctor's increasingly cryptic conduct gives us great cause for alarm. We have crossed swords many times before, but it's not personal. We're just on different sides. We don't lack humanity. And so, as fellow friends of Lady Damselette, it's only right that you should be in the know about this.
Arlecchino's situational awareness has saved us a lot of trouble.
hungry cats? No. Might as well just feed the cats early so I don't deal with them. Story has been driven by the Harbingers. But this part will probably be driven by the Harbingers because if I end up tonight, I am going to finish True Moon. True Moon is where I want to get to, and that's going to leave the last 7 parts for the other. So, this is chapter 7.
I'll leave the map here with you. If you do decide to head to the research center, please proceed with caution. And remember, at least while you're in Nod-krai, Lady Arlecchino's subordinates are your comrades if you want them to be.
This is very accommodating of you. We can't thank you enough.
Just doing my duty. I shall take my leave now. If you need us, you'll find us at the Experimental Design Bureau.
So, the doctors left the Experimental Design Bureau and headed to some research center up north.
Marionette seems to think he's been planning this for a long time. But when did it start? Before he even arrived in Nod-krai?
It seems his loyalty to the Tsaritsa is lip service at most.
It started at the end
Behind
of
the scenes,
Sneznaya.
he may
Not
even be
Sneznaya,
working against her.
Sumaru.
Whatever his motives, we know that he's decisive and incredibly ruthless. Facing him unprepared would be a recipe for disaster.
At this stage, it's difficult to predict his next steps.
Though.
I
This whole
suggest
story
we split into 2
starts from
groups.
the end of
We need some people to stay behind and
Sumaru.
guard Nasha Town.
The division of
As
Kalani.
much as I'd love to help, infiltrating research labs isn't really my area of expertise. But at least take Cool Your Jet's Ducky with you. It should be some help during the battle.
And as for Miss Inefa, I suppose you will stay to protect Miss Aino?
Detecting operational logic. Protect Aino. Priority. High.
Just in case, Servarka, I think it would be best if you stayed behind as well. You can leave the research center to us.
I mean, I would have said the Knight of Berea should probably be out on the front line, but okay, fine. Leave Nasha Town to me. Be careful out there, okay? If things get out of hand, fall back right away.
Yehodo will be on hand to assist you. In my absence, she can handle any intel gathering work.
You got it, boss. You guys make sure to get back here in one piece, all right?
We will.
Things are moving fast. We'd better head off soon if we hope to keep pace.
So, it's infiltrate a secret research facility, or... Yeah, alright. Paimon will help out here instead. Sounds like it's gonna be a pretty intense fight.
We all have to bring our A game here. So, anything you need to wrap up before we leave?
Yeah. I love this is the first warning of this. Yet this shit should have been in the beginning of Nod-krai. Alright? So, the interesting part is, this is the first warning like this in all of the quests. That's fucked up. Very fucked up. Because technically, the whole damn thing is a special phase. Every bit of it. Except for the few meters you travel willingly to go to the next location. Where you fast travel. You might be free to roam about the country after about an hour. Okay? Yeah, that's a little fucked. Point blank, folks. That means you're stepping in for a movie. It's not that certain features are disabled. A majority of them. Because outside the fight with dottore, it's going to be nothing but dialogue. And then going to the moon with cold people. I shit you not.
Then you'd better get going.
Very well. All these broken machines on the ground. Someone got here before us. Could it be Arlecchino and Sandrone? That's quite a welcome party. The deception ends here.
I mean, it's either going to start off with dialogue or it's going to start off with combat. Take your pick. You know, I don't even know.
Bombs away!
By the frostmoon of old.
Get back! I said get back! Do you hear me? Why isn't it working? No! Don't come any closer! Don't!
Well, something really fucked up happened. That's bad. Very, very, very bad.
Beware the creatures of the night.
The mystery unravels.
You poor souls. May your spirits find peace.
Grab that key on the ground. We'll probably need it at some point.
I mean, you pissed off everything, so the animals that are supposed to be docile are not, and then...
Watch out. Ugh, there's no way through. Let's go around.
I mean, if dottore has been up to fuckery, I mean, are we shocked that dottore has been up to fuckery for like a while? No. Dottore's been at this and said it's like master stroke plan that he's been planning this probably since being the sumaru. Which, I mean, okay, hypothetically, fine. Why didn't you do this story a while back? Oh, that would be too easy?
What the? Trespassers? Here? What's wrong with you people?
We're looking for the doctor, and we understand he might be here. I see you're fleeing the facility.
You looking to settle a score with a doctor? Good luck with that. I don't think you have many chances left. Perhaps. But you might have a chance to live if you start talking.
2 other Harbingers had the same idea as you. They're already inside. But what good is it gonna do? The doctor wouldn't do something like this unprepared.
Seems to me that you're not too thrilled about being his subordinate. Also, is it just me, or do I sense monsters nearby? If you'd prefer their company to ours, that can easily be arranged.
We need to know what the doctor is up to. Please, if you know anything at all, tell me. This is about more than us versus the doctor. His actions could have consequences for all of Nod-krai. And perhaps even your homeland, Sneznaya.
He's building something. Ambitious doesn't even begin to describe it. Feels like this could be the big one. God knows how long he's been planning it. A while back, he told us he'd be returning to Sneznaya. We weren't expecting him back so soon. This time he brought some gemstones with him, or something. 2 of them.
The moon marrow spheres. He stole them from their rightful owner, Columbina.
Oh, Lady Damselette? Last I heard, she left the VIII. Before she went, she told us she'd finished what Her Majesty asked of her, and wished to focus on some personal matters. I remember thinking that leaving us might not be the best choice. I mean, I always looked up to the captain the most, and... Back when this all started, the higher-ups dispatched 3 units to Nod-krai to execute their plan. They were led by the Doctor, Marionette, and the Damselette, respectively. I was a part of the Damselette's unit to begin with. She never really interacted with us much. In fact, she seemed sort of detached from everything. Not because she was distracted, just felt like she was indifferent to the world around her. Like she had no stake in anything that happened. She always seemed like she was staring off into the distance. Almost as if she didn't see anything worth living for in the present, so she had to look further afield. That's right. She always used to stare up at the sky. The Doctor used to stand nearby and watch her. Apparently they got along well at first, but somewhere along the way, she grew wary of him. Started avoiding him as much as possible. After she left, everyone in our unit merged with the Doctor's. He's similarly indifferent to the world, except when it comes to the moons. He seems to have big plans for them. Right now, obtaining the 3 moons is his #1 priority. He even said, if he can only get his hands on 2 of them, he'll create a 3rd one himself.
How would he create an artificial moon marrow? Maybe the knowledge he gained from the Hyperborean phantoms has something to do with it.
Thank you for cooperating. We appreciate the level of detail.
I get the sense that you'd serve under Columbina again if you had the chance. Would that be fair?
No, she's no longer a Harbinger. As a member of the VIII, my loyalty will always belong to the Tsaritsa. I'm only telling you all this because I don't completely trust the Doctor. His actions do not align with the goals that first brought us to Nod-krai.
I understand. We'll do everything within our power to stop him. The Knaves unit is based at the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau. Maybe you can seek refuge with them.
Well, now we know what's going on here. Artificial moon marrow. He's likely well on the way to completing it. Dottore's technological capabilities are far more advanced than I thought.
I fear this could get ugly. Everyone, prepare yourselves.
Well, artificial moon marrow. How enjoyable. Hey, at least there's combat. I feel happier if I'm going to be locked into combat. At least I'm going to be locked into retardation. Look, this compared to being locked into dialogue trees for like the last, I'd say 2 days, is fun. Alright? This is a lot better, actually. You know?
With one heart, we pray.
Yep. Wow, you really nerfed these enemies.
The deception ends here.
See, there's a facility, like, when you find the other one. Oh, look, cracking chest. You know. Yeah. Okay, I'm just happy there's combat, so I'm not gonna be mind-numbingly bored out of my gourd for, like, the last fucking part of this journey. I think they learned eventually that this was... Oh, eat a bag of... Oh, you piece of Oh, that is so bad. That's not cool. They don't even give you the ability to catch yourself. Oh, that's adorable. That is adorable. God. Unless they don't even... Not gonna bother. Don't concern yourself, because it's very stupid. Hello, dottore.
Welcome, one and all. I've been expecting you. I hope my humble research facility is to your liking.
Yeah, we really appreciated fighting our way in through a horde of monsters.
The gall. You expect us to believe you've just been patiently waiting for us?
Of course I have. Should I be worried about something? Everything seems to be
You know
going
one thing
quite
I say I
smoothly so
dislike?
far, and you've
One
shown
thing
up
I dislike
right
about
on
the way these
schedule.
chapters are, there was something when they didn't have the voice actors for a lot of side quests or quests they wanted voiced. Because it took, whenever they have an English VA strike, so back when the SAG Awards, like the Screen Actors Guild, struck, it affects voice actors. It kind of affected them low key. So, but there's also a hole in their animations that will be fixed probably about 2 years down the line. So you'll see a lot of animations that look like the characters are supposed to be speaking, or they're dubbed over. Now, you see it in scenes, and I'm starting to see it in the latter half of some of the other quests. Like, they have them voice and do the lines correctly, but then you don't see any animation. So either that or the other. It's really, really much so.
First Sandrone and Arlecchino, now you. Ah, quite a surfeit of guests I've had today. If you were looking for them, I should probably mention that Arlecchino disappeared as soon as she entered the facility. As for Sandrone, why, she stood right here only moments ago demanding answers from me at the top of her voice. Hardly out of character. She never was one for basic courtesy. But I have to admit, I was a little surprised to see her showing concern for someone besides herself. Does everyone you associate with undergo such a change in temperament? Speaking as a researcher, I have to say, it is not a change for the better. It threatens one's ability to remain objective.
The interesting part is Dottore would have been a better villain from the start. But, oh look, if you're going to give away and say Dottore was the main villain all along, okay, fine. Run with it. Take the ball with you. Go with it. But don't beat around the bush for like 4 chapters. Well, the thing is, Dottore arguably is one of the few ultimately super evil characters. That's actually why Lost Ignora, like apparently in the Odette trailer, she's looking up to Lost Ignora. Lost Ignora was actually very evil too. She was known for murdering people in a brutal fashion. So when we fought her and then she was executed by the Raiden Shogun, that's probably why we didn't feel anything. Because she got what she deserved. For the record. Fun fight, by the way. Then her death sparked a lot of stuff. And you get Dottore sitting here, basically doing his thing. The thing about Dottore is his whole scheme started at the end of basically the end. I don't even remember which chapter that is. It's right where Kalani gets cured of everything, and then she has a vision of Irmin's soul on fire. And then there's like a vision of Dottore talking to it's not it's Polestone, the guy who's the head. Rooster is the fat fey looking guy that's around the Tsaritsa, the banker from the bank. Him. Sorry, I forget the name. We actually thought he was going to be a character, but I guess not. He's probably just going to die and not be a character at all anymore. Even though he's just the guy who's the head of the Northland Bank, Dottore, there's a huge trailer leading up to this where he bet against Dottore. Now, but Dottore took out a huge loan. So it's like everything. It's like, it's fine that Doctore's planned this as 5D chess for 3 years. I just don't like the execution of it. It's really stupid. Again, when you get to the Irmin soul part, that's when it gets fucked. A lot of this is fine. Oh, you need the moon marrow. Sure. That's why I said a throwaway chapter to deal with Rerear would have made sense. But you gotta clean that up in 1 chapter. But coming to think about it, I probably did multiple chapters together. Like this and True Moon as well ended it.
Well, since you ask.
So you've got your hands on the moon marrow, and now you're claiming godhood. Don't you think that's a bit of a stretch, dottore?
I must protest what you are insinuating with that phrase, claiming godhood. I am not claiming anything. I am stating a fact. You're a researcher. I'm sure you appreciate the distinction between the two.
Huh? Wait, you really think you're all that? You'll excuse me if I'm not being a polite little lady for you. We're colleagues.
We both know what kind of person you are.
By the same token, I knew you'd respond along those lines. You and I both understand that facts speak louder than words. To that end, I've had my people send you a small gift. It should go some way toward helping you understand my present position.
What gift? Where have all your troops gone?
Who knows? Perhaps they are already marching toward a new world, following in the footsteps of an unknown god. As vulgar and arrogant as you may be, dear Sandrone, I have no intention of taking out my displeasure on your subordinates. They will enjoy equal rights to my own.
You sent your people to the Experimental Design Bureau? That's a Tsaritsa's property.
Yes, and I am very mindful of Her Majesty's instructions. But you know full well that they do not conflict with my present goals. In which case, all I'm doing is conducting another one of my experiments. Is there a problem with that? Now then, you have a judgment call to make. Am I simply lying to stall you? Or is it possible that every word I am saying is the truth? In which case, your subordinates really are in danger.
So now you've turned on fellow Fatui soldiers. You're completely insane.
I have set a new rule for myself. Each person gets one chance. Naturally, that includes you, Sandrone. If you wish to leave, I won't stop you. We are colleagues, after all.
Scumbag!
Still, I hadn't counted on Sandrone sparing any thought for the people of this world. Shame. I always found her self-centeredness to be one of her few better qualities. How can she ever hope to achieve greatness when she's so obsessed with protecting her little design bureau?
It's more than a little disingenuous to speak of achieving greatness while taking hostages. Or does honor no longer mean anything to you?
Honor? I have the marrow of 2 moons in my possession and will soon complete the construction of a 3rd. I will be the god of a new world. And you speak to me of honor? How charmingly naive.
Those are sacred relics. You do not deserve them.
In my view, many in this world do not deserve to be alive. And yet, I mercifully permit them to go on living, do I not?
You'll come to regret your actions.
Will I now? Let's see if you can make me.
Water jet! No!
By the frost moon of
An
all.
exact
Forest?
The night cometh. Close your eyes.
Stay your hand. The mystery unravels.
Target acquired.
Leave this place for the everlasting forest. It all adds up. The deception ends here. Arlecchino.
Thanks for the assistance.
Arlecchino. They see you as an ally. What a farce. You're clearly here to destroy my research, not mine.
I'd say your research is more valuable than your life. Am I wrong?
Your actions betray your fear of me.
Doris, protect us.
Is that the best you can do?
It all adds up. Seek within.
I mean, the big thing is,
You can't. No more
lunar
love.
charge.
Is this all it takes to tire you?
It all adds up. By the frost.
Because he wouldn't die like this. Normal.
The mystery unravels.
You won't feel a thing. Beware the creatures of the night.
Can't hide the truth.
With one heart, we pray.
It's not that Arlecchino. Arlecchino was good. Fire and Spec. Pyro was one of the things. Ow! Fuck, I hate her. I hate... Problem is, she has this really weird, fucked up thing to her that I hate to break.
Fighting him is futile. Quickly.
Let's go.
I've always thought it is wiser to
Bond
flee
of
than
light.
surrender.
Watch out!
What the? Forget about me! You should...
Where's the traveler?
What just happened? Nasha Town? How did I get here? Strange. I remember being trapped by dottore during the battle, and now, all of a sudden, I'm here. Something weird is going on. I guess I'll start by exploring the area.
Huh? Traveler? What brings you here at this hour?
Huh?
What are you in the mood for today? A hot dog? Or something else? We've got some special discounts at the moment. Want to see the menu?
Sorry, I'm not hungry right now.
Ah. Well, feel free to take a seat for now. Let me know if you change your mind.
Everyone seems to be acting normal. Am I just overthinking?
Oh, darling, look who it is. One of our regular customers. Get the traveler something to eat, would you, dear?
Wait. Why is he talking like that?
Well, I'd love to, but can't serve a customer unless they order something. Anyway, I take it your business is wrapped up?
Yes, thankfully. It was a long trip, and it's left me feeling pretty exhausted. But the upshot is, I won't have to leave again for a good while. We can have some quality time
this is
to
like his
ourselves.
ideal world.
Wait. These two are a couple? I see some kids around too. I didn't know they had a family.
Hey there! I haven't seen you in ages! What's keeping you so busy? I've been looking forward to playing with you again. You forgot already? You're silly. Daddy brought you over to our house recently. We had some snacks together.
What is she talking about?
We've had a lot of customers over the last few days, so we've been real busy. And like my mom always says, some people are more than just customers. They're friends. Oh, another customer's arrived. I better go see what they want.
This is all wrong. I never once heard the owner of this restaurant talk about their family. It certainly isn't a family-run business. And that child, I don't recognize her at all. Could this be a false memory?
Very good. I knew you had it in you. Aren't you going to try the house special?
When did he show up? No, none of this is real.
You don't seem to like it here. That's fine. We can change venues.
took all my strength to open the moon gate, and then I leapt into it. So this is the moon's reflection? The mysterious realm beyond the gate? I can't sense anything. I guess I could try opening the gate once more. No response. Maybe this space can't be opened from inside. If this was the space that killed both Revier and his lover, then why am I unscathed? Or... no, I'm not unscathed. Even the air here feels frozen in place. There is nothing here with which I can restore my power. I should conserve my strength and proceed with caution.
I think that's Columbina as it's her
I
time
don't
to
believe
shine to
Dottore's
save us.
scheming will stop just because I escaped. If there is any chance that I can get back to the others, any chance at all, I must return. Emptiness, silence. What is this place? Or maybe the real question is, what is it for? What's this? Looks like it responds to my power. Golden. Like Kuvaki. Is it some sort of guide? And why does it feel so familiar? I might as well follow it. Where does this lead? Could it be the exit?
Welcome home, Moon Goddess.
Is this Nasha Town? But isn't Moonbriar Night over already?
Goodbye for now, Columbina. I hope you have a wonderful night.
So she glides along the ground.
Llama, everyone else, and me? Are these my memories? I can't touch them. It's as if we're separated by some impenetrable power.
Over here! Over here!
But the people in these memories pass right through me. Just like when I disappeared. If only I had known what would come to pass after that. Even so, I should still take a look around. Just being back here, it gives me the strength to keep going.
My one chief complaint about Columbina is, in fact, this is one. Columbina's design is fine. Take what you're gonna do with her with the story. Gotta keep her power levels consistent, okay? She's either a dying goddess or she has power, alright? By that, she's either a dying, well, I guess say fading goddess. Because it's been established if her rejection of Teyvat rejecting her. This is why I said the lore writing up until now is very kind of fucked. Because you can't have her as a fading entity and a fading moon goddess, yet say she has power. Because if you remember, chapter ago, he was fading into non-existence. Period. You can't have her both ascending and rapidly descending. It is the dumbest plot point you'll ever find. Now assume she's in the same moon prison that Riri was in. Because she does play the part against the Doctor. Now, the interesting part is... Actually, and this is the part I don't know. This is all new to me. I know the part of the fight with the Doctor, but... Yeah, no. That if she's meant to restore power, she should be a waning goddess. She shouldn't be. But then again, let's say she doesn't get ripped apart by being shoved into here. Follow the direction. It's at least giving me a guide.
Welcome home, Moon Goddess. Oh, you're the genuine article. Alice was right. This moon prayer night was worth watching after all.
Oh, yes. That was the fortune-telling stall run by Barbaloth from the Hexen Circle.
Please, draw the first lunar arcana. This represents destiny and is the foundation for the divination as a whole.
My destiny. I believe the card I drew was the moon. Now that I think about it, Barbaloth's divination was absolutely right. It's almost time to draw the last card. The one that represents the future. That was the card that popped out on its own. From here, I think. Kuvaki Pulse?
See, I like this touch. That's why I have hope in it. Because the story, yes, normally you'd hate it if you didn't know what it was.
What?
Fascinating. I've never encountered this before in my role as a diviner.
What's going on? Did that card leave the deck? Because of my influence? All I did was try to touch it, and then... Maybe this memory space is not untouchable after all. Are there weak points in the barrier? Or... is it possible that there's more to this space than my memories alone?
This card is death.
I need to get to the bottom of this. I'll try touching something else. 。
She can basically manipulate reality.
No, it's gravity. It's pulling me outwards. No, Traveler!
Haimon, listen to me. From the bottom of our hearts, we are so sorry. We completely understand how you must feel. The Traveler is trapped, and we all feel responsible for it.
Don't say that! Haima's not a little kid! You didn't leave her behind on purpose! There was nothing you could do! But... She's all alone in there! What if something happens to her? What are we gonna do then? We've barely spent any time apart since we met. Is she gonna die?
We must find a way to rescue her. We were all involved in the operation where she was captured, and we do not abandon our comrades. That being said, it won't be easy. Through conversation with the others on our return, we've arrived at a basic idea of what we're up against.
I mean, the thing is, every Harbinger has their own power. The Knave is powerful because she has the power of the Crimson Moon Dynasty. Columbina arguably has power, but saying this is where they start to fuck with the powers of the Fatui. They say dottore is the most powerful. But in a way, he really isn't. Like, he has power. I think. Like, it's because you've never really ever seen him as a combat potential. It's definitely not like Marionette, because this is like, I remember the discussion. It's like, yeah, they're not that as powerful, even though Capitana was number 1, then number 2, and Colabina was number 3. Now, let's say you take into account Piro, which should be the most powerful. That's the Jester. But, and Nikki is but, power scaling and places in the Tui don't mean shit by this point. It's implied some have combat experience, and then it's also implied some don't have combat experience. Because that would put Marionette, aka Sandrone, way down the pipeline now, wouldn't it? Even though she is the one who single-handedly builds and designs most of the Patui tech, which will be questionable after she is now dead and no longer with them. But I want to say, judging from the trailer, and I will be very curious, is that she returned. But the big deal is, it's a very big fake out when she dies. Now, realistically, does the Doctor have the ability or a MacGuffin that traps people in dimensions? Okay. Light, shape, sound, light, shapes, and sounds can he manipulate? Sure. That's what makes Dottore good. Dottore is, and when I said he's a really good villain, I would have preferred to see him majority of the time. And it's not hard, but it's like, I don't think they wanted to pull the trigger. I think he's a secondary boss. Because you frame everybody else as a secondary boss. You could elect his intentions all around. They did it in that law. They actually built up Capitano to be one of the biggest. But it wasn't the bait and switch with the Abyss. You knew there was going to be a confrontation. Ouch. You knew there was going to be a confrontation between the two. But after that, you learned that the captain is now trying to save now. That's the purpose. But it's also implied each of the Patui have a goal. As long as they serve the Zari's. Now, they portray Dottore as disloyal. Now, is Dottore 100% disloyal? Give or take, Dottore is one of the most complicated characters in all of Genshin, period. Dottore's entire history goes back to, like, he got kicked out of the academia, he went to Inazuma, he then went back to Sumaru, did experiments, he found a way to keep himself alive for hundreds of years. He found a way to clone himself, and then the original Dottore was eventually killed. I think the big twist was actually the fact alone that the one we have is a clone. Now, that sounds confusing. You can know that's what his backstory is, but I don't think they really explain it. Some of the cutscenes, sometimes the backstories, sometimes that. Like, they actually, to soothe over, I think, the potential backlash, they actually released the final animations after a couple of days. They waited till enough of the community stuff. Which, I mean, that's more respectable. Because I don't think that the burning of the Ermin Soul Tree, it's like fine. It's one of the few events I've ever seen them do because arguably they gave the ending away before everybody got to it. Now the real question is why? Ultimately. Personally, I feel like the story's going to be really. The story's going to have good parts and bad parts. I don't disagree with him creating the artificial moon. It's not where I disagree. I disagree with how they did the other part. Because him being the major villain would have always made more sense, starting with 3. But I would have started it, arguably done it over a 3-chapter arc. 3-chapter arc. That's probably what the minimum would have been. Maybe don't introduce him in 1. Do it between 2 to 5. No bullshit. No nothing. Have it build up from 2 to 5. Now, the Sumaru and burning Irminsul is his final fuck you? That's a separate build-up. I think that was an attempt to fix Sumaru. Because him trying to get the power of the moon goddess is not wrong. It just it plays itself out over 2 hours. In not 2 hours. I wish the story was 2 hours. 2 chapters. It's called filler. Filler till Sneznaya. There's your crop. Mm-hmm. Yeah? Don't give me that look. As I've stated before, do not own, but make sure your cats are fed and do not own birds. Most are two of the worst animals you can actually own. My cats love them. Bear in mind. Yeah, I know if you would eat. So yeah, then I would basically save 6 and 7 for the epilogue. I mean, it would make better sense. You have 5 chapters to be able to play with. So let's assume 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You could have probably told the whole entire story over 5 total chapters. Instead, they wasted them.
Dottore's lab has clearly been in operation for a lot longer than we realized. We found many monster samples stored there. In all likelihood, they were materials he used to research his latest technology. We also know that through his contact with the phantoms of Hyperborea, he gained knowledge about the moons and certain Hyperborean technologies. Using this knowledge, he then fashioned an artificial moon marrow to serve as a replacement for the frost moon beyond the sky. Unlike Columbina, Dottore is not being rejected by Teyvat. And even with 2 of the 3 moon marrows, his power far exceeds all of ours combined. Once his 3rd moon marrow is complete, Dottore will have completely seized the authority of the 3 moons. Teyvat's most primordial powers will then be in his grasp.
Does that mean...
I'm afraid so. No one could have predicted this level of insanity. Not even from Dottore. And unfortunately, his insanity is coupled with an intellect and ambition that not even his peers in the Fatui can match.
This is dire. Sounds like the world is done for.
The 3 moons' authority can influence the very fabric of time and space. I dare not imagine what a monster like him would do with that kind of power.
The trouble's already begun, I'm afraid. On our way back, we discovered that part of Nod-krai is being enveloped by an unknown energy. We cannot ascertain what is happening inside. I'm convinced this is Dottore's doing. Not that there's any way to prove it. The issue is, we have no idea what his intentions are.
The only thing more frustrating than facing down evil is knowing that it will surely come, but not knowing when.
The doctor is guilty of numerous crimes in Mondstadt as well. One of our knights, well, former knights, his father was murdered by dottore. His ideology and methodology are a danger to everything in his path, from individuals to entire nations. He does not feel guilt, even when he acts against his own people.
He doesn't see them as his own people, that's why. People like him see everyone else as beneath them.
Right. He views other people only in terms of how they can benefit him. That's the basis of all his social connections. Granted, he's hardly the only harbinger to pursue their own interests. We all do. And Her Majesty is gracious enough to permit it. Still, her mercy has its limits. Dottore's actions have gone beyond even what the VIII could have imagined. Usurping divine authority to become a god. For a servant of the Tsaritsa, that goes beyond being disloyal. It's treason of the highest order. We can't expect him to heed the Tsaritsa's will once he gains the Three Moons' authority. Even we Harbingers consider him the most self-interested among us.
Poor Traveler. Of all the people to get caught by... We have to go save her! Right now! Please! We gotta find a way!
Paimon, I promise you, we are with you all the way.
I get how you feel. I do. But it's gonna take more than strong emotions to take down an enemy like dottore. What we need now is more information.
Right. We can't even guarantee he's still at his research center. Before we can think about mounting a rescue operation, we need to confirm the Traveler's location. I'll find a way.
Paimon knows, but... She's so scared. If anything happens to the Traveler... She might be the strongest person Paimon knows, but she's still human. She feels pain and bleeds just like anyone else.
Then think things through before you stick your neck out. Unless you want to lose your head.
Sandrone.
Miss Sandrone, you're okay?
Put the stuff over there, and be gentle with it. Am I okay? As you can see, I've had to move my whole livelihood out of the Experimental Design Bureau. It's been swallowed up by dottore's energy field. If I'd left it any longer, I probably would have gotten stuck there. Ugh, dottore always goes a little loco when he finds a shiny new toy. Not that he'd ever admit that. But this time, he's gone full psycho. Just go ahead and cry already.
Sorry. Paimon's not trying to make it seem. It's just... She can't.
Oh, Paimon.
Let it all out. There's no shame in it. When you're overwhelmed by fear and despair, crying can help get it out of your system. You'll feel better for it.
Okay then, while the baby of the group is having a moment, how about the grown-ups get to work? Give me your hand.
You've made a discovery?
Polonia, scan. You, hand, now.
Oh, I thought you'd never ask, my lady.
Curses! You're next, then you. Dottore, you son of a... He's done something to us! Everyone who entered his research center has been implanted with some sort of curse.
I don't feel anything unusual at the moment. Does that mean it hasn't activated yet? Is there a way to figure out its purpose and what might trigger it?
My best guess is dottore created it using the Moon Goddess's powers. 1 second, analyzing. Ugh! friggin' maniac!
So, what twisted game is he playing this time?
The moment I analyzed the energy composition, some encrypted text appeared in my mind's eye. And when I deciphered it according to the Fatui standard encryption protocol, I got the following message. Feel free to run, or you will perish in Nod-krai.
He's mocking us.
Yep, he loves to toy with people. Only in this case, there might be more to it. But I didn't detect any murderous intent or malice either in the message or... Just go ahead and cry already.
Or perhaps all people are cowards in his eyes. Maybe he thinks the threat alone will be effective.
What a despicable person. And he has the Traveler in his grasp.
If I may, as unhinged as dottore may be, he has always exercised great patience with the objects of his interest.
I remember a comment he made when we first arrived in Nod-krai. He said, "This world is, on the whole, an exceedingly dull place. But at least there are a few intriguing features, such as the gods, or the Traveler. Presumably, they interest him because they're unknown quantities. He wants to understand as much as he can about them."
Agreed. The Traveler is Tevat's fourth descender. All Harbingers are aware of this. Since dottore took such pains to capture the Traveler, he is unlikely to kill her right away.
Okay, but we still have to do that rescue operation.
Of course. I also think we need to read between the lines with dottore's message. If he's encouraging us to run, that means we mustn't leave Nod-krai under any circumstances. My guess is, his curse will only trigger if we leave.
We've discovered multiple energy fields. Albedo is still attempting to analyze their structure. He told me to report back first. Each field is slowly growing, swallowing up more of the surrounding area in the process. And the pace of their expansion has increased since we first examined them. He's probably trying to swallow Nod-krai whole.
His nefarious ambition knows no bounds. If this continues, the whole of Tevat will be in trouble, not just Nod-krai.
The loss of Columbina could not have come at a worse time. Do we think she's truly gone for good?
She entered the space beyond the Moon Gate, knowing what became of Rerir and Thalindis. I'm sorry, but I fear the odds aren't good.
Don't be ridiculous. If I know her, she's busy finding a way back as we speak just so she can annoy me. She isn't dead.
Whatever has become of her, the fact remains that we are two comrades short on the eve of a decisive battle.
We need to find out the Traveler's location, but there is also other work to be done.
Agreed. Whatever dottore is planning, we have to get the local populace somewhere safe. So, as well as a rescue mission, we have to organize a mass evacuation at the same time.
It would be best if someone could approach leaders of neighboring nations and negotiate emergency asylum for Nod-krai's inhabitants. Can anyone handle that?
Sneznaya is one option. I'll see what I can do.
This would be so much easier if the Traveler was here. No! Stop thinking like that, Paimon. Paimon will join you. She's pretty well connected thanks to the Traveler. Maybe it'll come in handy. Either way, that's what the Traveler would do if she was here.
Back here again. That gravitational force that pulled me back. Is this where it came from? When I saw that memory of Moon Prayer Night, I think I influenced reality. Was it just a coincidence? Or if only I could have sent the others some kind of warning on Moon Prayer Night. Maybe we could have stopped dottore. I feel so heavy. Does entering that space consume a lot of energy? Well, even so, I have to keep moving forward. Back to emptiness and silence again. I should try and find my way back inside that memory. From last time isn't showing up. Looks like I need to gather these scattered fragments. It worked! Hopefully I can stay inside for a bit longer this time.
Ad Astra Abyssosque. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
What? This doesn't look like Moon Prayer Night.
Extra, extra! Latest issue of the Nasha Express!
I don't think I've ever been here. Maybe this space isn't comprised of my memories after all. There aren't any festive decorations around. Is this Nasha Town after Moon Prayer Night ended? Did Dottore's plan not affect the town? Or is no one aware of what happened because he used the Three Moons' authority? Let me see if I can influence anyone else.
So, what do we do next?
Wait, that voice. Paimon?
The most important thing right now is to find that mage.
Lauma, the Traveler, and Mr. Varga are here too.
I'd better go pay the Fatui a visit.
Traveler! Huh?
Columbina?
I made contact. It's me, Columbina. Huh?
Traveler?
Let's go! This is no time to be spacing out!
Huh? Wait a moment. This has happened before. This is what happened when I disappeared. I stood right over there, thinking that no one would ever find me again. It was only when she called my name that I decided to follow them. But did she turn around because she sensed my touch just now? Is it really possible that from in here, I can change the past? If I keep following them, maybe... Huh? It's that gravity again. Every time I influence reality within that space, this force intervenes and pulls me back. It's as if it's trying to stop me from leaving. I'm getting weaker and weaker. I'll just have to try another approach next time. Come on, Columbina. Keep going. You have to tell everyone what happened.
Suddenly, I've been plunged into darkness, alone. It feels strange, as if something has grabbed hold of me. Is dottore now powerful enough to interfere with space itself?
Look at you, standing so still in total silence. I almost didn't recognize you. Hello there, traveler.
He seems to be in a good mood. Wait, what's that behind him?
Ah, so you noticed. This is the completed trilune. 2 primordial moon marrows and 1 artificial specimen. You are wary of it. Good. Maintain that reverence. You performed well in that recent battle. Brave and reckless as always. Courage is the sign of a true hero, and impulsiveness is the hallmark of those who strive to advance. I say this not to belittle you. Most creatures are far more timid by comparison.
3 moon marrows. Does that mean the artificial one is now complete too?
Well spotted. What do you think? For a replica I built myself, I dare say it looks the part.
dottore, are you planting illusions in my mind?
I have no interest in fooling your eyes. On the contrary, I hope to show you the true essence of all that you see before you. Is this not a beautiful city? People live in peace and find joy in their work. The streets are safe. People can even leave their doors unlocked at night. You might say it is the Elysium everyone dreams of. All available data indicates your values and worldview conform with the mainstream. This kind of society should be quite to your taste.
False beauty is deceitful. Lies are to no one's taste.
I wonder, is it your moral standards that are too high? Or your expectations of reality? Answer me this. If someone existed in a sweet dream from the moment they were born, a dream in which they never once felt pain, which do you think they would consider superior? The dream or the reality?
That's pure sophistry. It has nothing to do with your actions.
The irony is they just described
As I
Pentakame.
suspected. You have yet to understand all of this for what it really is.
The interesting part is, if you think about the line of being in reality, that's why Pentakame is the way it is, entirely in HSR. It's entirely an eternal dream where people can make a reality of what they want, but there is still suffering. Even death. It's considered a vacation hub to some, but the ones who choose to live there think it's real or find a way to live. But even then, the families there, it's not entirely. Humans do not want to live in a utopia. Humans never would. That's actually why, like, Brave New World makes more sense versus anything else right now. You have to let everything play out. Listen, Doctor's line of logic is good, but it doesn't really conform. By the way, they do hint that the Traveler is the fourth Descender, which is rather funny. Yet, the Traveler should be rejected as well. But the Traveler is not rejected, which is a really strange idea.
What do you want from me?
You sound impatient. Do you think the only reason I'm keeping you is because I want something from you?
If it's not, then why haven't you killed me yet? No one can stop you if you're as powerful as a god.
I'm delighted you recognize that fact. I believe we last squared off in Sumaru. Ah, the memories. How time flies. You and I have both grown. I'm not surprised that Arlecchino and Sandrone worked with you. You've always a way of slowly but surely ingratiating yourself with all levels of society. People laud you as a hero, but I suspect there's more to it than that. Oh, but to be clear, I don't say that to flatter you.
Do you always give your opponent an appraisal before you deal the final blow?
Call it a long-time habit. I'm a researcher, and one of my duties is to give an objective assessment of my subjects. But you misunderstand. We are not opponents. Not at this moment. I just want to talk. Think back to Tartaglia, Arlecchino, Capitano, Columbina, and now even Sandrone. You've worked with each of them in the past. I believe you can work with me as well.
What makes you so sure?
Well, why not? Should the good associate only with the good and the bad befriend only the bad? I like to think we could have a more mature relationship than that. Surely you don't think all your relationships are grounded in friendship or shared ideals? People come together because it benefits them to do so. If you think of the people you admire, you must surely admit that they have provided some benefit to you.
This is why I think he sounds a lot like Matt. I've been dealing with. Really funny. Poor dude. Always think he's arrogant. And this is the one thing it's about Dottore. Dottore always had a dream. Because the whole thing about, I would have said just keep this the final arc and have something different. Now, if you wanted to have a final arc with him burning down the thing at Sumaru, fine. But it's always like he's been one step ahead before he joined the VIII anyways. So, that's the big deal. It's a lot like people if you think arrogancy is that. He still loses, based on one simple flaw. One simple flaw. But to get there, it's a variable he had never foreseen. It's the same thing that the person I'm dealing with actually has. He doesn't see his fatal weakness everywhere, but let's be clear here. He does. That's why, like, the man has it. Like, but he also wants to say the Traveler is a descender. Okay, so the fourth, right. It doesn't make Skirk one either, so you gotta realize that doesn't make Skirk one. And that's the weird part about Skirk's trailer. Skirk's trailer, she should have entered Teyvat as a descender as well. But she didn't. She entered it as an explorer or traveler, rather, from afar. Which is strange. Very strange. But, I mean, as I said, there's going to be a lot of dialogue. Some of it explains and sometimes doesn't. Because if Dottore is the first outside of law Signora who's actually evil, pure evil, versus misguided.
Morality, ambition, dreams. People have plenty of words to embellish the nature of their relationships. But once you break free from those ethical frameworks, you will see that the only thing connecting the two of you is mutual benefit. And that is what I'd like to talk to you about.
We're finally getting into it. He's probably been planning to kidnap me for a long time now. But for what exactly? He has the authority of all 3 moons. I won't be able to gain the upper hand in a fight. Best if I pretend that I'm willing to negotiate for now. You say you're a god, but you also speak of mutual benefit. What could a god want that the 3 moons cannot provide?
Excellent question. But before I answer, I would ask you the same thing. Gaining Columbina's allegiance was a rare and extraordinary feat. But the Moon Marrows are now in my hands, and I have the edge over her. For this artificial moon is not being rejected by Teyvat. Her identity and lineage may have been a thing of glory in the old world, but they were also shackles that prevented her from ever integrating into Teyvat. I, on the other hand, you may view me as a thief, but I have overcome that limitation. So what is it that the 3 moons cannot grant you? What stops you from negotiating with me to get what you want?
I don't make deals with lying psychopaths.
That's quite an accusation. Are you expecting me to get angry with you? Well, this is one aspect in which my personal growth has served me well. In the past, my less mature self might have been disappointed, perhaps even angry, over a small setback like this. Like when you and Lesser Lord Kusanali joined forces to oppose me, for example. But things are different now. Just as the rich do not quibble with the poor, I no longer find myself perturbed by these trivial affairs. Human relationships end with conflicts of emotions and interests. But relations between humans and gods are different. And ours is even more unique. I have ascended to the highest heights and laid claim to unprecedented horizons. And you were no ordinary person to begin with. Allow me to show you the world, Descender. To stand, walk, jump, sit, and lie down. These are the most common of behaviors. Have you ever wondered why we were born following such laws? Who stipulated that we could not fly instead of walk? Someone of your talent and experience must surely know of the 4 great rulers who serve the heavenly principles. They govern life, death, time, and space. One wounded by a blade will die from blood loss or infection, and one who falls into a lake will drown in agony. The elderly wallow in solitude, and the solitary age faster. Eventually, new life is born, only to embark on the same path of suffering. These 4 divisions anchor the world and shackle those who live in it. But they themselves transcend its boundaries, squandering the power bestowed by the heavens. All who live yearn for equality, but unless the gods prostrate themselves and profess that they are mere servants of the living, equality can never exist. Who makes the rules we must live by? Who has the right to restrict us? The limits of the body can be rejected.
Scorch and burn by everlasting flame!
How does it feel to be among those with absolute power? You cannot conceive the extent to which your flesh hinders your mind and spirit. Only by discarding our useless, primitive eyes can we perceive a new world. How narrow-minded we all were in the past. Why should the final answer of the world not be the power that predates those of life, death, time, and space? The power of the Trilune. Through it, I have glimpsed new experimental possibilities. Nature suppressed, authority exiled, souls controlled. You know, I heard recently that a group of critics reviewed countless stories and drew an interesting conclusion. They found that it is more often than not the villains who strive tirelessly to push the boundaries of progress. In fact, long before this, someone voiced a similar idea in an academia editorial. I felt a great affinity with this perspective. I have never been afraid to step up and play the role of the villain. Fanatics are trampled down for their transgressions, and those who transcend are rebuked for their audacity. And so, the majority of creatures are too timid to follow my lead. But all sacrifices made during my experiments have been worthwhile, as you can now see. I can offer you something new, something unique, precisely because I am a villain. Think about it. We are eternally bound through mutual interest. Can you truly say you would never turn to malice if it could give you the life you dream of? After all, what value do perfection and purity really have? They are fragile and feeble things, utterly tedious. I say, better to be governed by a flawed humanity than a gnosis. The true seeker of knowledge is the villain who undergoes countless tribulations in pursuit of their goal. I'm sure many people have told you that you're different.
Because I'm a descender?
Exactly. Very clever.
But what has that got to do with you?
I do not conceal my wicked deeds, my selfish desires, or my greed. A true researcher must act as I do if they are to understand and speak of the truth. And yet, a knowledge seeker like myself will inevitably grow tired of studying Tevat beyond a point. You have traveled to all corners of the world and met many people. Along the way, there have been moments when you were misunderstood or even became a wanted criminal. And all the while, you have spent your days doing some of the most mundane jobs in the world. You fight and toil, claim minuscule rewards from my friend Pantalone, then you fight some more, winning some battles and losing others as your search goes on. And this cycle continues, with no end in sight. Surely you must sometimes grow weary of being stuck in this same loop day after day.
We're completely different. I embrace everything that life throws at me. I am engaged in every step of my journey.
How does that make us different? I too embrace what life brings, researching everything that interests me. Think of all the novel things I've managed to create. Like the artificial moon marrow. Don't you see? As unique a specimen as she was, even Columbina is not irreplaceable.
Take that back! She's gone because of your actions!
I didn't say that to anger you. Though admittedly, I don't see what there is to be angry about. Anything Columbina could do for you, I can do better. I know what your ultimate goal is. You wish to walk the path your brother walked and seek answers from him at the end of that journey, don't you?
Someone like you could never understand what it feels like to care about another person the way I care about him.
Perhaps not. But that doesn't mean I can't help. I could find your brother right now, bring him before you, and make him give you the answers you seek.
Don't be so presumptuous. You'll never begin to understand the situation between us.
Oh, no. This is no presumption. I'm only offering what I know is possible with the power of the Trilune. But it seems like you would sooner continue with your journey through this world. Why? Do you truly desire this journey? Or is it simply a necessary process from which you cannot escape? Think of all the time and energy you have spent, everything you've had to endure just to make it this far. Is this really what you want? Or has your hand been forced by the promise of that final answer?
Unless it's kind of the paper is more the world the large job. Also, try. Because come to think about it, what I sky see as the light. The real question is what he doesn't talk like this. He has a friend. He is just a divine judge. But there is also was his aim was to destroy the ghosts. And here's she gave the divine authority, basically, Nubala, to rule over basically now. But she restored the dragon's sovereignty, the control of the principle, actually out of that decision. Yeah. Only minds that human have it rejected. Natwan's case is really interesting too. Natwan has another story, but they still work in concert. That leaves two nations that are that would be fun. Not unless they know what others is. Now, granted, that's like probably one of those things when they explain Project Stuzen. They what who's the father of the child, who is Elisa, could be Levi third son, which is the child who is supposed to be about diagnosis. That's actually but he's also used to describe that that's a very similar print of people. People during the war that happened because of faith and but they have a principles still some is very but you belong as good last dragon son which he could have been born behind the truth. He could have just for himself. Because the interesting thing about it just he comes from behind. He could have perverted he could like Roulette chosen a human where he gets this. And then now it just happens that in the economy, like everybody else, and maybe we have principles. But that also applies to that too. It's like New Roulette knows he's a dragon son. But if Pyro is not, see, Pyro is not one of the sinners of Conrad either. He's up there. He's not the Mad King. But you gotta think of it this way. if that is the case, there are higher. Because one of the things that makes, like, the hidden knowledge of the game interesting, it's not that. Because he's looking up at the sky. The interesting part is he can see the heavenly principles. Now, are they going to roll that back if we ever find up dealing with Hero? Possibly. But it's very heavily hinted at. Now, it could be because he's from Conria, he knows they're there. But it could also be because he is Nibelung reborn. Dottore is not Nibelung. I know it's low. Well, I think it's low because of reasons I have. Nah. By the way, Theo, look, I don't care about you and your war with one gun. It's interesting. Yeah, of course he lives there. I don't care about his 6 months the other. The thing about Nibelung drives the story. And if the Heavenly War, well, the War of Funerary Flame, drives the story itself, okay. But that's a far ancienter event. No one within recorded memory is going to have any idea of it. The first Archons died during the Archon War. Some died during the Archon War. Others died during the Abyss invasion 500 years ago. That's what happened to the first Shogun. But then again, if upsetting the heavenly principles was going to cause a divine order, nothing would stop Dottore from being struck down before we could act. I would arguably say it's more fun, but a lot of this story, I know. Everything is funny to you. I don't think he's ever. Nothing about our people is funny to me. Nothing about the enemies. I don't really care about them. To be honest, the less I know about someone's identity, the better. Guessing is funny. Unless you look for the magical Rosetta Stone. Basically, Dottore is offering the Descender the power to become their avatar. Again, whatever you wish. I mean, ultimately, we're going to reject it anyways. I mean, that's the thing. But he's also under the presumption he's already won.
Yes, you have made many friends. But do they ever spare a thought for the void in your heart and what it yearns for?
But they don't know what we yearn
What you want
for.
is not friends. It is family. But do they know this? I, on the other hand, am far more considerate. Join my experiment, and in return, I will bring your meaningless journey and all its struggles to an end.
This is a malicious attempt to manipulate me. But at the same time, he's stating some very human truths. Of course, he's right about my predicament. How can I deny it? I have faced ungrateful strangers, never-ending troubles, an endless quest for answers. I want to see him. After everything I've been through, words can't describe how much I miss him, how much I want to be reunited with him. Wherever you are right now, do you miss me too?
All right, everyone. Our next mission is clear. We need to contact all the major organizations, explain the situation to the public, and then begin the evacuation.
The residents of Nod-krai are quite dispersed. The two most populated areas are the Southern Isles and Pyramida. Miss Lauma, I will leave Hisi Island and Nasha Town in your hands. I will liaise with the Fatui and Pyramida.
Agreed. We will reach out to Natlan and Sneznaya. Anyone found north of the Experimental Design Bureau should follow the Fatui to Sneznaya. As for those dwelling south of that line, I will ask the VIII Guild to help persuade them to leave. Then I, Mr. Varka, and the Frostmoon Scions will escort them to Natlan.
The VIII Guild has dealings with the Curatorium of Secrets. I will send them a letter vouching for your credibility. Yehoda, you should help Lauma. This is too big of a task for one person.
My wish has come true. You're willingly lending me your most capable employee for the day.
Well, good for you if all this only takes a day. Of course, if it takes any longer, I'll be charging a fee.
Boss, wait! Don't I get a say in this?
Oh, I'm sorry. Something to add, Yehoda?
Well, no one's more important to me than you, boss. And remember how Lauma healed your eyes after that big battle? I think that's worth at least 2 or 3 days' work for the Frostmoon Scions.
Are you completely incapable of acting in your own self-interest? Or do you simply devalue your own labor?
Are you sure you don't want to come with us?
Who will see to our other work if we're all busy evacuating residents? Sandrone insists that Columbina is still alive, and we have a traveler to rescue. There's much to be done.
But boss, I'm just worried that...
Well, Nefer, I'll link up with you once my tasks are complete.
What makes you think I'd need you to do that?
I'll need it. And considering the way you approach certain matters, I think you'll be better off with me present.
That's quite enough. Just focus on your work first.
I bet we're in for an uphill battle here. But we can help out too. Inefa and I are gonna help Nasha Town's residents carry their stuff.
Loading schedule. Store essential local research data and technology samples, then escort the people to Natlan. Understood. I will execute this to the best of my abilities.
Great stuff. Thank you, ladies.
I've contacted the Lightkeepers. A colleague of mine will join us shortly. I will persuade them to conduct a thorough search of the region to ensure that no civilians get left behind.
As for me, I guess I'll be making an early return to Sumaru. I think it's important that someone informs the Dendro Archon of what's going on in Nod-krai.
Roger that. Someone should inform Mondstadt, too. Mr. Duran, can I trust you to handle that? I think you fly faster than any of us can run. As an added incentive, get there fast enough and I'll see about getting your gliding exam waived.
Really? Ha! Mission accepted, sir.
I intend to stay behind and help Miss Sandrone with her research. She has some alchemy-related questions that she'd like me to explore.
She recognizes your expertise, then. I wish you a fruitful collaboration.
Thank you. In truth, I was surprised to hear her express an interest in subject matter outside of machines.
I believe she has been investigating some Fontanian technology recently. She made a point of bringing the relevant materials with her when she left the Experimental Design Bureau. She's sorting through everything in her room as we speak.
I should mention that we have one other friend who isn't present. He hasn't made his position in all of this clear. But if we know anything about him, he's likely investigating on his own.
Paimon's been very quiet today. But I know how close she and the Traveler are with the Natlanese. She should come with us to the border.
Okay. Paimon will do her best.
Make sure to heed Sandrone's warning. Many of us have been cursed by dottore. As such, under no circumstances should anyone cross national borders. Remain within Nod-krai. That aside, personally I have faith in Columbina. Things look grim, sure, but who knows how it'll play out. Same goes for rescuing the Traveler. Both of them are important allies and friends. We'll be counting on you to gather intel on them, Miss Nefer.
Oh, wonderful. You're all here.
That voice again! Nicole? Whoa, that was loud! And it came out of nowhere. So mysterious.
Sorry, this is the only way I can speak to you all right now. Please accept my apology. Anyway, time is short. I'll cut to the chase. We're still facing quite a catastrophe here at the world's borders. Alice has roped in every Hexenzirkel member she can get a hold of. Except for me. She told me I had to come and help you all out as a matter of urgency. I quote, "You love talking, don't you? Well, now it's finally your time to shine. Take these. Make sure the whole party gets one each. You'll be in charge of making sure everyone stays connected."
Huh? Is this a dodo communication device?
Scanning. Unknown device. Analyzing. Unknown device. Conclusion. Cute. Affirmative. It is cute and good. I believe that I quite like it.
This is no ordinary dodo communication device. It's my very own special modified version, specifically... sorry. I almost went off on another tangent there. Anyway, help yourselves. It will allow us to communicate over long distances within Nod-krai. No more worrying about shuttling messages back and forth.
What astounding technology. Am I right in assuming that it relies on your personal abilities to function, Miss Nicole?
Yes, exactly. Right on cue, Albedo. I'd love to brag to you all about how it all works. But no, next time. Anyway, I'll be right with you all, serving as a communication hub. That's all from me. Head off as soon as you're ready. I'll be staying here to keep watch, and I'll be sending you my blessings.
And we are here again. Good. I know what this is. Did you enjoy Special Operations the first time? Now you get it into version 2.0. Yep, it's version 2.0 now. I guess we need a second. Alright, so the plan is going to be a 10-minute break, because I actually just gotta get the egg done. Because what's gonna happen here... Oh. Yep. Of course I'm an idiot. Oh, I gotta cut out. This is if you haven't met him, Ilguna.
Ah, Sir Flint. Perfect timing. I just arrived myself. You are most considerate, Master Ilua.
It's basically gonna play out.
I know you have been sitting here for quite some time. If you saw me, why didn't you say something? I was curious to see how long you could sit still for. Also, shouldn't you have managed to sense me approaching? That would be a first. You always seem to appear out of thin air without making a peep. Also, how many times do I have to tell you not to address me as master? I don't qualify. I beg to differ. Why should a young man so well versed in social graces as yourself not be worthy of that title? Please, Lord Flint's... Sir Flint's. I'm begging you, don't flatter me into complacency like you do with everyone else. You understand me better than most. My newest acquaintances tell me I love complimenting others. What do you think? I think they don't understand why you do it. You just love puffing people up till they're a big, happy ball of hot air that floats away into the sky. In all sincerity, I can only hope that they bring good tidings when they come back down to Earth. Is the situation that bad? We just held a strategy meeting. Let me fill you in. In short, we need everyone gone from Pyramida. We also need a team of Lightkeepers to scour the more remote regions of Nod-krai for civilians to evacuate. I only hope we have enough personnel. We do. Old Man Nikita will definitely help, and we can recall anyone out on patrol to focus on this instead. Good. I'm sure you and the others will make short work of this. Now, don't forget, once you've completed this task, make sure you and the rest of the team evacuate to either Sneznaya or Natlan as well. Flint? If you've got something to say, Master Ilua, why not guess what I'm thinking right now? You mentioned that you have something else to deal with later. How difficult is it going to be? I doubt it will be easy. I know you're a Lightkeeper, and it's your duty to protect others in times of crisis. But I have a feeling that you'll be walking into grave danger. However bad things have gotten in the past, Nod-krai has never faced a mass evacuation before. But from the sounds of it, you don't intend to come with us. I don't mean to pry, and it's probably none of my business. But whatever it is you're intending, you don't have to go through with it, you know. I've been afflicted with some sort of curse, and I'm told it may well trigger if I set foot outside of Nod-krai. As such, I cannot leave. I have to act, if for no other reason than to fight this curse. What? No. Why? Why would anyone want to curse you? There are plenty of people out there willing to trample over others in pursuit of their own goals. Frankly, Sir Flint, I am furious. You're making light of what is an incredibly serious situation. Indeed I am. And? And what? I told you, I'm furious about this. Nothing I can do about it, I'm afraid. Things happen, and we just have to deal with them. If you find yourself feeling angry, perhaps start by drinking a big glass of water. Hey, you mean you're completely unmoved by my anger? I'm devastated. Then allow me to express my sincerest regret. Come by the lighthouse sometime. We'll catch ourselves a few fish, have a little barbecue, play some cards, and bask in the sun. Maybe I need to spell this out. Lean in a little, Flint's. Oh my. This doesn't bode well. Word is that you were caught up in a real horror show recently. People were amazed that you returned safe and sound. They've been debating whether you're even human. I've returned safe and sound from plenty of crises. When you say people, do you mean other people? Or do you just mean you? Fine. I'll be frank. You're not human, are you? Heavens. Now that's a horrifying thought. You know what? Forget it. We'll revisit this once it's all over. A sound plan. Albeit a little ominous sounding. Just promise me you'll come back in one piece. Alright? For you, Master Ilua. How could I refuse? Also, please pass my regards on to our colleagues. Tell them, thank you all for your assistance. Please put safety first as you proceed with the operation.
I have to keep searching for a path toward reality.
You know what? I'm gonna have to edit this crap anyways. All of it. I am back official. The good posted edit, I'll be able to fix it all. My problem is I didn't eat before I did this. I mean... I always hate the idea of a dying goddess. If she had no power, she wouldn't have any power here.
This should do it. The last 2 times I tried to influence reality in this space, it consumed a lot of Kuvaki. I'll try and be more careful this time. I need to leave key clues behind using less power. I hope everyone still remembers what I said on Moon Prayer Night.
I'm going to edit all of this down. It's gonna suck.
Nothing here either. Flints?
Ah, Miss Nefer.
What are you doing here? Unless...
I just spoke with Itlua about arrangements for the search and came for a walk nearby. As for you, why would... Huh. It appears we think along similar lines. And neither of us likes to accept things at face value.
As well as figuring out how to gather intel on the Traveler, I wanted to confirm some of my own suspicions. Also, we'll need to bring a lot of force to bear against dottore, even if we're only looking to rescue the Traveler. We can't leave anything to chance. You don't think Columbina perished either, do you?
I'm merely considering the possibility that she survived, just as you are. How much can we really know about a deity like her anyway?
Do you remember what she said on Moon Prayer Night? About using moonlight to send messages to us?
Of course. I think that's why we're both here.
Where have you checked so far?
I've been focusing on the outdoors. Anywhere the moonlight shines. I checked most of Nasha Town, but didn't find anything.
I checked the Curatorium of Secrets, and a few rooms where I thought I might find some leads. But no luck here either. The only places I haven't looked yet are the rooms in the flagship. But process of elimination isn't the only thing that brought me here.
Oh, really? What's your other reason?
After all that build-up, our mystery ally never showed up even once!
Huh? Am I imagining things? Come on, let's see what's going on.
Oh no. I knocked over a vase as soon as I came in. It must have been caused by a Kuvaki fluctuation when I entered the space. Although, it seems like I'm not about to be pulled away this time. It looks like as long as I'm careful with my actions, it doesn't count as influencing reality. Anyway, is this the flagship? The Traveler mentioned that's where she was staying. I only went into the lobby last time, so I've never actually been here before. How does this space work? If nothing else, I can now be sure that it is not simply memory. She mentioned where her room was. I think it's this one. The door is closed, But if this is anything like when I disappeared, then maybe... I'm in. She and Paimon aren't here at the moment. I hope she's okay. I wonder what happened to her after that battle with dottore. Best not to dwell on that for now. I need to try and leave them some clues. Please, Traveler. I really hope you find this.
Huh. Just a cat.
Nothing else here strikes me as noteworthy.
Didn't you stay here for a couple of nights once?
Before Rerir showed himself, yes. It's also where the Traveler and I first met.
Did you notice anything unusual during your stay?
I remember thinking how much noisier the flagship is at night compared to the graveyard. Other than that, no. The Traveler and Paimon were most congenial neighbors.
This is where they've been staying, yes? Over here?
That's right.
I wouldn't usually condone breaking and entering, but we can make it up to them later.
Focus now. I have to write a message on the wall using Kuvaki, just like I said on Moon Prayer Night. Simply open your windows on nights when the moon shines bright, and the moonlight will naturally flow towards the words I have written. Here goes. I'll need to carefully control my strength. There's a noise outside the door. Is she back? Please, you have to see these words.
Well, do you sense anything?
Unfortunately, no.
And this place was our last chance.
Not necessarily. We've only looked in Nasha Town so far. Miss Columbina said she would leave messages at her friends' dwellings. It's still worth checking where Miss Lauma lives and where I live.
Let's try and make some time to look into those then. Wait.
What are you waiting for?
Paimon might have overeaten slightly. What's that look for? This is a victory feast. It's normal to eat a little more than usual.
The Traveler and Paimon. It's really you. But... Why are they talking about a victory feast?
Huh. You worried Paimon sick while you were out there fighting Rare, so this is your chance to make it up to her, alright?
Wait. So this is the night after the battle against Rare. How did I end up here? That's quite a long time ago now. Wait. Time. That's it. Every time I've entered reality within this space, it's been at an earlier point in time. Every one of those points has been before I fell into the moon's reflection. And everything I've done to affect reality really did happen in the past. Does this mean that within the moon's reflection, time flows backwards? Starting from the moment I fell in?
Not long till Moon Prayer Night now. It's gonna be even livelier than tonight. Although, it's gonna be sad saying goodbye to the damselette. She seems like a really nice person.
Paimon. No, I can't. Even if I make contact, they probably won't understand what's going on. And in any case, I'll likely get pulled away again if I do. Instead, I have to find a way to get them to notice what I've written using the moonlight. Wait, even I hadn't thought of doing that before Moon Prayer Night. They'd never conceive of that possibility. Is there truly no other way?
Don't lose heart. We'll find a way somehow.
Huh?
Oh, you say that, but the Frost Moon is beyond the fall sky. If we wanted to go visit her, how would we make it through to the other side?
We might not have all the answers now, but I'm sure we'll find a way one day.
Huh. Guess someone's gotta be the optimist.
The present. The future. That's right. There are still things I can do.
What's your plan?
Flint's, when you were staying next door, did you ever open the window?
No. The rooms here are dark and damp, and there's such a buildup of dust on the windows that the moonlight can't even get in. I didn't think it was worth the trouble.
The moonlight?
Ah, I think I see where you're going. One moment. I'll see if the owner is available.
Don't bother. Time is of the essence.
Time. Even if no one sees what I've written at this moment, maybe someone will remember what I said after Moon Prayer Night. I need to write down as much information as I can. And maybe one day...
Huh? What's up with you? You can't even hold your cup steady. Are you getting tired?
A little.
Well, you should probably hit the hay then. You've had a really tough couple of days for you.
You truly have. You helped defeat Rare, helped me reclaim my name, and you helped the others organize Moon Prayer Night. Wherever you are right now, I'm sure you're still fighting against the injustices of fate. This is all I can leave for them. How I wish I could stay here. But it's time for me to go. I hope to see you again in the next time. And if the opportunity presents itself.
I will surely return to your side.
Huh.
Columbina. She's alive.
Not only that, but she's left us an entire wall's worth of clues. She even wrote down what would happen on Moon Prayer Night. It's just a shame we found it too late.
I am here. Time in this place flows backwards. I am constantly moving forward.
It sounds like she's found a way to influence the past using Kuvaki. But her future is our past.
So, These words have been here ever since we defeated the Ray Hero Solnari. We just never discovered them. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Do you ever mull over questions like that?
Only when I'm in a good mood and at leisure.
Well, I never do. Everything that has happened already belongs to the realm of fact. As a business person, and especially an intel broker, what I do is extrapolate from those facts to try and read the future.
An admirable philosophy.
It's a means of survival. Let's go. We have a wall's worth of clues to share with the others.
I mean, technically, there is a way to find out. It's more ingenious, too.
It appears that the doctor's energy signature has changed to something similar to Kuvaki, but not like the Kuvaki we're used to. Nod-krai's Kuvaki devices will only have a limited effect on it. I can see why you've chosen to place your hopes in alchemy instead. Also, I must say these books are rather profound.
My subordinates just shipped them in from Fontaine. Some of them are from the Narcissenkreuz Ordo. Some are incident reports from Petrichor, and then there's a few test reports for these junk machines. Additionally, after some further scanning, I've discovered something extremely annoying.
What's that?
Teyvat's skies contain multiple moons. A long time ago, when I did my first scan, I detected 3, just as the legends say. But when I checked again just now, I detected 4 moons.
So there's one extra?
Yeah. Originally, I thought that if I could still find 3 moons, that would at least mean Columbina's still alive. But then it occurred to me that apart from the Frost Moon, Teyvat's moons are just husks.
That's key.
And husks surely shouldn't show up in the scan, since they're not alive. It's
Fourth
weird,
moon is
isn't
entirely different.
If we can't even distinguish between a dead and a living moon, how are we supposed to know whether a moon goddess is still alive? Or does this mean that the moon marrows are equivalent to the moons themselves?
That said true for the first 3.
It's certainly possible. In which case, the 4th moon you detected may be Dottore's artificial creation.
So he wasn't bluffing. He really built his own moon marrow. Ugh, I'm so mad right now.
He's not
It's easy to
wrong,
get
but the
overwhelmed
problem
when you have
is
too
what the
much on your
4th
plate.
moon is entirely
Maybe
separate.
you need to relax. Perhaps try going for a walk, or simply take a few deep breaths.
Nothing can calm me down at a time like this. I need more time, and I need progress.
It's Mr. Flynn's.
I really hate that ringing tone. Ugh. First the 4 orthants of the Narcissenkreuz, then moon marrows. Now what?
Oh, sorry if we're disturbing you. Might I ask what's troubling you?
What do you want? We're busy.
Are you still at the Curatorium of Secrets?
Yeah. Look, everyone else is still out, so there's no hurry. Plus, I'm busy, so I would appreciate if you gave me some space.
Even though we have crucial intel to share?
Fine, I'm listening.
Do you intend to share it via the Dodo communication device?
Ordinarily, I would, but this is a unique situation. I think it's best that we discuss it in person. See you at the Curatorium.
All right then. So, what's the situation?
The rest of the team is still out working on their missions and evacuations, but we've decided to fill you in on the most crucial information first.
Sandrone, you were right. Columbina is most likely still alive.
That's the best news we've received in a while, by a long way.
random locations. Appearing in reverse order? Are you serious? Ugh, so not dying isn't enough for the moon goddess, huh? She has to show off too. Anyway, does this mean we can deduce her condition from the moon marrows?
Miss Androne, there's nothing wrong with simply admitting that you're happy to hear the good news.
I'm not. And she's the least of our problems. We're facing a huge crisis. If she can't control the flow of time in there, she's just gonna keep moving backwards. Different points in time won't intersect, and she'll never find a way out.
Let's say life begins with a drop of water. When did time begin? The moment this planet came into being? No, that's not right. Her final destination would be the moment at which the space she is in was created.
But it doesn't seem like we can influence that space from the outside world. So how can we help her? Also, if she's alive, Rarier and Thalindis might be too. But as far as we know, neither of them have come back out. That space may not have an exit at all.
I'm afraid I must concur with Miss Nefer in this.
Can't exactly argue with that. Let's leave it there for now. I've taken notes on everything you said.
Will it help with your research?
I doubt it's gonna help with breaking Dottore's energy fields. But who knows when it might come in handy. Better to have it all written down than try to remember everything when I need it. Alright, I need to get back to my research. Mr. Albedo has made a lot of suggestions that will require my undivided attention.
Sure, I'll stay here. I have things to work on. Paimon, are you there? Oh, right. She went with Varka to Natlan, didn't she? Good thing we've moved her and the Traveler's luggage in here. Speaking of the Traveler, where could they be? There's a note from Paimon.
Paimon here. Not in at the moment, but if anyone needs to borrow her stuff or the Travelers, go ahead and help yourself. Paimon won't be mad. Also, Traveler, if you get back before Paimon, make sure to get some rest. Paimon misses you a lot, but put your health first, alright?
How sweet. Well, since you offered, Paimon, don't mind if I do. This is the Traveler and Paimon's luggage. All the items they use day to day are here. It's well organized. I wonder which of them is responsible for that. What do we have here? The camera captured a special moment that can only occur between people who are close to one another. You can really sense how the photographer feels about their subject. I wonder why this picture was placed outside. Is it because Paimon recently looked at it?
You ever heard of story placement for reasons? That's it. A big guy
This
that
must
sits
belong
in
to the
corner.
Traveler. Perfect. I'll use this. Hang in there. We'll find you.
Polonia. Search keyword world formula and bring me all relevant books.
See, that's why I want to find the other quest. When she comes up with the because it's not till then. Comes back with the she comes up with the idea of the reverse formula after dealing with the Oceanids of the rival of her father. That's actually how she comes up with it.
Let's see. This one is Ontonki Sermon Dictation concerning the apocalypse. I believe that the correct term for this is Fortuna. This was an ancient Romorian technology, a wisdom unparalleled. I never imagined that Romorian ideas would be so similar to the diagram I have named, the World Formula. This is strong evidence that human civilization should gradually shed possibilities as it continues to explore and evolve. The end of humankind may well be upon us right now. The sparks of civilization shall run out, unless we consider introducing variables from outside the system. Variables? Surely that can only mean one thing. Descenders? Dottore likely captured the traveler because of her descender status. But the Three Moons' authority comes from the world itself. Why would dottore need anything beyond that? Where does this variable factor in? The world formula calculates the fate of an entire world. Introducing a variable would therefore give us... Polonia, search keyword pathway and bring me all relevant books. Otonki Sermon Dictation. Explications on the Chemical Marriage. These titles are pretty esoteric. Observe and compute the pathway displayed in the guidance diagram. Deconstructing and reversing its effects could generate potential ideas. So, it's one of Renee's draft lectures. Deconstructing the pathway. I suppose that could lead to a breakthrough. This is so long. This guy sure loves showing off his knowledge. Polonia, search keyword tree model and bring me all relevant books.
See, she fought Renee. That's the guy's name. Was Guillotine's
Most of the
rival.
experimental devices proposed by the
And she
Lilia
found the
Crucis
reverse
Ordo
formula.
are built based on the simple
She
and
builds the
basic
world
logical
formula
structure
based
of a
upon
tree
it.
model. Lilia Crucis. Guess they were trying to cover up the name of the Nautitzenkreuz Ordo? When Duke St. Germanus departed, he said, "It seems that there's no going back." Alas, he is only a genius when it comes to machines. In all other things, he is but ordinary. Excuse me? I'm sorry. That's just ridiculous. What kind of book is this? Great Detective Herlock, the Alchemist and the Clockwork Saint? Isn't this a novel? Come on. Still, the author swears that they knew Renee well. Whatever. I guess it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Renee would say nonsense like that on occasion. Memory, wishes, souls, and persona. Frankly, this sounds more like occultism, but if Albedo vouches for it, I suppose there must be some alchemical basis to these techniques. The way Alain Guillotin saw it, the world was comprised of machines. The universe needed machines, and thus his technologies were created. That's why I was born. Renee, his full name was Renee de Petrichor, if I recall correctly. Sounds like he and the town must be intricately connected. That place was also the source of most of our information regarding Remurian civilization. Seems like some of his projects were based on their technology. The cutting of souls and storing them in vessels. These seemingly unrelated techniques underpinned Renee's research. Assuming that the four orthants correspond to alchemical categories. The chemical marriage model? Alain would have scoffed at that. He never would have let those theories or parameters anywhere near his mathematical formulas. What was Alain's view on Renee? I know he mentioned the name, albeit very rarely. Oh, now I remember. Alain's old notes are here too. They mentioned Renee once. Renee seemed most out of sorts when he spoke to me. A lack of sweet foods has dulled his mind, I should think. Either way, his words are not to be believed. Yep, that sounds like Alain. My subordinates actually did a half-decent job digging out all these materials. Makes a change. Good for them. Some of Alain's old files are completely consistent with these records. He must have gotten them from the Tower of Gestalt. I never knew he got his hands on Renee's records that early. Heh, he may have kept them, but he never even attempted to use them. Didn't believe a word they said. Come to think of it, Renee's world formula was filled with calculations of constants. That shows he believed that the fate of the world to be predetermined. As for Alain... it's been too long. I forget what he said. What would he have said? A guy like him, fervent believer in machines, but not headstrong enough. The world can be changed. It is worth persevering. Yes, that's how he used to think at least. He created that procedure to save this world. Yet the scale of the world's fate proved too enormous. The result was beyond his ability to calculate. He died having never seen the outcome. And there I was, left behind in the ashes of his dreams. Did you really never take a close look at Renee's research? Or did you read it, but deem his philosophy incompatible with your model? The very thought of trying to incorporate his ideas probably made you feel sick to the stomach. Well, don't worry, because there's a whole new category of lunatic in town. Next to dottore, every other madman looks sane. You once asked me what I wished for. Should have asked him instead. He's the one pining for things you'd sooner die than witness. Even the tiniest variable can make big waves in the present. Now then, allow me to put these incompatible fragments together in your stead. First, establish and verify the existence of the Great Circle. Absolute nihil on one end, absolute reality on the other. Now, search between these two extremes. Then, the construction criteria. Variables. The sparks of civilization shall run out unless we consider introducing variables from outside the system. Input variables. Traverse the world, space-time, and civilization. Then extract the essential nodes from the records to determine which variables they point to. The primordial power that differentiated itself from the void. The power of light. Yes, light. Records. Hyperborea. This is horrendously complicated. After all that, I'm still missing a few variables. I need to think this through again. How do you think it looks, Polonia? Like the frenzied scrawlings of a madwoman? Fine, keep it to yourself. It's not like you can talk anyway. I'll assume you gave it a passing grade. I jest. But true madness does often start with trying to save the world. What would Arlecchino and Columbina think if they saw this incomprehensible hen scratch? They'd probably have me institutionalized. So would Rosaline. She's been dead for a while now. When I close my eyes and think back, I can still see her face. And that enormous dress she used to wear. Such a bizarre choice. What possessed her? Oh, and the clack-clack of those heels used to drive me insane.
Long
No
Sneznaya.
one's asking me, obviously, but I hope you all know that I never wanted to save the world. I'm not crazy. I don't have delusional ambitions, and that's a
Lost
clinical
Ignora
fact.
was actually not a bad
The
villain.
world needs a solution, but I don't need the world's validation. It's the world begging me for answers, not the other way around.
See, the weird part about when you learn about Sandrone's history is her trailer actually says a lot. Like, she's a genius, but she's a product to bring the... She basically is modeled after the dead sister of Elaine. It's kind of strange. Then Sandrone basically was, you could think, dismayed. Basically thought to be, became a sentient marionette. Kind of like Geppetto making Pinocchio, which is kind of a strange analogy. Real story to use.
Oh, cookies to go with the tea.
These are fortune cookies.
They must be from that person who brought those documents. I see they're from Hotel de Boer. Something's written on the box. We are proud to present this homage to the Fortress of Meropede's fun-filled mill collection system. Fortune cookies. Have a lucky start to your day. Sounds like a dumb gimmick to me. Be early to bed and early to rise. Get plenty of sun and drink plenty of water. Then things will surely go well for you. What? Are you kidding me? Somehow I doubt that an early night and a glass of water is magically gonna save a world on the brink of existential peril.
I'm also trying to get to the point that
Lady Arlecchino, word has reached us that Lady Marionette's troops are all in position. They are ready to act as soon as the order is given.
Excellent.
The only thing is, they are fewer in number than we expected. It looks like many of them must have lost their lives at the hand of the monsters released by the Doctor.
Can't be helped. Allow them to join our ranks and keep in contact.
As you wish.
See, here's one of the interesting parts. Is, if you try to evacuate it, sure. I think that makes more sense. You're trying... Let me see it. Where the fuck is this location? Come on. I was looking for that one. I see where it is. I mean, you're assuming dottore stuff is going to cause issues. So you're trying your best to evacuate Nod-krai, sure. Yeah, good luck on that one.
It's been a while, Arlecchino. You look well.
Might be totally pointless.
Did dottore really have to build his lab right on the sole path between Sneznaya and Nod-krai? Had to go on a huge detour to stay out of its line of sight.
Sounds like an arduous journey. I assume you've brought word from Her Majesty?
Of course, all part of the job. Firstly, the Tsaritsa has authorized VIII Internal Affairs to review dottore's case. They will reach a formal verdict on whether he has turned traitor and whether he poses a threat to Sneznaya. While they're working on that, I've been ordered to come and receive the refugees from Nod-krai.
They are nearby. My team will escort you to them shortly.
Great. Aside from that, Her Majesty has a message for you and Sandrone personally. Huh? Where is Sandrone?
She stayed behind to work since I was making the trip anyway. It seemed sensible to have one person on standby at base while the other came out to meet you.
All right, guess that's just how she rolls. In that case, tell her that the Tsaritsa's decree this time is pretty awesome sounding. I think she'll like this one. Still, I wonder what... Wait, what's that? Did one of our troops turn into a monster?
Take him out. Laid bare. Witness my rise. Transfixed.
You're mine. Shouldn't let your guard down. Who's next? You've gotten stronger, Arlecchino. Nice.
Stop that right now. I appreciate the praise, but I am not fighting you today.
I knew it. I can't believe it. He was a living, breathing human one moment, and the next...
Another fine piece of work by our dear colleague, I'm afraid.
What in the world has been going on in Nod-krai?
A lot. But long story short, dottore stole 2 moon marrows that should have belonged to Columbina, then built a 3rd moon marrow of his own to concentrate the Tri-Lunar Authority in his hands.
What? What do you mean he built a moon marrow? People build roads and houses, not moon marrows. What's his next DIY project? He's gonna build a god?
You could stand to be less surprised. We are harbingers. The work we are engaged in makes the creation of gods seem mundane by comparison. I tell everyone who asks that you once crossed swords with Rex Lapis while serving as a key supporter for Rosaline's plan. But right now, you're acting like a common adventurer.
Thanks for speaking up for me. Those 2 really took me for a ride back then. Then again, surely no common adventurer would manage to get tangled up with them the way I did. That's gotta count in my favor, right?
It almost sounds like you wish to repeat the experience. I might have to lower my opinion of you.
No. I'll stop talking. Please, go on.
Dottore is currently still experimenting with his newfound power in ways that continue to corrode the outside world. As for the human mutation, I believe this is simply a consequence of his experiments, and not a strategic move. That radiant beast was once a subordinate of Sandrone's. I suspect he was only allowed to live so that he could become an experimental subject. Also, those of us who fought dottore have been afflicted with a curse. As such, I cannot leave Nod-krai.
This is so much worse than I thought. No wonder Her Majesty's decree is so extreme. While these exceptional circumstances persist, the Harbingers are hereby authorized to use unilateral executive powers. Should dottore pose a threat, Arlecchino and Sandrone are permitted to eliminate him.
My thanks to Her Majesty. I will pass these good tidings on to Sandrone.
Her Majesty has also declared that she will refrain from launching an attack on the now evacuated Nod-krai due to the presence of unretrieved research material.
A wise decision.
By the way, how's my old partner doing? I'm assuming they're with you?
Partner? You mean the Traveler? I'm afraid I have bad news. She was captured after our failed assault on Dottore's lab. Her whereabouts are currently unknown.
What? Why? Since when does Dottore have a bone to pick with her?
That is indeed the question. I'm not sure he does. He must have some other goal in mind.
This won't do. I have to rescue her.
You can't. We have no idea where the Traveler is.
What am I supposed to do then? Stand here twiddling my thumbs?
Sandrone is working on it. The best thing you can do right now is complete your mission.
Fine. I guess I'll leave this to you then.
One last thing. Tell the Rooster to get the message out to the gods and citizens of every nation in Teyvat. Beware. An uncontrollable pollution is spreading forth from Nod-krai. The source of that pollution is a madman drunk on the success of his experiments. The Fatui and our allies will endeavor to contain the threat. However, if Nod-krai falls, things are likely to escalate. Considering Dottore is one of our own, all Fatui stationed in Nod-krai consider it our duty to stay and fight him to the bitter end. Whatever the cost.
Hey, don't be too pessimistic. If it comes to it, I'm sure Her Majesty won't stand by and do nothing.
I hope you're right.
So he created giant ink blot.
Thanks. Hey, do you think I'll get that gliding exam exemption? I made sure I was on my best behavior in Mondstadt. I landed well outside the city and walked in through the gates.
I'll help you apply, don't worry. For now, let's see what we have here.
What are the doctor's energy fields even made from? The usual attract and repel principles that govern Kuvaki don't seem to apply to them.
They are very mysterious, but ultimately, they appear to be comprised of energies from the three realms. Thanks to research by Master and the Hexen Circle, we know that Teyvat's 7 elements are derived from the more primordial power of the Light Realm, which is antagonistic with the power of the Void Realm. Since you have the power of the Dragon Durin within you, I'm sure you can already tell that this energy field contains no abyssal energy.
That's true. It's not abyssal energy, it's something pure, wild, and untamed.
I've been thinking about something. Do you still remember the device that Dory supplied from the Academia when you and Miss Columbina fought Rarier? That was one of the most marvelous feats of ingenuity I've ever seen. The design, the craftsmanship, the material selection. I couldn't fault any of it. Not to mention the operating principles. Surely the most ingenious feature of all. Dory didn't go into detail on how it functions, but I have a working theory. The clue was that Miss Columbina was somehow able to use the pyro energy that you provided, despite the fact that, as a moon goddess, she should only be able to use Light Realm energy in principle. Now, all elemental energy is, of course, derived from Light Realm energy to begin with. Hence, I suspect that the device works by restoring elemental energy to its original state. This presumes a theoretical model of the 7 elements akin to that of light refracted through a prism. Perhaps it is no mere analogy. Maybe there is indeed a prism in this model. I almost wonder if the idea for the device was conceived based on direct observations of said prism. It would explain how such an ironclad design concept was achieved. It is at once a masterwork of engineering and a groundbreaking application of the Academia's latest elemental theories. I suspect only Lesser Lord Kusanali herself could have devised such an ambitious technology.
The weird part
But
is
back to the energy
Dendro's
field
that.
before us. If this is pure light realm energy, its relation to elemental energy is one of integration versus division. Or you could say that the former contains the latter.
Well, that also is why if abyssal energy is void, Ainsliff might be the first with it, because Dendro is outside the spectrum of it as well. Because moon energy is different. Because there's one thing to remember. All Honkai games of sorts always have more elements than they give. You have the 5 basic, probably plus the others. But at the same time, dottore can basically use moon technology, which is probably derived from dragon technology, which, to be clear, it's bullshit in the first place that no one knows about except dottore. Because the problem is, Doctore's entire vision comes from the basis of a world, which wouldn't surprise if it comes from the knowledge of the moon prism, of course, which is the moon gate. That's what he's using. It's obvious. It wouldn't surprise me at all if he had knowledge of dragon technology. Because dragon technology is lunar-based by nature. So, it's not out far of the realm of the possibility. But they're going to take this story in equal.
Could this mean that elemental energy can dilute the power of the light realm?
Should we give it a try?
We should.
It works!
Clear signs of disruption were detected at the periphery of the energy field. This indicates that elemental energy can disturb or even negate the field. Now you try.
Alright, here goes. It's working!
Switch to abyssal energy and attack again. No surprises there. Abyssal power drains the energy field to a significantly greater extent. I now feel confident in asserting that the energy field is indeed pure light realm energy, and that elemental energy can dilute it.
But the energy field is huge. How much elemental energy will it take to neutralize it?
We don't have to neutralize it completely. We can. That's all for theory. Would you like to continue watching?
So you knew I was here.
Huh?
One thing I am noticing about this story, I'm not sure if it's intentional, is they try to get all the artificial enemies, the artificial people to actually live and work together. Oh, like, oh, you have Duran, you have him, you have basically Scaramouche. Sure. But the problem is, yeah, he has Swirl. Just
A
fine.
while ago. But Albedo sounded like he was working on his thesis defense back there. Back in Sumaru. You can end a person's whole career by interrupting them mid-speech.
Very thoughtful of you. I'm truly touched. Could I ask you to lend me a hand?
With what?
A little test. Try using Animo to unleash a concentrated assault with circular blades, with the goal of breaking through at a singular point.
Nice! This time it tore through the field.
Tremendous. This is a major breakthrough.
Should we go through?
We probably shouldn't risk having mutually antagonistic energies in such close proximity. Duran, you stay here and watch the entrance. Hat Guy and I will go in to investigate.
Sounds sensible to me. Keep your eyes peeled, Duran.
Don't worry, I got this. You two be careful in there. Just give me the signal if you need help and I'll dive right in.
What do you mean, signal?
It's based on a new alchemical concoction I developed last month. When 2 bottles of it are smashed on the ground together, they emit a blinding burst of light. If it comes to that, remember to shield your eyes with your hat.
Glad I asked. Thanks for the heads up.
Like I thought. Beyond a certain distance, we can't see the opening where we came in. Maybe that's to prevent people from escaping.
Sounds like Dottore's style to me. Not much has changed. Things are basically the same here as they were before the energy field appeared.
They have no heartbeats and they're not breathing. We can only assume they're dead. But there are no visible wounds. Also, there's an animal squatting next to each body.
It's watching us. That's not an animal's gaze.
What are you trying to tell us?
Doesn't seem eager to talk. I guess maybe it's just an animal after all.
Let's keep looking around.
Wild idea. He transmuted people into animals. Pretty fucked up, if you ask me.
Same situation everywhere. Not a living soul in sight. Just countless bodies with animals standing watch over them.
Well, I think we can safely rule out the possibility that they're all pets.
Is skirting around the topic your way of showing consideration for other people's feelings?
Just being cautious. I don't doubt that you can handle the truth.
Well, is there any doubt of what it is?
Careful.
Please, help us. Please.
Over there, I hear a voice.
Please, help us. Please.
What happened here?
I don't know. Suddenly, everyone collapsed. Then my line of sight got lower. I still have some of my senses left. I gotta get out of here.
It looks like there's a huge experiment going on inside this energy field. Maybe each energy field is its own giant experiment. Vile.
He's swapping human minds with those of animals. Even without the other circumstances, this would be an extremely radical experiment. Those people may have lost their sense of selves, but they are not fully animals either. If they were, they would have left. But instead, their instincts are driving them to remain by their dead bodies.
We should go. No sense in sticking around here longer than we need to.
Agreed.
I mean, that's a little... goes beyond a little fucked up. I mean, as I said, the man's downright evil. I have a high doubt even if you tried to reverse it, it wouldn't matter.
Ah, you're back! Everything okay?
We saw some things that take a strong stomach. Otherwise, we're fine.
We should share our findings with the others.
Yes? Who is it?
Miss Nefer, it's me, Albedo. We found a way to break through the energy fields. With enough control, it's possible to tear them open using elemental energy. Also, we managed to take a look inside. Dottore is carrying out his cruel experiments on an immense scale. Any residents who have failed to evacuate in time will likely meet a grisly end.
Sounds like he's living down to our expectations.
Might I ask how things are proceeding on your end?
I'm just about to get started. I'll be in touch once I have a result.
Understood. Stay safe.
I will.
Well, Nefer, I'll link up with you once my tasks are complete.
What makes you think I'd need you to do that?
I'll need it. And considering the way you approach certain matters, I think you'll be better off with me present.
You know, there's times a story would drive a person to drink. Reality of it is.
Let's begin. Entering simulation mode. A vast wasteland. Is this the Traveler's inner world? I was expecting something more vibrant, to be honest. Wait, someone's there.
What are you looking at? In that case, I'll look at it with you. I want to know all about everything you've seen and experienced. Is there somewhere I should return to? Or should I stay here and be the hero everyone says I am? I don't dislike my current life. Roaming the land, fighting battles, accomplishing missions, earning a living, looking after Paimon. It's not so bad. I guess the only thing that's missing is that you're not here with me.
This is the conscious layer, which contains a person's true feelings. It is filled with both longing and kindness.
I suppose anyone who lives long enough ends up wishing for someone who can't be there. Maybe it's the only way we can feel truly alive.
Time to delve a little deeper.
Nasha Town is hardly the optimal choice for a place to live, but it has character and a reasonable population density.
What are you trying to say?
Oh, don't be nervous. I was just thinking where might make a good starting point for your journey. Perhaps I should send you further afield. Conria, perhaps.
Conria ceased to exist long ago.
Once again, you fail to understand the possibilities that the Tri-Lune creates. Anything that has existed in the past, I can now recreate. You simply do not wish to see that happen. That might be because you miss your sibling and fear getting answers that you are not ready to learn. But this is not for me to judge. If we are to collaborate, we need to maintain an amicable relationship. In a moment, you will be able to...
Oh no.
What are you... What are you gonna do?
Don't move. Something unwanted has crept into... Oh? Gone as quickly as it came.
Did you save me?
If I hadn't cut the connection, dottore might have caught you from the other side and destroyed you. This was a good idea, but once is plenty. You were exceptionally brave. Excellent work.
Thanks, but now's not the time for that.
God. I mean, this is just bad.
I think I know where she is.
What is this endless darkness? I can't see anything, even though my eyes are wide open. But why? What happened?
Ah, sorry about that. I take it you didn't notice. Just now, a friend of yours took a little peek into your mind.
Could it be Nefer? How did she do it? Did she use something as a medium to connect to me?
Do you think she's aware of your current circumstances? Oh dear. Have I stunned you into silence? I only wanted to slow down your time a little so I could stop your intruder in her tracks. It would have been nice to capture the spy. I must say, I'm finding the ability to adjust the flow of time rather intriguing. The moment you closed your eyes, time seemed to grow impossibly viscous, didn't it? A whole month passed before you opened your eyes again, but only for you. No one else was affected. I dare say this is something only a god can achieve.
Point taken. You've proven once again that you have god-tier powers.
Oh, you misunderstand. This wasn't about proving a point. I was testing things out. I find I learn best by doing, and I have to admit, time is not the easiest dimension to control. I only wanted to make you sleep for a short while, but it ended up lasting a whole month. Clearly some finesse is required to wield the authority over time as I wish. I hope you're not angry with me. It was only a month's discrepancy, nothing too serious. Had I been off by a year, a decade, or even a century, that would have been quite a different story.
You could have frozen me for millions of years. So much for collaboration. You aren't showing much sincerity.
Millions of years? To what end? I wonder if you don't understand humans all that well. They are very pragmatic creatures who understand only that which they can perceive with their senses. If I had you sit here for a week, I imagine people might sympathize. But if I left you here for 100, 1,000, or 10,000 years, the sheer size of that number would cause it to lose all meaning to them. They would not have the capacity to comprehend your suffering, and thus
He's actually very correct about this.
Unfortunately, while gods do exist in Teyvat, it is ordinary humans that account for most of the population. Their lifespans are so limited, their bodies so fragile. Did you ever really hope that they could begin to understand someone like you? Your long life and unique origins make you fundamentally different from them. How long will it be before they start to treat you like the alien you are? Before you are ostracized, outcast?
Alien.
Even I feel bad for you sometimes. This world has made you into a slave. So many times you have served its will, and not once have the powers that be ever thought to grant you the one simple thing you wish for. You have been treated most unfairly.
In this part, he's very true.
I will grant you special privileges and give you back the status you rightly deserve as a descender.
I've entered the past 3 times at this point, but I still have so many questions. For instance, beyond each point being further back in time than the last, what determines the specific locations at which I can make entry? So far, the common thread linking all 3 scenarios is that the traveler has been present. But it's more than that. I know I sensed something familiar around her. What was it? I'll keep this question in mind as I carry on.
Humans, you never change. Always trying to use powers you neither comprehend nor control.
This looks like Star Sand Shoal. Was this before Rerier regained his physical form?
You've messed with the cannon again, huh? Sorry, but this round's not gonna go your way.
The cannon. That's right. I was at Silvermoon Hall and I sensed an abnormal Kuvaki fluctuation coming from Nasha Town. And right after that, came an ominous power emanating from Star Sand Shoal.
My body was once torn into countless pieces and hurled into the swirling chaos of time itself. But even so, my life and will were not extinguished.
I wonder if I could try to prevent his resurrection. But how would I do it? What can I do, here and now?
Traveler! Behind you! Look at that light!
No, I won't make it in time. She's using the Kuvaki shield like I taught her. Is she gonna use it to block the cannon's beam? She's strong. I'm sure she can manage. but the force released when the beam impacts the shield might lead to collateral damage. Easy Island. The Frost Moon Scions will be exposed to lethal levels of Kuvaki.
A question, if I may, kind Miss Columbina. When the cannon's Kuvaki beam was deflected earlier, I saw several bolts of energy streak toward Hisi Island, only to be blocked. Did you also have a hand in that?
Yeah? Did. Very clearly.
Maybe that really was me after all. Well, future me.
Present.
But I don't know if I have enough power left. There's no time.
It's like a reverse story of explaining time and story
Oh,
backwards.
Frost Moon. Oh, great land. Oh, slumbering moonlight of Nod-krai. If you can hear me, if you can sense my call, then please, heed me once more! Did it work?
Hey, wake up. Hey, did you call him, Bina?
Oh, good morning, Sandrone.
It's 3 in the afternoon, actually. And could you kindly not use my quarters as your personal nap room next time?
But I feel so safe here. And your coffee, right? It's so bitter, but it smells lovely.
It's like you were raised by wolves in a forest or something. What did you drink growing up? Grass tea?
The Frost Moon Scions certainly led a more frugal existence than the Fatui.
Then I'll bet you've never eaten one of these before.
It smells delicious.
That's because it's a Fontanian recipe. I had a little free time today, so I made a batch. Rosaline will be here shortly, but if you really can't wait, I guess you can go ahead and... Hey, at least let me finish before you start eating! Did the Frost Moon Scions not teach you basic table manners? Or did the rules not apply to you because you're the high and mighty moon goddess?
These are so tasty.
Of course they are. I made them.
I was worried they might contain traces of machine oil.
What? You know, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Why did you leave your old home and join the Fatui? I mean, I'm sure their food was awful. But there's gotta be more to it than that.
Well, life there didn't go quite how I imagined.
What were you expecting? You're a god. Your followers are gonna make some demands.
See, this is such a weird way to explain
Surely
the
you can just
story.
answer a few prayers here and there in return for the free food and drink. How bad can it be?
Well, would you help other people just for free food and drink? The doctor told me that you were created by a great mechanic, Lord something Fisher.
The Lord Artificer. Ugh, some people can't keep their mouths shut.
Oh, Lord Artificer. And didn't he have something to do with the, narcissist?
Narcissenkreuz Ordo.
Yes, that was it. Narcissenkreuz Ordo. So, Would you try to fulfill their wishes?
You must be joking. I wouldn't go even if they paid me. I don't even know them.
Exactly. Well, I felt the same way. I did not know the people who made demands of me.
Huh. What do you know? We're on the same page for once. In his later years, Alan did ask me if there was anything I wanted to do. If I had any wishes of my own. Well, I don't. And I'm not in any mood to fulfill someone else's either.
Who's Alain?
He was the... You know what? Never mind. You're not gonna remember. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, neither of us is the self-sacrificing type. Let me ask you this. What sort of place would you like to live in, if you could choose?
A place where people don't ask me for things I cannot give them. Where they don't worship me, or fear me, but just want to chat with me like a normal person. I'd also like the freedom to come and go as I please. And ideally, it would be somewhere with the smell of coffee and snacks.
Not to burst your bubble, but no such place exists in the world. Now, take your snacks and scram.
Did I pass out? Of course. I'm back here again. I dreamed of events from my past. Sandrone. Traveler. I miss you all so much. Back there. I guess I managed to harness all the Kuvaki energy on Hisi Island. But how did I do it? Time is flowing backwards here, and I can use that familiar power to enter the world of the past. That mystery ally everyone talked about. It was me all along. I can sense that there isn't much more power remaining up ahead. What lies at the end of all of this? Will time keep flowing into the past? And will I ever find my way back?
He was already weak, supposedly.
It's getting harder and harder to use my power. I'm no match for the Abyss in this state. I need to avoid the contaminated fragments. Time to go. I wonder where I'll find myself this time.
Graveyard. In the graveyard.
The Final Night Cemetery. This is where Flint's is based.
Or not! How are we supposed to read through this many files?
Difficult, yes, but it is also our most efficient option.
Seems like they're searching for information. Oh, I remember. Flint's and Varka talked about some files on the Wild Hunt. Was this my doing too?
To expose the true intentions of this Rerir, we need to dive into Nod-krai's history.
Are my actions changing the past? Or are they simply completing a process? Is all of this inevitable? Or am I the one making these decisions? If I choose not to help them now, will it change how things turn out?
Hope we don't land on our heads then.
They're my friends. I can't not help them. And the other one was... here.
Hey! Another file's moving!
Probably what the grandfather paradox really call it. She's basically been inadvertently basically influencing the story.
That should do it. Luanatar? You can sense my presence? Wait! Luanatar. So she's that familiar presence I've been sensing all along. She's always been by the Traveler's side. That explains why the Traveler has been there each time I've entered the past. But why Luanatar? Is it because she has a connection to me as the Moon Goddess's familiar? If so, why not any other Kuhenki? That's...
Because it's very different too, because Luanatar might be her.
I cannot sense any power up ahead. Just a void, stretching out into infinity. This is likely my final chance to enter the past. It's now or never. I have to find a way back. Hisi Island? How far back in time is this? Where's Luanatar? I can't sense her presence this time.
Seeing Anafa and Aino reunited like that sure was heartwarming.
Traveler, Paimon. No, stay calm. I don't have much power left to change things. I don't even have that much time left here. Think, Columbina. How do I find a way back? A way back... to where? Do I go back to Moon Prayer Night? Or to the future that followed? And if I return in my current state, what will become of me then? Dottore's actions that day proved that he'd been planning that for a long time. He had already seized the power of 2 moon marrows before capturing me. Even if I managed to get back, how can I fight against him when he wields the Tri-Lune Authority? I can't. If I go back like this, I'll be playing right into his hands. I have to find some way of rivaling the power he has usurped. Wait. Time flowing backwards. The Tri-Lune Authority. Does that mean... I think I know what the final destination of this lunar reflection might be. I know what I must do.
Speaking of homes, we must already be close to where the Frost Moon Scions live. The vibe here feels different. Just like the scenery.
But how do I communicate my plan to my friends? Should I write it down here? No. Someone else will see it. I need something with a close connection to me. Something I can use as a medium to tell them what's happened to me in here. Now it makes sense.
What was that? I feel like some sort of breeze blew by, and then the petals suddenly turned into... Huh?
It was I who brought Luanatar into being. I gave up a piece of my own soul to create her. That's why I could sense a familiar power from the moment I entered this space. It also explains why she's been present in every past location that I've entered. Because we have a deep connection.
Hey there! What's your name?
And the reason why there are no more gates to the past after this point is that Luanatar hadn't been born then. No wonder I sensed the trace of a blessing when we first met. But I still didn't recognize the soul hidden within you. Back then, I was just a little lost dove. I had yet to become Columbina Hyposelenia.
Go on now. We've got stuff to do. Best you find someone else to hang out with.
Hey, you scared it off.
I'll be counting on you. Remember to stay by the traveler's side, guide her, and help her in my stead. Oh, and bring her to the garden where the moon prayer blossoms grow. There's a little lost dove there who will need her help. Go on. You too. Go and live your story. As for mine must go in a different direction.
Christ. Finally. 8.
How would you like to experience the thrill of never being held accountable for your actions? You could crush people like ants without consequence, or tear off their heads or limbs as you please. Believe me, such a life is but one small step away.
What point is he trying to make? Freedom? But the freedom to kill? To do evil and get away with it? Why would you offer me that?
See, what I think differentiates the siblings is the choice of Conrad. Now, I think that when they finally answer, when it's all said and done, this is just speculation on my part, what differentiates the active sibling from the past sibling is because remember, the past sibling landed in the past. Because the one that you choose is separated to the future, like you just woke up. Done by Asmodai. Now, the interesting part about it is, the one in the past wakes up with no memories. They didn't regain their memories until everything happened after Conrio. That is what one thing to remember. After Conria is when, or towards the end, is when the sibling got their memory back. Now, with that being said, the volume's too level to adjust it. But I also think the murderous intent and the more ethical to survive is what. Because when the other sibling basically chose to be the way they were, they chose. Now, that's why there's a choice. At the end of True Moon, you get another outfit. If you're Lumi, you get the outfit that looks like the brother. If you're Aether, you get the outfit that looks like the sister. Not in the kind that Todd likes. Or Matt, for that matter. But it's darker. It represents the color change. That you have accepted, that you understand the sibling. Because your journey is different. Because the sibling says they will meet you at the end of the journey. To me, I don't think the sibling is ever going to meet. If they do it, it's going to be a very interesting thing, and that's going to be done in Conria. But whatever the choice the sibling makes, you don't understand it. Because the sibling, aka I have the prince, or it's the princess in some people's cases, chose violence as an answer. Now, that's probably because they had no past memories, but it took time. It took time to understand. Now, dottore is offering power. But basically, the sibling was a descender without knowing they were a descender, chosen by the Venster King. Which, he has a point. I don't think the unit... Look, it's very weird. Because if you look at Skirk's journey, Skirk doesn't come as a descender. Teyvat doesn't turn against her. The Traveler has no enemies. Except the enemies you find. But arguably the fact that they said you're controlled by the world. No, you choose the journey. Yet the sibling's just 500 years older than you. I mean, then again, it's a darker choice. Because it turns out in Nod-krai, you actually haven't met them. That was Rinrir. So the last time we saw the sibling was in the Luma VIII story ending in 5.7. Which is actually startling that we did it. Because normally once per version by meaning, we usually get a story update. But I think this story update was... It was us on the moon that got the final message. So... the siblings got it. They were heading to Teyvat. Which is strange, but then again, that's not moving the Luma VIII story forward. That's leaving it in place for God knows what reasons. Because this is just what you, if you think about it, Because given the choice at this very moment, would you as the player choose to have ultimate power? Yes. But, the key is but, we have no knowledge of the heavenly principles. I don't think our sibling had an idea either. So it's like, would you want the actual power of a descender? But a power as of a descender is alone enough to change the world. But doesn't mean the descenders are immortal either. Because the Tsaritsa's lover, the father of the third descender, was cut from history. The third was carved up into a gnosis. Now, if they say it's the Cryo Dragon Sovereign, which I thought saw someone said is theory, that would be weird. That's why she's not at home. But there's a darker secret. Would you actually want the power? Hypothetically, if he's offering that, sure. You're talking accountability, but it sounds weird. But if a god offers you, what would you want? But what would be the price paid for it? I mean, it goes beyond the forms of magical powers of friendship. This isn't My Little Pony. Sounds incredibly odd. Because all the relationships you make is through helping nations, even though they know. But then again, they heavily try to say you're a descender. You being a descender is very important to the story. But it's also arguably maybe Teyvat is not the simulation it was. Maybe it's a different path. Because that's being long suspected. This cycle is meant to break the cycle at Teyvat. There is an end. Maybe the end has been seen before. It's like HSR. Okay, Star Rail. It was just revealed that the journey ends. The Trailblaze journey ends. It's a cyclical loop. It's a simulation. Basically, your other self becomes Nanook. And it's a cycle that repeats itself. You go into the future, reset time, and you become Machiavelli. Oh, I can't wait for that story. That story is going to be good too, because that's playing Arcadia currently. That story it's going to take me a little while to work towards. I'm stuck in Euphorius right now. But that speculation is the end of that. If Teyvat is similar, that we've long suspected as a simulation. That Irmin's soul is at the core, and I guess as long as Naida remains, Nahida is its roots, its spine. You can get rid of Irmin's soul. But then again, to kill Dottore, ultimately, he rooted himself too deep in the planet. So, it forced a reboot, but it didn't tear apart Teyvat. Without destroying Irmin's soul, You couldn't kill dottore in the end. It's not that Irmin's soul is gone, Irmin's soul can be reformed. And that's like a central computer. Unless there's another thing that keeps Teyvat normal. Because the Heavenly Principles has the Order of the Shades, the Cycle. But what's been missing? The Judgment. That's Asmodai. AKA the Unknown God. He hasn't been seen for 500 years. At least. Probably longer. Since the separation of the siblings. Not Paimon. Somebody else. Paimon is something different. That's actually one suspicion. Paimon's not an angel either. It's not something else. It's not the ship's AI. Could be. But theories that intersect with each other. This is the key. Dottore offers power. The question is, it's like anything you play a game. Would you choose it? Morally, you wouldn't want the power. You make a choice in the past differently. You wouldn't be the same person you are. Because if you change a foundational element, what do you become? I think the differences in the siblings are one had a normal journey with memories, creating them. That's ours. The other sibling that gets trapped in the past got scarred, had a journey, had a journey, was used, then suffered tragedy. So the other sibling is scarred beyond reason. Hence why the sibling wants to recreate Conria. Part of it is out of to help the people they knew. The other half is to basically revenge. That's kind of the odd thing. I mean, if dottore promises that, then why? He's just asking for an outside variable to help him. It sounds crazy, because he needs the power of the Descender. And to be honest, if we were going to be seen as an alien to the world, Teyvat would do the same thing theoretically they do to Columbina. Find a way to oust us, or find a way to hurt us. Which it's interesting. Because the siblings' power don't make sense in Teyvat. Not because you're the NPC character that needs all the power. You have the ability to wield any power. Do things. But that's the power of the Descenders. Because that's something like Skirk. But Skirk's a special case, though. I think there's something else about Skirk. Because I heard it in one of the dialogues, because I have her inside of my house, basically. In the dimension. Because I had to go remove Flynn's because his reputation's maxed. She goes, it's fine. She can summon the abyss at will. But that would also... But the abyss is... If anything, she would be an invader. Because she has the power of the Abyss. Which is foreign to Teyvat. Teyvat's ley lines fight the Abyss. It's very weird that some of the stories you find, they coming together now, it's the question of whether or not they'll pay it off. Because it's also weird that the sibling is tainted by the Abyss. Because most Descenders are not recorded in Irmin's soul. You don't have a recording. The sibling has no recording in Irmin's soul either. Which is strange.
The creation of a world is the ultimate scientific experiment. I have taken my research to the highest level, where I shall be not just a god, but also a servant to many sacred spirits. I shall heed the truth and perform holy deeds. A god's laboratory is the perfect playground. But it needs the right occupant to explore its full potential. Mortals are found everywhere one looks. Not so with Descenders. I'd prefer my first guest to be a distinguished individual such as yourself. And I know you could make the most of the opportunities it offers.
So the condition for entering the new world is to take innocent lives. The same dilemma that Rerir once faced. Could I really bring myself to kill others for my own benefit? Rerir did. And look where it got him.
Have you made up your mind?
I can't do it. Your playground is no place for me. You're putting your hopes in the wrong person. But we both know I'm not quite the hero you say I am either. I have my own reasons for the journey I'm on. And they aren't all selfless.
You've grown a lot since we last met. But there are still things you are unwilling to compromise on. This will only hinder you. Why don't I lower my requirements a little as a gesture of goodwill? I'll give you a little time to learn to be a less noble soul. That'll make things much easier for you.
I really doubt I could live that sort of life.
And yet you already sound less defiant than a moment ago. The benefits appeal to you because you can read the signs of the times. Why don't we return to my research facility? Your last visit was so rushed. There is much that I have yet to show you. Now to that question,
Heroes don't attack from behind. Guess I'm no hero.
This is most disappointing.
And I guess the time bubbles were between the two.
You're still gonna call me Hat Guy after that, huh? I didn't see anyone else in there who needed saving. It's nothing. I'll be fine. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it that shocking that I'd come to your rescue? I owed you a favor back in Sumaru. Now we're even. Distracting dottore was tough. I won't lie. He's not gonna fall for the same trick twice. That was my one shot. I'd hoped to use it to take him out. Ugh. I never wanted to obliterate someone more than I do right now. Dottore doesn't recognize me, but his segments were originally made based on an analysis of my operational principles. I expect it's only a matter of time before he figures out what I am.
So dottore doesn't recognize Wanderer because he deleted himself from Irminsul. Did he really miss his only chance for revenge by saving me?
Why the long face? Hey, I'm not blaming you, okay? And I'm not complaining either. Rescuing you and killing dottore are equally important goals.
I have a high doubt
Everyone would
kill
be pretty
dottore.
stuck without you. It's best you live to fight another day.
How are you holding up? Are you all right? Hat Guy said to put safety first, so we agreed to run as far away as we could after leaving the energy field, and only meet up once it was safe.
You don't look injured. It seems that dottore didn't do anything to you.
All right. Rescue
We're off in
operation
True
complete.
Moon.
Let's head
True
back.
Moon, here I come.
There's a lot more work to be done before this is over.
3 more chapters. Video 2. Well, this is actually the last chapter in Nod-krai outside of Sumaru.
I will bear the Tsaritsa's decree in mind. I don't see what's so awesome about it, though. Does he really think everyone else is as immature as him? I'm not stooping to Tartaglia's level.
I thought you might say that. How's your progress?
Quite promising, actually. That alchemist Albedo gave me a few ideas. Remember how I asked you to look up some files for me? That stuff on the Nazi-Kreuz Institute. René de Petrichor and Jakob Ingold. Alain Guillotin despised René's theories and methods, but he never managed to come up with better alternatives either. So I adopted some of René's ideas.
I thought Alain was like a father to you. He and René were mortal enemies, were they not?
And what would you say if Lenny and his friends one day learned something useful from someone you utterly detested?
I would applaud them for it. That would mean that they have surpassed me.
For all we know, Alain Guillotin might have thought the same thing. Not that it matters, though. He's dead, and I'm alive. So it's my call to make. Once you die, it doesn't matter how great you were in life. Only the living get to decide what happens next.
Hey, come on out. They're back.
Huh? You're back? And your head's still screwed on? And you still have all your limbs?
What does it look like? Way to keep your composure, madam.
Excuse you. I am perfectly composed.
To be honest, they'd be the perfect couple. Wanderer is an adorably good character. Coolest boss fight ever. Closest you get because he's in a Gundam. Oh, that is so long ago. Yeah, the good part about HI3, if you can go back, you can actually replay the story with different stuff. But the problem with Sandrone in theory is he's like Sandre, basically. Very much. She can't ever say thank you. Well, technically she can, but it's like about that bitterness. But she's also pride because she likes someone. Well, she likes Columbine, but Columbine brings out the worst in her. Wanderer, aka Scaramouche. Scaramouche is an interesting individual. Because Wanderer was able to write himself out of the story. But Nahida found a segment because he wanted to undo the changes in the past, and he wasn't really super evil either. It's his perk. It's time for Mr. Min just finish this up. Hopefully. True Moon's the last end. Actually, should have been the end of Nod-krai, but behold, that is. I mean, to be honest, it's going to be the
Glad
part.
you're okay. Yes, it's a huge relief.
Worry? Oh, yeah, right. You think we, the VIII, were worried about you?
We were worried sick.
Here's the thing. Okay. Call it a plot convenience. It's the friends you make along the way. If we're searching for a quote-unquote family, it was the friends you made all along. Alright? It's the friends you made along the way. Yes, your sibling is your only true family. But the rest of everybody else is your family and your friends. That's actually a good message, as cliche as it sounds. Because I believe the cliche section makes more. The ultimate end of the story is there's probably something that's just. Yeah, it's not like the bullshit like, oh, the power of friendship saves you. I mean, technically, variables. The Descenders create variables. think of it as like the one in Matrix. It's not that the one is unstoppable. The one has a control element. Zion. The machines know that the one will be around every 100 years. But Neo's a different one. He made friends different. He made friends colder. He made sacrifices. He didn't win. He was closer to the machines. That's why he was harder to predict. But later on, the person who became and made the new Matrix understood it. Okay. So the ideas programming became less, they keep trying to eliminate the variable. But the Traveler creates enough of a variable in the fashion that we win over people who aren't truly evil, but they're not truly good either. But it's also not the enemy of thy enemy is thy friend. Because, like, Arlecchino doesn't bother us, right? She respects us. Sandrone does as well. That's a very big distinction. You leave a thing. People who are truly evil only can hang with themselves, and are therefore damned for all eternity. Which sounds weird. Hell, you gotta realize we made Raiden Shogun basically repent. That's still one of the weirdest scenes I've ever seen in my life. The puppets. She uses a puppet, basically. She's heartless, but the Traveler opens her mind to, yeah, eternity is the end, but not entirely. There's room to improve.
Hey!
The Traveler and I were already friends. You are free to join this mission in whatever capacity you please. Much like your tea parties.
It's a laugh a minute with you guys.
I must say, I was quite surprised when Mr. Albedo told me he would need no additional aid.
We discussed this on our way back as well. I am rarely so unequivocal, but in this case, we had full confidence in Hat Guy.
He said he knew what he was doing. Albedo and I pretty much had to just wait outside on standby. Meanwhile, Hat Guy broke into the energy field and rescued the Traveler solo.
You didn't have to mention that.
Well, I'm thoroughly impressed. You are a force to be reckoned with, Hat Guy.
Is she back? Is she really back? Traveler! It's really you! Oh, thank goodness! Paimon missed you so much!
You can finally breathe easy, Paimon.
It's great to have you back in one piece! Oh, Paimon's been having nightmares the whole time you were gone!
Look at them. You know, once you reach my age, there's nothing better than watching a misty-eyed reunion between friends.
Oh,
It's
get
nothing.
rid of that
Same
character.
goes when you get to my age, too.
please.
I bet Ino and Anefa would be tearing up as well if they were here.
Varka, I'm not sure Anefa can cry.
Oh, yeah, good point. Hey, your eyes are looking a little red and puffy. Come here. Let's hug it out.
Hold on. No, this can't be real. No, this can't be real. Okay, I don't know if that clip is real. No, that can't be real. God, no. Sorry. You do things at once, or I'm going to go utterly insane, by the way. Oh, so much other stream I would like to do. Okay. Man, that can't be real. That can't be real. I would have to vet that source. By the way, if I could bury about 3 characters direly under a ton of rubble, and I would not miss one damn bit from this whole entire little arc, never can stay. This thing can go. Never just needs to lose her close companion. That's it. Barca just needs to be humbled, occasionally punched in the gut. He's a little too over the top. Tolerable. Never just needs to suffer. Jehoda, chunk her out back. Ineffa, shove her out back. I could care less. Never get damaged. God forbid. Look, good character. The worst dialogue. Between her and Anno is like grating nails on a chalkboard. Never just needed to be humbled far, far sooner. The first times you see her, Jehoda, she's never doesn't grow on you as a character. Never slight bit of respect. She can be human. But I think it's kind of like an actor. You're doing the best with the script you're given. You could be in the worst movie ever, but you can pull off an acting gig. It's really, really, really weird to suggest. But Jehoda, it's just such.
Everyone, I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused you. But the silver lining is, I didn't come away from this ordeal empty-handed. While I was being held captive, I learned a lot about Dottore's current capabilities and what he plans to do with them. Allow me to explain.
The 3 moon goddesses were even more powerful than we imagined. No wonder Dottore believes himself to be equal to the gods, maybe even superior.
Utter blasphemy.
While everyone was gone, Nefer and I made an interesting discovery. and I believe Miss Sandrone has something to share too. Ma'am, perhaps you could do the honors?
Called it. Getting rid of a pesky troublemaker like her is like trying to clean up after a crumbly cake. It always comes back to haunt you.
Our next step is to find a way to bring her back.
A place where time flows backwards, with no destination in sight. Surely it must have been created for a specific purpose. But I fear the answers are buried deep into VIII's history, held by great powers beyond our reach.
It sounds like she's on a specific path through time, just traveling in the opposite direction to us. The question is, where does that path lead? Or will it keep going to infinity?
No, it has a fixed point.
We considered that question as well. Strictly speaking, time is not infinite.
Indeed not. Every road has an end.
And every road has a
You
beginning.
sure loved quietly sneaking in mid-conversation.
I do, in fact. It's something I've always done at our mages' tea parties. Quiet, mysterious, and persuasive. You wonder what lies at the end of her road. Well, just as the world has a beginning and an end, so too does time. And so, the end of the road is the moment that Teyvat was born. But where Miss Columbina will end up along this road, that depends on where this particular river of reverse time began.
What about the original moons and the moon goddesses? Do they have a beginning too?
All things do. In the beginning, no moons adorned the sky. It was the Dragon King Nibelung who raised the 3 moons into the heavens, and thus were the moon goddesses born. They were shadows of the planet, born to wield Nibelung's authority and oversee the world on his
Therefore,
behalf.
tainted power.
They were extensions of his will, manifestations of his majesty. But then one day, they disappeared just as suddenly as they had once been brought into being. Nobody knew where they had gone.
Inadvertently.
Like I thought. No more paths back to reality have emerged since. But how can I be sure that I'm going the right way without scenes from reality to keep me on track? I can't even be sure of how long I've been walking for. The further I travel, the less stable this space becomes. There are even moments where I can sense something that feels like abyssal energy. They can just materialize out of thin air.
Basically.
I have to keep my wits about me.
Oddly enough, what if she is just rewriting her own time? What she's seeing is the abyssal invasion. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. Hi.
Is that the Reiki of Sonari?
Hello?
I can't believe he survived.
Nice.
this. But how?
You sound
Please,
so...
there's no need. I'm not interested in fighting anymore.
I find that a little difficult to believe.
Yeah. Honestly, so do I. The way you used my own power against me was... It was a brilliant strategy. And then, in the final moment before I was thrown into this space, I got to see an old friend.
Mr. Dainsleif.
Right. It was so long ago now. But we were friends once. When I first got here, I was filled with hatred, remorse, and rage. How I cursed and devoured. I tore everything here apart. I was consumed by the desire to leave this place and have my vengeance. But to no avail. This is a place with no exit. This is the second time I've entered this space. Though I have no memory of the first. I was torn to shreds the moment I entered. But this time I survived. It must be partly because of this new body. And partly because of all the Kuvaki I absorbed in Nod-krai.
Are you the source of the abyssal power in here?
Not all of it. Some is from when I first arrived here and tried to destroy everything. But there was already a degree of abyssal power here before I entered. And like a venomous snake baking in the merciless sun, it tried to slither into my shadow.
Tried to? So, you rejected it?
Yes. Because after that, the world suddenly became silent for a moment.
What do you mean?
The voices in my head, they were gone. And then I saw her.
Her?
What the fuck? What the fuck? You know, one day, I'm going to find a way to navigate this damn thing without having, I'm not offended. I tell you, one day, you know, I want to say try to use Streamlabs, but some days but I figured something updated. More to edit. I'm gonna solo editing out this crap. When I have to condense these into chapters. That's gonna be great. Or am I complaining? And it checks out. I don't think I've ever seen a CMD window just pop up. Unless something just reset. I always keep a CMD window up at all times. Problem is, Windows doesn't always remember what screen you keep stuff on. I mean, it does, but certain ones it still brings it up on primary. Christ on a stick, man. And the problem is, you can't stream this in full. So, if you try to stream this in full screen,
Thalindis, my former lover.
Never mentioned that she saw a memory of Thalindis leaping into the moon's reflection.
More precisely, I saw her after image. I'm sure the real her is long gone. She was just an ordinary Conrian. She couldn't have survived here for very long. Anyway, why have you come here? Didn't you know it was a dead end?
If I hadn't escaped through the moon gate, my friends would have been in far greater danger.
Oh, I see. Because of your power. The power of a moon goddess.
What?
You'd like to know how I know, wouldn't you? The one who resurrected me said so. I could hear a deep lust for power in his voice.
I did spoil this the other day.
Do you mean...
I
dottore?
spoiled this because I don't like... I
So
believe
that's
it's
what he's
retarded.
called. He'd been collecting fragments of my body for a long time. All so that he could resurrect me at the moment of his choosing. I had no interest in his research. But being as corroded by the abyss as I was, we were aligned as far as hunting the moons and recovering my strength were concerned.
So that's why the Wild Hunt suddenly became so active in Nod-krai. When I left the Fatui in my weakened state, dottore must have felt that his time had come.
Moon Goddess, could I ask a favor of you?
What?
I know this is a lot to ask, especially from someone who tried to kill you. If you refuse, I won't fight it. But this is the only thing I desire now. Nothing else matters.
What do you want?
I'd like you to take a message to Thalindis for me.
Thalindis? But...
Yes, she's dead. But like I said, I saw her after image. I can sense that some part of her soul remains here. Far, far ahead.
why don't you go and speak to her yourself?
I can't. I don't know why, but I can't move freely in this space as you can. All I can see is a glimpse of her walking away. Just like the moment when I last saw her in life. In return, I will clear these abyssal obstacles for you. No, not in return. I'll clear them for you. Whether you want to help me or not. It feels like something I ought to do.
Why?
Yeah. Why, indeed. I've been asking myself that question a lot recently. Why did I do the things I did? I'm tired of it all. Tired of the person I became. People used me. And then I turned around and started using others. I hurt a lot of people. I think I grew tired of it long ago. But I wouldn't admit it to myself. And ultimately, that's how I ended up here.
What do you wish to tell her?
All of it. My past. My mistakes. Everything that happened after we were separated.
Is it okay if I give her the abridged version?
Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty you can skip over. Just tell her the important parts. Whatever you think that means.
Like the part where you relentlessly tried to kill us?
It's up to you. Love demands honesty. But my relationship with Thelindis was built on lies. We hid too much from each other. But after living my whole life in the shadows, I don't want to hide anything anymore.
I will do my best.
This is so odd.
There. The abyss will no longer stand in your way.
Even though Mr. Dainsliff felt he had to fight you, I think he still regarded you as a friend.
Yes.
Dane?
He said that you betrayed him, but he also felt great remorse at never having understood what you were truly going through.
Why tell me this?
Because if he'd known that someone could take a message to you, I believe that's what he would have said.
Thank you. It means a lot. I know this will sound strange coming from me, but don't die, Moon Goddess. I can tell that you're determined to get out of here.
Okay. I swear to God, this is MacGuffin drives MacGuffin. No one would ever believe you if you say there's an inherent story that MacGuffins drive the story forward. I swear.
He kept his word. The abyss is no longer obstructing my path.
I mean, like I know that's been coming for a while. Like, I'm fine with characters having redemption arcs. That's fine. But he can't undo the fact he is a sinner of Conria. No.
Is that the Lindis? She wasn't far off at all. And yet, they can never meet. Hello, Miss Thelindis.
Who are you? How do you know my name? I've never seen anyone else here before.
You can call me Columbina. I promised Rerir that I'd bring a message to you.
Rerir? My Rerir? Is he well?
He's doing better than he was.
Better than he was, huh? Sounds like he's had a pretty rough time.
Others have had a rough time on his account too. In many cases, their time ran out because of him. And I'm not just talking about the children of the Crimson Moon.
So, things got worse before they got better. Could you tell me what happened, Miss Columbina?
Are you sure you wish to know?
Yes. This is my opportunity to learn the truth. No matter how hard it is to hear, I have to know.
I admire your courage. However, time is short. I cannot stay here for long. Rerir had seeds of hatred in his heart, and many people nursed them for their own ends. On some level, everything he did was to try and find a way to see you again. But in the end, he came to regret his mistakes. He wanted to apologize for hiding his past from you. Beyond that, He did not say specifically what it was he wished to convey to you, but I'm sure that you've always been on his mind. You are what has kept him going over all these years.
I'm sorry, Miss Columbina. This is so upsetting. I'm not sure how to put my feelings into words.
It's all right. I understand. Well, that's everything from me. So, I guess I'll be...
Wait. One moment. Time flows backwards here. The road ahead only leads further and further into the past.
I know. I intend to reach the end of that road.
Without a moon marrow, without the 3 moons' power, you won't make it far. Wait, unless... Are you one of the moon goddesses?
You could say that.
I see. I often think to myself, if life is like a train ride, why haven't I reached the terminus? Where am I even going? And it's not just me, it's this whole place. Wherever it is, it seems like it's existed forever. It's such a mystery. Where is it going? I must seem so ridiculous. I can't answer these basic questions, and yet I jumped right in here without hesitating, only to be torn apart the moment I entered by powerful energy currents. Only my soul remains now. Thinking back, I was suddenly overcome with fear and terror in that moment. Perhaps I too became bewitched by the abyss. I may have been the leverage it needed to control Rayrir. I used to be a researcher at the Universitas Magistrorum in Conria, researching the iridescent moon's marrow. Eventually, I came to the conclusion that time in here flows in reverse. Rayrir was one of the Finster King's retainers. With me, he was in an impossible position. It plagued him constantly. I wanted to help him escape his lot in life. I wanted him to be happy, so I thought I'd use this place to return to the past. At the time, I thought I could just go back to the day that the Finster King first found the prince. It was only after meeting the prince that the Finster King started going too far with his research into the abyss. That was the day all of our woes began. I thought I could stop the king from ever meeting him and solve everything.
I couldn't kill the Finster King himself, so I had to find another way to save Rayrir. That's why I wanted to go back, to kill the person who had brought new possibilities to our realm.
Oh,
I'm
that's
sure
an
it was
edit.
a futile endeavor, but
Oh,
the abyss
that is a
probably
poor
enhances
edit.
the basest human desires. So I naively hoped I could change everything.
That was a redub.
But I was simply too weak. Like a speck of dust against the whole universe. Look at me. I didn't even survive the journey here. Not physically, at least. I know I'm never getting out of here. But you're different. You can make it, and I want to help you. I owe you that much.
How do you plan to help me?
Have you noticed the golden energy that exists here? Based on my past research and my observations since coming here, I believe they carry you forward faster. I can share what I've learned, and help you understand the pattern in which this energy appears. I think you just might... Now, I know you will be able to change the past. Also, I've been speculating about where this space ends. The documentation was scanned, but from what I know of the legends about the moons, the oldest ones seem to begin with Nibelung, king of dragonkind. I have no way of verifying any of it by this point. But if it's true, you might be able to reach that era if you keep walking.
Understood. Thank you, Miss Delindis.
I'm the one who should be thanking you. If you hadn't entered this realm of everlasting death, what use would my deductions be? Thanks to you, they have some meaning. About Rayrir, I'm so sorry. For everything.
It wasn't your fault.
That's not true. Because we both feared bringing trouble upon each other, neither of us ever told the truth. And that dishonesty sealed our fates. But enough about that. I wish you a safe journey, Miss Columbina. And may the outside world never have to experience pain like this again. Rayrir, you're there, aren't you? I cannot see you, because you exist in the future. I expect we'll be trapped in this prison of space-time for all eternity. But please, gaze upon the past, and then sit for a while. Let's find a place to sit down together, just like we did when we first met.
How long have I been walking? How much further till I reach the end? Is there even an end to be found? Everything's getting blurry. Are you all right, little sister? Have you come from the distant future?
Exactly did the moons just disappear? Shouldn't it be a little harder to get rid of major creations like moons?
The world is a vast and ancient place. On a certain scale, all life lasts for but a fleeting moment.
Miss Nicole explained that the moon goddesses likely perished in the War of Funerary Flame. The moons themselves were also destroyed at that time, save for the Frost Moon, from which a new moon goddess was later born.
Am I missing something then? 'Cause the
All
stories
three
say that the
moons
moon
were
goddesses
destroyed.
were born on the moon, but doesn't Columbina say she was born in Nod-krai?
Huh. You're right.
Why do their
The
birthplaces
current
differ?
frost moons are artificial.
What's the difference between the two generations of moon goddesses?
Also, remember what Sandrone said? Her scans detected 4 moons. In other words, 4 moon marrows.
Technically, the result of the scan means that 4 moon marrows were detected and positively identified as moons in that moment. In other words, this piece of information alone isn't enough for us to know how Miss Columbina is doing right now.
Yep. We have no way of staying up to date on whether she's dead or alive. She's on her own for now.
But at least she's trying her best to get back to us.
Yeah. She's a tough cookie. And a sore loser, too. We have to trust that she'll find a way. Because we really need her power. As much as it pains me to say it, we've got no chance of beating dottore in a straight-up fight. He's much too powerful. It wouldn't even be close. That maniac is going to devour everything in his path until he reaches us. We need to find someone or something that can stop him before he does anything worse. I'll be frank. Our only hope of defeating this false god is with a real moon goddess on our side. I'm not just saying this because Columbina's a friend and I want her back safe and sound. It's just the truth. And I know that even she was no match for him when he attacked, but I don't have a better solution.
We're not giving up on saving her, whether she can defeat dottore or not.
Right. Don't worry, Miss Sandrone. We're all aligned on saving Columbina.
No one's trying to argue that we can only justify saving our friend because it will help save the world. This is about multitasking. We want to save both.
So, she's more than just a moon goddess to you guys?
Absolutely.
Duh! She's part of the gang! And you are too, you know.
Yes, I know. You don't need to labor the point. I knew that the moment I came running over with my documents that I was part of the in-group.
Sorry,
I mean,
size
if
growth.
Arlecchino can fit in, I certainly can. Anyway, as for how we get Columbina back, I've been working on it constantly. But I think I'm still lacking certain information about the moon. I'd probably get there if I could continue my calculations, but the problem is, I've run out of computing power.
Computing power? You mean you need more energy?
No, the issue isn't energy, it's processing power. There's so much data to get through that the whole process has just ground to a halt.
That's a tricky problem.
René de Petrichor of the Nautitzenkreuz Ordo once foretold the fate of the world. But I don't know how he did it. My guess is that he used the primordial sea's power. However, that won't work for me. His methodology was vastly different from my own. What's worse, they're incompatible. And, to top it all off, we can't even leave Nod-krai. Ugh, this is so annoying. If I'd known we'd run into a bottleneck like this... Well, no, the design bureau's a bust as well. Curse that dottore! Couldn't have made this harder for me if he tried.
Oh, what do we do then? How about we grab a bite to eat and take a break? Maybe something will come to mind after you've cleared your head.
You don't get it, do you? I'm trying to calculate the fate of an entire world here. And I need accurate results, not big prophecies. Where the heck am I gonna find the computing power for that? Ahem. Anyway, time to shelve the discussion on technical difficulties. Being a killjoy isn't very ladylike after all.
Either way, we've done what we can. Rest well, everyone. Remember to let us know if anything new comes up.
Haggai, is he hinting that we should talk outside?
Let's go somewhere a little more private. You know that Dori went back to Sumaru, right?
Yeah, she mentioned she was planning to head back.
Things aren't looking good for Nod-krai. She's gone to spread the word so that Sumaru has a chance to prepare for the worst. From what I know of dottore, there are two possible reasons why he hasn't made a move yet. One is that he's still working through some kinks in his new powers. The other is, he wants to see how we're going to react. He'll easily devour everything eventually, so I guess he's in no rush to make it happen. The first false god he made was me. Now it's his turn. Even though my records were erased from Irminsul, dottore's ideas haven't changed one bit. He once told me that becoming a god was like turning yourself into a hungry wolf or giant serpent to devour the moon. Clearly, he began studying the moon goddess's powers long before he even tried making a god. He's always wanted to get his greedy hands on divine authority one way or another. And in the end, he devoured the moon.
But that
where
wasn't
I
his
failed.
goal.
In the desert of Sumeru, there is a chessboard built by King Deshret, also known as Al-Ahmar. I don't know if it was a real game, or if he was just trying to challenge his servants and citizens in some way. But creating games and setting rules, gods do that as a matter of course. That's the kind of power dottore craves. Now he has the Trilunar Authority. His power is leagues beyond the common people. I don't think there's any point in other nations rushing to the front line. They're better off focusing on defense and hoping they can fend off any threats that spill out from Nod-krai. Either way, Dori will inform Lesser Lord Kusanali, and she will contact the other gods in turn. The Seven will have some recourse available. If nothing else, their protection should keep the rest of the world from descending into chaos as quickly as Nod-krai has. So on the bright side, even if Nod-krai is doomed, your friends in other nations won't be in any immediate peril.
That's good to know. But I'm not ready to give up on Nod-krai yet.
There's a word for people who refuse to let anything go. It's called being greedy.
Maybe it sounds greedy to you, and probably naive too. But whatever you call it, that's what gives me the determination to keep fighting. Battles are fleeting, but the will to fight is a long-term commitment. Give up for even a moment, and your resolve will shatter.
Why do you always feel the need to do the right thing? No one is born to be a savior. I mean, who's gonna criticize you if you fail or give up?
His only
Don't take
sin
this the
was
wrong
pissing
way,
off
but
the Chinese
dottore said something similar to me.
Genshin base.
I guess the VIII attracts people who don't believe in saviors.
Not necessarily. It's less about belief for me. I just want to know how determined you really are. After all, I don't owe anything to anyone else here. Only you.
Oh, the background of this character. You never played through Sumaru, or you forgot. Scaramucci's only sin was pissing off the Chinese Reddit for Genshin. And for years, he was cursed. He did something to the Chinese fandom that, I forget, he either said something stupid, and it goes beyond the anti-trans thing, anti-gay thing you'd see now. I can't even imagine truly what it was. And, like, the Reddit turned on him. So for about a couple of years, they didn't even bother rerunning him. So he's like one of the least rerun characters ever. You're like lucky if you get a rerun of him in about once every year and a half. To my knowledge. Like, I can't even. I'd have to look it up the last time he was rerun. But with Stellar Conduit incoming, you know, it's like when you're talking an entire version, you know, behind. He is such a good character that he's shown up. I mean, yeah, he's in the era, but he also had the bad luck of running almost right behind Nahida, basically. It just almost fucked his entire stuff over. And surprisingly, his kit is still good. His kit actually got better over the years. But he needs a rainbow team to make him work. By that, you need him on wind and you need 3 other elements. See, they said main DPS, but exploration, he's SS. Yeah. You know, I really, really disagree. It's just because nobody has him. I take it back. So he was run last year, a year ago. Well, he was run in Lunar, what was it? Lunar 1. In fact. Oh, yeah. That's just cold luck. I forget what his banner even was. But he was in a Chronicled Wish banner. As I said, that is, you're talking of fate. Of his only sin was pissing off the Chinese Reddit. He pissed off the Chinese base so much. I have no idea. And he was not rerun for years. Yeah, we couldn't get an Aika Kamisato rerun for probably Jesus. You think of all the characters we want, but we can't get. Let's see. Last time Ayaka Kamisato was run was December 20th or Jan 9th of 24. Yeah. Never want to see half win the characters you actually want to run. I mean, yay, Miko got a rerun recently. But, like, God, you want to know worse? Hold on a sec. Hold on. Tell you worse than that. Worse fate than that being highly, deeply unpopular. Trash character. But when was he last rerun? 23. That was Ayaka's brother. Jesus. Yeah, but Wanderer gets a rerun about once a year. You either get them or you don't get them, and you're fucked until they decide to do something with them. Yet he basically keeps that's kind of the thing. He gets a rerun. I think so far, and it's interesting, Skirk has only had one rerun banner. I think. Let's look back up. Okay, yeah, she had one rerun banner. That was March 17th through April 7th. So, but they also put her on the rerun. Scoffier's rerun. But before that, if you ever want Wanderer, you have to pick him up when he's in rotation. Good luck to you on that one. His original banner, you'll be lucky if you even see him. But he is such a good character design. Like, you see him a little bit in Sumaru. He comes back in Mini Duran's art. But of those characters, he was written well.
You look kind of worried.
If your arch-nemesis was about to achieve their ultimate goal, I think you might feel a little worried too.
That's true. Dottore is about to become an omniscient, omnipotent deity. That's gotta be a bitter pill to swallow. Still, you're calmer than I expected.
Obviously. I have to admit that my past self was a reckless fool who misunderstood not only the point of revenge, but how to achieve it. And as much as I want my vengeance, I know I'm not gonna get it by acting alone. If the world's taught me anything, it's to think before I act. Too bad it never taught me any other virtues, though. So, I am going to destroy dottore, no matter what it takes.
So he was run almost yearly for a while. So 22. So December 7th, it was originally a 20-day banner. You can tell a very big difference back in the day. 3.3, 3.8, and 4.6. Then he was lumped into basically a chronicled wish. Yeah. That's a big, big gap. But then again, I swear by his kit. He's on the field DPS, but if Swirl becomes a thing, he's going to be very well worth it. Like, I think half the characters, if people even knew, don't get reruns that people want. Like, Albedo, they should basically give out for free. Altaheim basically has man 3 times more reruns than him. But again, I don't know any team-ups that use him. Sino. Cleanse gets a reruns. It's kind of interesting Q-Tao fell out, too. There's a whole bunch of characters that I am kind of shocked that they don't get reruns. Because prior to any, I'll say that, Celestial, Stellar Conduit, I think with Stellar Conduit, Yay Miko's gonna get rerun more often. Which is gonna be really, really fun. Like, if you ever want a really good ice DPS, I wish people luck. See, there was a period. See, Ayaka Kamisata was running 2.6, 3.5, and last run in 4.3. She was added to a wish in 5.6. Right amongst about 7. Prior to that, that's the last time we saw Chiori. Prior to that, just give people an idea, Yay Mika was 2.5, 3.2, 3.7, and 4.3. 4.4, sorry. Yeah. It's one of those things. If you have her, you have her. And I'm looking. When was the last time? Let's see. Koi Kokamiya, which everyone thought was bad, 2.1, 2.5, 3, 3.8. That's worse. 3.8. Yeah, when you have a lot of these characters that people like, that you can't get anymore, I wish people luck. Some people have them, some people picked him up, some people don't. I've always liked him as a character. He's also mechanically very good, too.
So, what's your plan?
He's actually a better Venti.
I'll get to that. First, tell me, what do you think of Sandrone?
Just like Paimon said, she's a friend, part of the gang.
How much do you trust her? This is a serious question. Think carefully before you answer.
Although she's with the Fatui, she has her own values, and she's helped us a lot. If nothing else, she's clearly going the extra mile for Columbina. I see no reason not to trust her.
If you say so. In that case, the 3 of us need to talk. I have some thoughts about her computing problem. It can be solved. but it will come with a cost.
How much? If I can afford it, I'll cover it.
Sometimes your heroism really backs me into a corner. You know that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. See, I kind of remember this. I'm one of the old heads that remember why Wanderer had this. Like, he got online harassed. It eventually he was shown as like a cat in game. Oh yeah, there is a whole bunch. If you're ever curious about the controversy over him, the original voice actor for him, I guess, maybe they brought him back. He basically went after the person who did the story in 3.3, disagreed with him. Yeah, no, it was one of those things of it was enough of a subset of the Chinese community that led to his backlash. And it's... But I'm going to say this. Most of the MiHoYo Chinese community, God bless you guys, what they deem popular, it's like day and night versus us. Like, we like some of the same, but you see it in, like, HSR more than you see it in the English version. I think it's like other games you see it more. That's probably like, I think one of the polls last year was Firefly is like one of the most popular. It's probably why Firefly gets pushed so much. Like they have their characters used by region. What they love. It's like same with Genshin. Genshin has rankings too. Because they keep track of characters used. But yeah, no. Again, a lot of the controversy around him. That's why he didn't show up for a while in the story.
Come on, let's go talk to her.
Miss Androne, traveler.
Hey there.
Paimon's here too! She was just helping them sort through their things. How did your chat go?
That was fast. The call only just ended.
Well, you said it was urgent, so we got here as quickly as we could.
Albedo, I have some alchemy questions for you.
Oh, but if you think that's the end of the Genshin characters with controversial, oh, there is a laundry list of them. And it's not for the controversies you think. Half of it's because of the English VAs, by the way. Because it largely has to deal with how the Japanese or the Chinese handle their stuff versus the American one. Because there were people who were supposed to work in Natlon. The English VAs didn't like the roles they were playing. It's because Asia doesn't know how to work with progressive or very liberal leaning people. So you'll hear a lot of controversies out of the American or English VAs, like frequently. A couple of them have controversies I can't say on YouTube. One's Tigray. First person to do Tigray was removed. They tried to Me Too to Luke. Well, that was short-lived. I don't know what ever came of that. But then again, you have a couple of others, English VAs, that were... They chose the activist route, and it was really bad. It showed in their characters later on, and I think they were later replaced. But unless they just silenced themselves enough to do their jobs. But every other year you hear something about it, and it's always the main branch of MiHoYo having issues with their American or European counterparts. Because the culture is so different. Like, they view it as acting. You know, whatever you believe, you set aside it. They're not used to dealing with massively progressive people. This is actually what's thrown Gundam fandom for a loop for years. That's why they didn't understand why everyone hated Witch from Mercury. Long story short, Witch from Mercury is written by the guy who did Code Geass and Revolutionary Go Utena. Or Utena. I'm just gonna go through it. The interesting part about that is it's two of a same-sex couple getting together, very similar. I like that one. Actually, Revolutionary Utena is not a bad story. Then again, it's weird. But the guy who did Code Geass did it really well too, so you had that. But American fans didn't understand why at the end didn't have them physically getting together. From which Gundam, which from Mercury. European people didn't. Europe read it, didn't get it either. Well, I think it's not as bad as Europe. American Gundam is very what you call super progressive or woke culture. Very progressive. Not in the sense that Gundam is anti-war. They're like, well, why wouldn't they show it? They clearly loved each other. No, Gundam has never been about relationships. This has go back to watch any Gundam series. They've never depicted most of the characters together on screen. Even as far back as Gundam Wing in modern era. And that ran a very long time. It's implied they had relationships, but it's never shown. So the American Gundam community, Japanese really didn't know how to respond to it, so they maybe modified something, but they slightly appeased them. It's also why MiHoYo can never fully understand Eastern versus Western fandom. That's a separate topic. That is not YouTube friendly. They don't understand it. They also don't understand the fanfiction community they keep fostering that's getting worse over the years. That is getting a lot worse. If you wish to keep your sanity, please never look up shipping in any of the MiHoYo communities. It's far worse than anyone has ever imagined, and it's getting worse year by actual year. Not as much in Genshin as much as the other games, where relationships actually matter. Because Genshin is made for all ages, so you don't show death, murder, relationships, anything. So they keep it about as vague as about anything. A couple of lines of dialogue.
I see. Looks like my knowledge proved useful after all. If I might ask, what is the end goal for the modified formula you'll be using?
I needed to predict the future of the entire world. But I've run into some teething issues since trying to implement Renee's theory of the 4 Orthants.
I see. I'll have a look at it. Still, computing power is the real issue here. How do you plan to solve it?
About that, it's been sorted.
Oh, with the Traveler's help?
Actually, you're not wrong. She found the person with the solution.
Was it Hat Guy?
Yeah, it was him.
Wow! Go Hat Guy! Seems like all that time studying at the Academia is paying off big time.
But where is he? Wasn't he the one who asked Albedo and I to come here?
Come with me.
Hat Guy? What's happened to him?
Hat Guy! Can you hear us? No response. I guess he's in hibernation.
Hat Guy mentioned that he was a puppet. It seems that his functions are currently shut down. I presume this has something to do with the solution to your computing problem.
That's right. He and the Traveler came to see me. Wait, what? You have a solution?
Would you calm down? Why do you always react so hysterically to everything?
Excuse me? How would you know? You shouldn't be so quick to judge complete strangers. It's very bad manners.
Oh, please. It doesn't take that long to figure out that you have a temper.
Where does a mere student get that kind of confidence?
I've actually published more papers than you. Not that status counts for much. Even Paimon's applied for academia admission.
Huh? Are you serious?
See? This is why I can't be bothered to explain myself. She recognizes no one's skills but her own.
Okay, fine. I'll hear you out. So, tell me, how do you propose to solve my computing power problem?
This world itself is constantly processing all kinds of information. If it's the world's future you're trying to calculate, you need a processing device that's designed to cope with that volume.
Easier said than done. Only Irminsul can handle that kind of... Wait, is that what you're suggesting? But surely we can't just plug my formula directly into the ley lines.
You should be able to tell that I'm not human, right?
Yeah, I noticed. The technology, though, seems pretty ancient. Very different from Fontaine's. It's a completely different system.
To catch people up on his character, he was designed as a war puppet for the prior writing shogun. Not made specifically. He is very similar to the one that the writing shogun uses in front of her people when she's meditating inside her realm. Basically. If that makes sense. So that's a very advanced puppet. So it can go into ley lines. And he separated his puppet out from that. Used his talents. Because part of his original storyline wasn't that dottore was going to use him to get into the ley lines. basically. Get into Irmin's soul itself, even. But he also needed to be able to house a gnosis. Again, he's no mere basic puppet. He's more advanced than Sandrone. Sandrone's just a more sentient version of a minorly advanced automaton. With a decent CPU that knows how to... Elaine basically made a core for her a bit. Why she's alive.
Conrian, to be precise. I'm what they would have called a puppet. Puppets need an energy source and processing power. The artisans who built them sought out the materials most suited for that purpose.
You? Do you mean...
The Traveler and I have talked it over. She's willing to vouch for you. So, I'll allow you to borrow my core for your calculations. It was built using wood from a silver-white tree, which makes it a small part of Irminsul.
Conrian technology and Irminsul wood. Who in the world could have built you? Are you sure about this? A puppet without its core will cease functioning completely. And if it's left in that state for too long, it might not recover. You could die if you do this. You do realize that, don't you?
I can put 2 and 2 together, yes. No need to rub it in.
I won't lie to you. This has never been done before. I cannot guarantee your safety.
Doesn't matter. I'm prepared for the worst.
Did you two actually talk this through? Is he... Are we really considering this?
Yes, we discussed it. The bottom line is, he trusts me and I trust you. Let's give it a shot, shall we?
Could be worse.
Honestly, I have no clue where this kid even came from. But for whatever reason, he lent me his core to use in my formula. I'm very close to finishing my calculations now, and the core is currently in use. So I'm sorry, but I can only show you a sketch right now. This is what the core looks like.
A silver-white branch. It certainly matches the legends told about Irminsul.
Is Hat Guy gonna be okay?
He's not gonna die, right? Right?
In theory, he should be fine. As long as we put his core back in time. Beyond that, all I can say is that I'll try my best to avoid risk and make sure the core doesn't sustain any damage.
I think I know why you called us here now. Someone needs to watch over his body and make sure it's protected until the process completes.
Correct. He said that the only ones he trusts here are you two, and the Traveler. And the Traveler will have other work to do.
He will have our undivided attention.
Aww, Hat Guy.
On a more positive note, things are progressing steadily on my end. I'll call everyone in for a meeting once the results are out.
I mean, the meeting of the artificial people are funny. I'm just saying this. This has been a theme all Nod-krai. Then again, they've linked him, Durin, and Albedo together constantly this whole
The worst case scenario with the core removal is either a system reset or a total loss of function. But I'm not afraid. A quiet death should have been my fate long ago. A core is completely different from a heart. It's like another vital organ entirely. I never believed it could be a true replacement for what I sought. But in the end, it turns out the core was more useful to me. Pretty funny when you think about it. It's like the punchline of my entire life. Do you think there's any difference between a puppet and a human? If not, then this would just be another samsara. I have already experienced both a past life and a next life. Part of me wonders whether I'm only capable of making this decision because I've become a real human. What's with that expression? Isn't this a good thing?
Sandrone will succeed, won't she? She has to.
She will. We all have to persevere until this is over.
That's right. And I'll protect you all until a moment of victory arrives.
And the real issue is, anyways, I mean, he's probably not. It's not like Sandrone getting stabbed and her core was destroyed, by the way, so was Salome's. So, she should have been dead. She survived. By some means, because she has to be a character. But there's some bullshit reason for that, though. Because if it's like a logic core. Because like if a logic core is destroyed in a bamboo, it doesn't recover. That's death. The problem itself. So here's the thing: a actual logic core of a puppet in this world, whether it's an automaton device, can be transferred any number of times. But, and the key is but, it's the fact that Sandrone gets pierced, as you'll see in the animation. She should be dead by her rights. But she survived and then had... It's either a decoy was created or she had a backup copy. But she couldn't recreate her bodyguard robot. Stiff. That was actually true. Couldn't recreate it. part of the whole thing with Sandrone surviving was gonna bullshit too. But then again, it's like you could say, well, it's not like this, AIs can transfer themselves. It's just like him. If his core gets damaged, he's dead. It's just like if Sandrone's core gets damaged, she is dead. Unless she made a decoy body. Not much of a choice now, is it?
Who are you? Call me Sonnet. You have the same power as Canon.
Sonnet. So, you're the goddess of the iridescent moon?
Oh, goodness. You recognize me? Well then, what's your name?
Columbina. Columbina Hyposelenia.
Hyposelenia? What a lovely name. Did you choose it yourself?
It was a joint effort between me and my friends.
Friends? You mean your friends in the heavens?
Huh?
Oh, sorry. You must be exhausted. I apologize. Hang in there. Let me introduce you to my older sisters.
Do you mean the other two moon goddesses? Arya and Canon?
Wow, you sure know a lot. Hey, does that mean that our story goes on into the future? Oh, I guess that wasn't the best question to ask. It's alright. We were prepared for that possibility. You could say we were too prepared. I can't even remember how long my sisters and I have been here by this point. When did you get here? How long has it been?
I can't say for sure, but it feels like it's been forever.
See, this is far, far back.
Are you feeling alright? You look a little unwell.
Anything you call her
I
the
can
pink
hold
elf
out a while
girl, but
longer.
We don't have far to go. The place where my sisters and I are based is just up ahead. Don't worry, they're both really nice. I'll introduce you.
see, if you do the moon event. See, I went ahead and explored it because, of course, I mean,
Sisters! I'm back! And look who I've brought with me. It's our lovely little sister, born in the far future.
this is a point that's very interesting because this is the first time you get to see them. They don't have any kind of gnosises, which is weird. You have to realize that they decided to, I guess, serve Nibelung. Now, which is very, very weird. But the interesting part in the earliest part of the game was these were the statues on the goddess, archon statues. I'm gonna say a couple of them are like gods of time. Was that the ones that helped found like Fontanians and others. Oh yeah, part of the really, really old lore.
The pleasure is all mine. Allow me to introduce you to Columbina Hyposelenia. This is Arya, the goddess of the eternal moon. And this is Canon, goddess of the frost moon. Canon, don't you think Hyposelenia's power is similar to yours?
Hello, Columbina. I apologize for our startled reaction just now. And please, forgive our little sister if she's been annoying you. She tends to talk a lot.
It's fine.
You seem shy. Don't worry, Columbina Hyposelenia. No one can hurt you here.
Could you tell me where here is? Please. I must know.
My dear sister, this is where Tevat's original ruler, the Dragon King Nibelung, imprisoned the moon goddesses.
What? You're scaring her, Canon. No, I'm fine. Please, continue.
Nibelung, our original master, created us in the distant past to maintain Tevat.
But he left this world and traveled into the dark universe beyond, to explore worlds vaster still.
Day and night, we fulfilled our duty in the heavens, until the day that the first descender arrived.
The great ruler of the firmament.
The heavenly principles.
Is that what later generations call them? I see. But we did not reject them at first, nor did they seem to harbor ill intent towards this world. We coexisted in peace. They were like a guest in our home.
Slowly, however, we came to realize that our guest had a growing desire to change and dominate the world.
And you didn't stop it?
No. There was an order to the rules they set up that Nibelung never taught us. We wanted to know if this order would bode good or ill for Tevat. All right. Canon and I wanted to know. Sonnet was against it from the outset.
Later, we discovered that this great ruler of the firmament bore an almost paranoid hostility toward the desire of certain life forms to seek power. Or perhaps they feared them. They would even cast down celestial nails as manifestations of their power.
Yep.
To punish the civilizations of the world below.
This is Fane's story.
Was far beyond mere punishment.
Right. Their rules brought order, but the price people paid for merely testing the limits of those rules was far too great. I did everything in my power to help the punished escape catastrophe, but still, too many lives were lost.
The ancestors of the Frost Moon Scions were some of the ones you helped.
But just when we had decided to take countermeasures, the Dragon King, Nibelung, returned.
And so began the War of Funerary Flame.
So, that's the name the world gave that war in the future.
Well, who won in the end? As far as I know, the Heavenly Principles won, although it came at a great cost. They remained in Tevat, where they continue to rule to this day. And the world's original master, the Dragon King Nibelung, was destroyed. And what of the moons? Are there still 3 moons in Tevat's skies?
You can tell us the truth, Columbina. We know we are but remnants of a bygone age. We are prepared for the answer.
Only the Frost Moon remains. but it has been cast beyond the false firmament by the heavenly principles. The eternal and iridescent moons were both shattered during the war.
So death finally came for us in the end.
Sonnet.
But you're still here, aren't you?
A moon goddess cannot live without her moon, Columbina.
She's right. That's why I began to disappear. Because the frost moon is cut off by the false sky. How much worse it would have been if it were outright destroyed.
Our souls may endure within this lunar palace, but if our moons are destroyed,
then we shall disappear the moment we depart from it.
I'm sorry.
There's no need to apologize to us, dear sister. If anything, we owe the world an apology. If only we'd decided to act sooner, rather than arguing amongst ourselves.
All the more reason not to spend this time in regret and repentance. Instead, we should focus our efforts on how we might help our future sister.
Sorry?
Don't you see, Columbina, your story is not yet over. Is that not why you are here?
It's done. Initiate numerological array. Continue running primary process. Calculate the world's fate through extrapolation. And identify nodes of potential change. Secondary process, scan for moons. Still 4. The number of moon marrows hasn't changed. Wait, let me think. Is it possible that there's something I've been misunderstanding about the moons all along? Variables. Variables in the world. I know where potential variables within the world come from. So what about the moons? Are there any variables there? Like their life or death, for instance. What if being alive or dead makes no difference to a moon? But that's so strange. Even immortal gods can die. Why would the moons alone be... Wait! I've got it! If alive or dead is considered a variable, we might have had this wrong the whole time. No one ever said that a moon marrow equals a living moon. We just made that assumption ourselves. Initiate secondary process. Scan again. This time filtering out interfering perimeter. Moon marrow. I don't care if they're natural or artificial. Get them out of my search results! Why? It says 3 moons still exist into that, even after excluding the moon marrows. But we know for a fact that 2 of them are dead. Redo the scan. Narrow the results to living moons and real moons. No, scrap that. Narrow it down to moons that have lunar authority and remain alive. Why? Why is it still 3? What is this, Columbina? Has the world lied to us? Or are you the one pulling the wool over our eyes?
So, you think that the moon's reflection might be where Nibelung imprisoned the 3 moon sisters?
Yes, it would explain a lot, such as why that space would respond to a moon goddess's power, opening the moon gate at her command. It would also explain why Miss Columbina has been unable to leave, and why time flows in reverse there.
In the messages she sent, Columbina promised us she'd find a way to return, but we have no way of knowing how, when, or where this might happen.
The fact that she still has yet to reappear in this world indicates that returning from that place is no easy feat. We cannot afford to simply wait for her.
So you're saying, if she could return by her own power alone, she would have done so long ago?
Yes, she certainly wouldn't leave it to this late stage when it's so touch and go. I've been giving this some thought, and I've come to believe that Luanatar might be an anchor that she left behind, as a sort of future waypoint. This could also explain why Luanatar is always by the traveler's side.
Sounds like a plausible theory. If that's the case, there must be some criteria we need to fulfill to allow Columbina to return to the present. The question is, what could they be?
Hello? Listen up! This is extremely important! Not only is Columbina alive, but she may well exist in a form unimaginable to us. I'm still unclear on the details, but she's done something truly inconceivable in the past. And the clue to what she's done lies in the moon and Tevat sky.
Truly amazing. Oh, I'm so delighted for her.
I'm sure we all feel the same. And I'm sure Columbina is ready to get back here and fight by our side.
I'll keep my calculations going and try to find some way of coordinating with her. But that's not an excuse for everyone else to slack off, okay?
I
All of
told
you
you
had
it's
better
not
keep trying
nice
to
to
think
be a
of solutions.
grazing cat.
How can the dead moon still live? And Luanatar...
It's hard to believe that's what will happen in the distant future.
Our authority is linked to the most fundamental rules of Tevat. I suppose it's no wonder that many would covet that power.
I didn't realize that when you said friends, you meant people who live down in Tevat. That's so lovely. I always wanted to go down there and have some fun.
Have you ever tried leaving this prison?
Of course. Between us, we've tried everything. But no matter where we go, this space will eventually bring us back here.
It's like the center of a whirlpool. Everything ultimately converges here, at the moment when Nibelung imprisoned us.
In that case, have you tried using any of those pathways that connect this space to the real world?
Sorry? What are those?
They're passages through which you can make small-scale changes to reality by using Kuvaki. Or am I the only one who can use those passages? Because part of my soul remains in reality.
Kuvaki. What is that?
You don't know? It's a unique kind of elemental energy found only in Nod-krai, the land from which the moons arose.
Oh. Well, it's true that the moons first rose up from the part of Tevat you say is called Nod-krai. But there is no difference in the elemental energy between there and anywhere else.
What?
Could you show us some of this Kuvaki? Hyposelenia? Maybe if we see it, it'll make more sense.
Okay.
Isn't that just your power?
What? But it's everywhere in Nod-krai. In the air, in the land. Even the creatures who live there have adapted to its influence.
How curious. This Kuvaki certainly did not exist anywhere in the world before we were imprisoned.
Let alone influence living creatures. So, how exactly does it affect them anyway? Can they float in the air like us?
This is so strange. Why would their reality differ so much from mine?
Columbina, you're looking for more than just a way out of here, aren't you?
Yes. If I am to help my friends, I will need tri-lunar authority on par with that of our foe.
You mean... you'll need our power?
This sounds extremely risky. The Three Moons' powers are not mutually compatible. Concentrating them into one goddess will be a very painful process. And if anything goes wrong, it could tear you to pieces.
I know. But I'm willing to take that risk.
Even so, let's say we successfully transfer our authority to you. How will you take it outside this prison? Niblin constructed this realm specifically to prevent us from using our powers to interfere in his war. No moon goddess can leave this place alive.
What if I don't leave alive?
Where do we even start? How are we supposed to figure out what we're meant to do to help Columbina?
Columbina, what do you need from us?
If she really got to the beginning of time in there, how do you think she'd leave us a message?
I mean, if she got to the beginning of time, it would be different.
Write it down on a stone tablet somewhere in the hopes that we'd find it, do you?
Seems unlikely. Columbina may not talk a lot, but she thinks deeply about issues like this.
Let's review what we know. This is the Columbina who fought alongside us against the Reikir of Solnari, and with whom we celebrated Moon Prayer Night. She knows our personalities, our ways of doing things, even our unique strengths and abilities. So, if she wanted to tell us something from a long, long time ago, what would she do? Oh. Traveler, you once said that those golden ripples also appeared when Luanatar was born. What if Columbina left Luanatar here, not just as an anchor to the real world, but for some other purpose? If she is part of Columbina, and Columbina knows that I can see past events through her...
Oh yeah! Like when you peeked into Rarer's past through his heart!
Nefer, wait! If you're right about this, and you can really see past events through Luanatar, your eyes, they'll...
Oh, I know. Looking at Rarier's past in Conria was already enough of a strain on my eyes. Looking this far back into the past, it'll surely blind me. But it's our only chance. This is the only way.
Boss.
We spoke about this once, a long time ago. Do you remember what I said, Yehoda? The day I lose my sight, the Curatorium of Secrets will be yours to run.
But...
What's wrong? I'd be overjoyed if I were you. This day's come a lot earlier than either of us expected. I need to know you'll honor our agreement, Yehoda. Promise me.
Yes, Boss Neff. I promise.
Are you sure you
She
don't
is a
want some
walking
time to think this
MacGuffin through the entire
What is there to
story.
think through? I should have gone
She is
blind
literally
after
the
our
walking
battle with
MacGuffin
Rarier.
through the
Frankly,
damn
it's
story.
almost criminal that I got away with
There
it for
is,
this
and
long.
if it weren't for Nefer,
Then at least let me take some
shit would
precautions on your
actually
behalf.
happen.
And if you really do lose your sight, I'll visit your office every day and make sure you're well looked after.
Oh, please, anything but that. I was actually ready to go through with this. Are you trying to scare me into backing out?
So her vision just
As
comes
if
straight
I could ever scare you. I'll assume you're just joking to calm your nerves.
All right, enough chit-chat. Let's do this.
But explain, she used her power just to... So she got blinded during the fight with Ridmir.
All done.
Good. Now give me some space. Come on then, little one. Show me what happened in the past.
Between the Trilunar Authority, Kuvaki, and the sole surviving moon, the Frost Moon, I think I might know how to get back. But I will need my sister's help. Time to go talk it over with them.
But the fourth moon is still artificial. Jesus. Unless you use parts from the other moons to make one. Okay. Really? 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 Steak to get up. Yeah, cat, I forgot you ate eggs. Really? Scavengers. Because, yeah, we've been to the moon. The moon is a weapon. The moon's a false weapon, but still a moon. Let's see.
Hmm? I hope it's not too dangerous. Come on, let's go find the other two. Hmm?
It seems you have reached a decision. I'm all ears.
I mean, the thing is, you're transferring authority. And that's the key.
Have you figured it out, Columbina? Tell us, how do you plan to leave this place?
I intend to die here, in this moment, and then be reborn in the future with the help of my friends.
What are you saying? How can the dead be reborn? And how will you inform these future friends of your plans? You can't exactly leave oracles. Nothing can escape this place. Not a single ray of moonlight. And even if you found a way, what if they never find the message you left for them? You'll...
No, that won't happen.
Come again?
They will find my message. I'm sure of it.
I'm not following. How exactly will you achieve this?
It's quite simple, really. First, I will leave my soul here.
I see it.
Your soul? You mean you're a divinity?
Yes. I once left a portion of my soul in the future. One so small that this prison barely noticed anything. In this very moment, she can resonate with my soul across time. When the time comes, I believe that she can serve as an anchor to pull my soul from here back to the future reality.
Just as gravity connects the world to the moon.
Exactly. In the future, where I came from, the moon has been cast beyond the false sky, but I can still feel that it is there. In a similar way, I can feel a connection to the soul fragment I left behind even now. My friends can use it to detect my presence.
But how do you just leave your soul here? Is that even possible?
On my way here, I met an ordinary mortal who entered this place long before I did. Her body is long gone, but her soul remains. And before that, I encountered an old enemy whose entire soul survives here intact, while the power that once corrupted his body has faded away.
So, perhaps this space is specifically designed to imprison divinity and authority, but not the physical body.
Still, even if your body can escape, would it not just be a lifeless husk without the soul inside? Wait, is that what you meant when you said you wouldn't leave alive?
Yes. I shall turn my body into moonlight and pour it over Nod-krai. That power shall protect the land and quietly blend into it, awaiting my soul's return in the future. However, I cannot do this on my strength alone.
She needs
I
the
would need your help to do this, so I'm humbly asking for your assistance.
Oh, dear sister, you need not be so formal. As I said before, we are but remnants of a bygone age. You, on the other hand, were born alone in that distant future, and you have walked a long and lonesome road since then. How could I bear to let your story end here in this dungeon? Don't forget, we are your sisters, your family.
Arya's right. Actually, I've always wanted a little sister. Can you imagine how it's been for me? Getting nagged by 2 older sisters all the time. Now, I finally get to be the big sis. And not just that, but I get to help you return to your world, too. How could I say no to that?
Sonnet.
Canon?
I'm sorry. I know this is a bold request. The Frost Moon is rightfully yours, and it remains intact.
Oh, no, please, don't misunderstand me, Columbina. I was just thinking back on the years that the 3 of us once spent together. You cannot imagine how happy I am to hear of the future world you describe. The Frost Moon Scions, your lovely, kindly friends. For the 3 of us, whose purpose in life was to maintain the peace in Teyvat. It is a great relief to know that the people of this world live in such an abundant future. If your plan can save them, and save Nod-krai, I will gladly give you all that I can. Besides, the 3 of us have been together since the day we were born. I could never abandon them to live on alone without them.
Canon.
Still, I do have one question I would like to ask you before we proceed.
Certainly. What is it?
Why do you cover your eyes?
Yeah, I was curious about that too. But it seemed personal, so I didn't want to intrude.
You know, the weird part is, it's because her design, she was meant to be like a biblical angel. They're meant to not see the world. Comes from basically Gnostic literature. And she's not supposed to see it. It's like in magic, Zendikar angels move the halo in front of their eyes so they can't see the horrors of the Eldrazi. Sounds weird, but she's also 6th wing angel, which put her in a higher authority as well. But then again, officially the lore, it's really strange. I'd have to see it, because by this chapter I've been waiting to see myself, because the 3 moon goddesses are just going to sacrifice. But yeah, sure, that would make sense to infuse all the powers into one.
There was a time when I refused to look upon the world. I believed it was full of nothing but lies and falsehoods. I wished to hide my feelings, seal my heart, until I could return to my true home.
I see.
That's biblical canon.
Perhaps that decision saved you
because
from
you're not
ever
supposed to
having
look on
see the false sky
things that are
again.
unholy in other manners.
But at the same time, you likely missed out on many true and precious things, like the smiles on your friends' faces. Promise me this, Columbina. When you return to the future, open your eyes, take a look at the world around you, and see your friends. I'm sure that you know this already, given that you long to return, but that is your true home. Give me your hand, Columbina. Arya, Sonnet, you too.
Okay.
All right.
We once were the songs sung for eternity, but now it is you who must continue to sing.
We once were the tides in the great river of time, but now we subside, and you arise.
We were the messengers of madness and inspiration, but now the lies have faded, and your truth must endure.
We are souls awaiting the sun. You must return to be with those who smile when they see your face.
Is it done?
Yes. We have transferred the authority over all 3 moons to Columbina Hyposelenia. From this moment on, she is the Tri-Lune Goddess, the one and only moon goddess of this world.
Thank you. Thank you, my sisters.
Now go, and do what you believe is right, Columbina Hyposelenia.
Be aware that we cannot grant you the power of the 3 moons beyond these prison walls. The conflict that arose over their remains following our disappearance will still take place.
I understand.
Sisters, oh, my body, it feels...
Now that we have given up our power and authority, our bodies are merely mortal shells. This prison is dissolving them as we speak.
It's okay, Sonnet. The end must come for every god, just as it does for every human. That's all this is. The final destination of our lives. Canon and I will be by your side the whole way.
We have one final request, Columbina. Could you use the 3 moons' power to send us back into the real world? Now that we have lost our powers, I doubt this space will seek to hold us further. It's just... we would like to spend our final moments together in the only place we ever called home.
Of course. Gladly. Sonnet?
Yes?
Don't... I wish I could tell her not to give in to the abyss. Not to be afraid. But is this really what I should say at this moment? Don't forget. I'm so glad to have a big sister like you.
No, Hypo. Thank you. I'm okay. I'm not afraid. As long as my sisters are with me, I won't be afraid.
It looks like this is goodbye, sisters.
Goodbye, Columbina.
Take care of this world in our stead.
I will. And now, it's time for me to bid farewell to my body too. May it become the moonlight that keeps Nod-krai company through the long years ahead. So this is why Nod-krai was not always home to Kuvaki. It only appeared after I poured my body out upon this land, and only this land. Kuvaki responds to me because it is me, my body, answering the call of my soul. And the golden energy I've encountered on my way here was, in fact, that very soul, which I am about to leave here to guide me. power Trilune, eternal moonlight. I, Columbina Hyposelenia, lay aside my body. Let it be cast into the dark night to illuminate the future. May it be a companion to all who dwell beneath the moon. Until the time comes for me to return home.
That was crazy! Were we even allowed to see that? Is anyone? Oh, can you still see? How many fingers am I holding up?
I see 2 fingers, and a look of sheer terror on your face.
Truly astounding, Miss Nefer. Your eyes have glimpsed the very ends of the world, and yet they remain as sharp as ever.
Luckily.
Or is the credit for this miracle due to Miss Lauma? It seems that even time itself is no match for your medical skills.
Surely you jest, Mr. Flins. I suspect we have Columbina to thank. She must have realized the immense toll that the ritual would take and purposely set aside some of her power in the past to protect Nefer's eyes when this moment arrived. There is always a great price to pay for witnessing the truth, but it seems that this time, Columbina has shouldered that burden on our behalf.
She chose the perfect method of getting a message to us. Though her eyes were always shut, she was clearly so perceptive. She knows us well. She knew exactly how we would think and what we would try. Despite being separated by time and space, we're seeing the same possibilities and seizing the same opportunities.
We still don't even know if she's okay right now. But as long as there's a chance we can do something, we'll fight to make it happen.
We'll get you back somehow, Columbina.
Well, based on the information we now have, let's figure out our next moves.
Thanks to these gentlemen, we have a much clearer picture of the situation with dottore. The civilian population has been moved to safety, so we no longer need to hold back.
Miss Androne, how are the calculations going?
So far, so good. I'll keep seeing how far I can push the system, though. Can't have Hatman being powered down for nothing.
There's still a long road ahead. Where should we begin?
If it doesn't change, you need Columbina. I mean, that's just bad. Now, do I really hate the fucking fact it takes the power of friendship and everything to pull together the most bullshit story you ever want? No, I am tired of MacGuffin after MacGuffin trying to save this story. Yeah, she becomes the one soul moon goddess, so she actually has the power. So,
Our plan is clear. Time is short, so let's get moving.
There's just never enough time, is there? Time is the bane of my existence. Ugh. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to work.
All right, we'll do our part too.
What?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know why she just didn't have herself.
Albedo's theory says that elemental energy can dilute the light realm's power. But I'm no expert in building elemental defenses. Sounds like something out of the advanced elemental theory section of the library. Whew.
You seem quite troubled.
Jesus.
Well, yeah. I mean, who doesn't get a little flustered when they're completely out of their depth?
You were the very picture of confidence back when you approached the Hexen Circle.
Eh, I could have been faking it through that whole meeting for all you know. Who's to say I'm not just a ball of nerves in a charming and gregarious package?
Oh gosh, really? I'm so sorry, I had no idea. Well, you're all the braver for it.
Still, I was much more in my comfort zone than I am here. At least in Mondstadt, you can cry for help from a cliff top and actually stand a chance of summoning Barbados himself. Things have never looked bleaker than they do now. If we don't pull this off, Tevat's doomed, isn't it?
Oh, you think so? Actually, yes. Yes, it probably is.
It's a shame.
Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Tevat has faced annihilation many times in the past, but it also gave us you, didn't it?
Hey, don't give me that. It's not like I'm anyone special.
I disagree. Every human born in this world is special. We angels have always believed that.
In that case, this humble human being has a
It's the
big
worst
favor to
form of
ask of you.
flirting you could humanly
thought you
find,
might
may
say
I
that.
add to you.
I'm sure Alice, in her great wisdom,
Have you ever
sent you
seen
here
that these are
precisely
meant to
help
be
us
a
in this
quote-unquote
difficult time,
team?
yes?
Well,
And the
that has
sole
less to
reason
do with
he
her
can do
wisdom and more
DPS?
to do with my power.
Of course, of course. Well,
Because technically
the
he's a
thing is,
Hexenroll
these
character,
elemental
so is she.
defenses we're about to build. I don't think it's a question of if they'll fail, but when. Durin's findings from his patrols make it clear that dottore is constantly expanding his territory. First it was his lab, then the design bureau, and now this. It's not realistic to completely stop him encroaching on the rest of Nod-krai. Rather, our goal should be to stall him for as long as possible. If Miss Sandroni's calculations are correct, well, they're the closest thing to certainty we have in this situation, so let's assume they are. Anyway, her calculations suggest that our best hope for victory lies in Miss Columbina's return. It's up to us to slow dottore's advance and buy time for her to make a return.
Are you asking me to help you with building the defenses?
No. I'd like you to prepare for what comes next. When he eventually reaches us, we will have to fight him. You were an angel once and a mage now. I'm asking you to lend us your protection.
Oh. Can I take it that you're triggering the terms you fought for during our three-way talks?
Well, technically those terms were about protecting Mondstadt. But if you're happy to agree to the change in location, then yes, let's do that.
You're cashing in on this much sooner than I'd imagined.
Well, yeah. The way things are going, I might not get another chance.
Very well. The mages have heard the knight's plea, and we will respond. To tell the truth, Alice and I had already discussed how we might help you all, so I didn't come empty-handed. I always like to be prepared.
This is... wow. Yeah. This is great. Seriously, thank you.
been many long years since I had a chance to dazzle humanity with a little divine intervention. To humbly serve as a reliable and responsible guide. Anyway, Knight of Boreas,
She is
please
way over
accept
the
this
top
gift
than
in
she needs to
recognition
be.
of your great virtue. Go now. May the angel's blessing deliver you safely to your destination.
She's too bubbly. I think the problem is with her. Okay. The problem is with her character. They tied her entirely to Hexen rule. She's entirely a Hex character. Fine. It's like Columbina being entirely aligned with Lunar. Which, it makes sense in an aspect. By the way, I would never. It's because the joke, it's a cruel joke, by the way. Barca can't use elemental reactions. How the hell is he supposed to use it in the story? It's a god honest truth. He can't use elemental reactions. Yet, somehow... Look, they make his kit. Like, he's fine. He's a dead kit walking. He's basically one of the better characters that gets shoved down your throat for 5 chapters. Actually, 3 chapters since you got meeting. But Nicole, the problem is, Nicole, her character designs S tier entirely, except for her personality. Her personality is something else. She's too bubbly, over the top. That's just something about her. It's like Duran's voice. Duran's voice, I think they switched his actor halfway through. Because it's not his original actor. It's very grating. Because I don't remember his voice being that bad. Everybody else, look, the only character that slightly goes up in my explanations is Nefer. I just can never see using her. Varka I would never pull until he goes with elemental reactions. And he doesn't go into any lineups that I ever want. Unlike Duran, Nicole can actually be useful. Because it takes 2 Hex teams members to actually make a team. That's the problem. It's meant to make people with older characters still feel relevant. A second. I don't want to go over time too much. Okay. So, the interesting part, can't do it now. If you look at any Hex characters versus Stellar Conduit,
Ah, you're here.
Sandrone! How are things going?
Glad you asked. You two are about to become the first people to lay eyes upon my masterpiece. Or should that be the first person and the first, specter?
Hey!
Whatever. Come, feast your eyes on this.
Wow! We've never seen something like this before!
This meter displays the progress of my formula. Currently, it's still making the most important connections. Once it's finished running, I'll deliver it right to your side. And then we can finally bring Columbina back.
What do you mean, deliver it? Can't you just tell us over the dodo communication device? It'll just be some numbers, right?
Ugh, you're such a greenhorn. This isn't the kind of formula you solve in math class. It's a highly complex algorithm capable of constructing a framework of rules. Ugh, whatever. We'll be here all day if I start trying to explain it. I'll share the data with you. Nicole's agreed to let me use her information channel, so we just need to use the dodo communication device like so. And... there. Now you can check in on my progress.
Wow! Look at that! You're amazing, Sandrone!
About time you recognized my genius. Took you long enough. Anyway, that's all for me. You should check on the others if you have time. Make sure we don't have any weak links in the chain. That might sound harsh to you, but close supervision is a common practice in a Fatui. Not looking to catch anyone out. I just care about everything going smoothly. That's all. I'm kinda stuck here while the formula's running, so I need you to be my second pair of eyes in the meantime.
It's wonderful, right? It's like...
Traveler, Paimon.
Friends! How's everything coming along?
Fairly well, if I do say so myself. Personally, I am ready to confront dottore head-on.
Ooh, you sound much more serious than usual.
To be honest, I am not usually fond of exercising my full strength. For one thing, it's hardly conducive to maintaining a low profile. Besides, I believe one should have the right to choose when to show their hand. I am conserving my strength until the moment of battle is upon us. Anything to boost our chances of victory.
Seeing you get into the zone like this really puts Paimon at ease. Huh, Traveler?
I consider it an honor to have your trust. Rest well. I look forward to seeing you both in your element during the battle.
You know, I'm gonna say this. This chapter might go by a lot faster than I think it will, compared to others. Like,
Thankfully, Miss Nicole has come to our aid. Nasha Town is now looking very well defended.
Golden Flame. Yes, that's Nicole's power, all right. Based on the latest message from Grandmaster Varka, it sounds like they've reached an agreement. The situation should be more stable with her assistance. Everyone will have at least some degree of protection.
Albedo! Durin!
Hello there, you two.
Are you well rested?
Not in game. do something different. To say I have expensive hobbies is a minor understatement, by the way. People say it to people who think you're broke. Yeah, they don't. No. It sucks when you go and you look over at a host or something. Oh, it's going to be more than that. Again, don't play. I swear the only people who either play certain games, believe it or not, when you make your game very expensive to play. I'm not saying Genshin's up there. I think it's Genshin's just pull what you know is you're gonna need. Go with it. Other games, it's not so much because Genshin has the 50-50 problem. But let's be clear. I could just divert funds because I'm not buying magic cards. That's my problem. I play far too many others. When I look over at something and I see the price of something and I'm a little concerned. Hey, but you know what? Pull for crap here. You know? Be amazed. You can't be broke and play certain games. To a certain degree. It's like that. How do you think you pull the best lineups? Either save or do what you need to do. Hear.
As per the plan, Albedo and I will be in charge of Nasha Town. As Dottore's energy field expands, it's creeping ever closer in that direction. But we will do our best to hold our position.
We fought side by side many times before, and always with great success.
I just wish he was a better character.
So don't worry about us.
Unfortunately.
Focus on fighting Dottore.
Again. I wish he was a far better character than he was. But I think one of the few things is they make him a hexeral character. So it's a little bit better.
Yes, Miss Moonchanter. What are you staring at?
You always address me in the strangest ways. Lady Moonchanter one minute, Miss Moonchanter the next.
Yes, and? Are either of those incorrect?
Not as such. It's just that I simply call you Nefer nowadays.
Uh-huh. That's my name. What's your point?
The point is I don't add any honorifics or titles.
Meaning what?
That maybe we're on friendlier terms now than we used to be.
Is that how you see it? And I thought I was the one with eye damage.
Never! Paimon, traveler.
You know, the sad part is if you ever know the shipping with those people. And I say that intentionally.
Don't worry about me. I won't slow us down.
And I give my all to ensure our victory. Ah, yes. Allow me to give you two a quick checkup. All done. You're both in good shape.
You're welcome. You'll have your work cut out for you in this battle against Dottore, so make sure to get some rest in first.
Paimon will keep an eye on her. Don't you worry.
I'm glad to hear it. Take good care of yourself, too, Paimon.
Sure thing.
Here they come. That's quite a horde.
As we expected.
Get ready, everyone.
Take your positions and prepare to engage.
Let's begin.
I'm at the ready.
Be silent. The night cometh. Observe.
Another one. Fine.
Close your eyes. To duck.
I hate Hydro Traveler. Hydro Traveler is no good.
Cannot stand against us. Oh, fighting talk. Just don't let your guard down. That goes without saying. I'm hardly the risk taker in this group. Excuse me?
Mind me, actually. The shipping on these two is too much.
It all adds up. Yeah, for the everlasting forest. You poor lost lamb.
And it's actually, honestly, I think they do it to themselves if you know the dynamic they're trying to convey. It's not a sisterhood vibe as much as close companionship. If anything...
Witness my great undertaking!
King! New life! That was easier than I thought.
Naturally.
What do you mean? Is it because as created beings go...
Durin's good. You can't ignore Durin. Durin has a lot of good potential. I need to actually...
Be silent. Beware the creatures of the night.
By the way, I hate these things.
The deception ends here.
People have always used fire to drive away wild beasts.
Wouldn't a lantern work just as well?
You read my mind, my dear friend. I was just about to say that.
All right then, dear friend. Bring the light.
No more lies. The mystery unravels. It all adds up.
Observe. Fear the dark.
Really?
Forest, protect us.
That's because if you use Hydro Traveler, guess what? Because it makes you wet, you fight frozen enemies.
For the everlasting forest, leave me.
Ah! You're frozen every hit from ice. That's so great. And you wanna know why Barbara's not used?
You're looking well. I trust you've had a good couple of days.
Dottore.
It's actually a good thing, in my view. If the subjects of my experiment were to die prematurely, it would throw quite a wrench in the works. And so, I must thank you all for your resilience. We are no longer on the same level, but you are nonetheless worthy of my respect. A creator god should be merciful and gracious after all. And in any case, it is only right that before I end your lives, the world is informed of the arrival of their new god.
Well, if you talk about dottore being blind arrogant.
experiment begins. With the marrow of the 3 moons in my hand, behold the false moons fall!
Convenient.
The long sleep beckons. Close your eyes.
Forest, protect us by the frost. The deception ends here.
Foul! Entropy bends to
No more lies.
leaving openings on purpose. Pathetic. Night falls.
I play very risky unless there's auto wipes. I don't care.
Leave this place.
First, like an ant in my palm.
Steady now. Oh. I've been moved
God
inside
damn it.
another space. And it's sealed off. Looking at the structure of it, it seems like the dottore intends to trap us here. There's no exit. Our endurance is about to be put to the test.
Fuck. Okay, dottore, you're an ass.
Can't hide the truth. No more lies.
With the marrow of the 3 moons in my hand, behold the false moons fall! Tell me, where will you try scurrying off to next?
Looks like dottore has opted for a divide and conquer strategy. But we will not allow him to triumph. Now, I shall pray for our victory.
Entropy bends to me!
You know the joys of having a water character against a thing is bad. I love this. And I tell you I hate Nod-krai for its units. This is why I say this. I lose more characters.
A knockoff version of the space Columbina got trapped in? There really is no way out. We'll see about that, dottore.
Yep, your ass.
Entropy. I had not intended to take your teammates. Do you have a choice? Obey and I can release them. An excellent deal, if you ask me. Won't you consider?
Okay. I hate this.
You cannot face me?
Water jet! Wipe out!
I'm aware you've been working on some little tricks to surprise me with, but it appears that none of them have come to fruition. My guess would be that you're trying to bring Columbina back. But then, where is Sandrone? Or are you trying to buy time for her? I always found their friendship to be a curious phenomenon. Two highly incongruent personalities, and yet they share a deep connection. Speaking of Columbina, I once saw her as like a younger sister. We got along quite amicably while she was with the VIII. But then one day she suddenly decided she would refuse to take part in any further experiments. To this day, I truly don't understand what I could have done to upset her so much. It's such a pity. I could have had a sister, a family. But alas, she grew to dislike me.
That's how you get offender. This
You're
fight's
not
too.
fit to be family to her.
That I can't deny. So many people, all obsessed with playing out the same tired old dramas. This world is rotten to the core. And then there's you. You had every opportunity to reach the right conclusion. The thought of killing you off like this? But I maintain that I approached you in good faith, so I will offer you another chance. Will you work with me? You have until I count to 10 to make your choice. 1, 2, 3.
Not in a million years.
What a pleasant surprise. I didn't think you'd join us all the way up here.
You're as sick and twisted as ever. Don't fool yourself into thinking anyone's grateful for the chances you're offering them.
Sandrone, the formula hasn't finished running yet.
Funnily enough, I was just discussing a collaboration opportunity with the Traveler, and then I see you, who I must say is a good example of an opportunity gone to waste.
Gone to waste?
I said that everyone would get one chance, and you've used yours to march right back into the lion's den. So yes, it's an utterly wasted opportunity.
And what makes you think I believe a word that comes out of your mouth?
I was planning on disposing of your little formula after wrapping up more urgent business here. Since you've taken the trouble of serving it to me on a silver platter, I can simply bring it forward in the schedule. Is this your life's work? This piece of trash? Your formula runs too slowly, Sandrone. You put your hope for success on others instead of fighting dirty. That is why you have failed. Now, whom should I slay first? Any volunteers? No one? How nice of you to leave the decision to me.
it.
Sandrone, any last words for me, comrade?
Is there anything you wish for?
Not really. But I've always known what I don't want. Go to hell, dottore. No!
And now, you have failed. Now you see how fragile mechanical contraptions are. Just a gentle tap, and they fall to pieces. However keen of an inventor Sandrone may have been, her death spells the end of the formula that was running inside her body. Of course, I have to commend her for making it this far. As her colleague, I have to admire her stubborn tenacity. Now, it is time for you to take your place by my side. My count was interrupted, but the second chance I extended to you still stands. Once again, you are welcome to join me. By now, I'm sure you have gained a greater appreciation for the power and authority I wield. What is stopping you from embracing a new world of endless possibilities? Not in the mood to talk? As you wish. You seem less talkative than usual today. I'll change the topic to something more apropos. Sandrone was always like this, never trusting anyone, always so reluctant to share her research with them. Objectively speaking, she had her strengths. It is remarkable how she extracted and even optimized the world formula from so much data. But her inability to trust was her undoing. Had she allowed someone else to monitor or run the formula for her, you might still have a chance at victory even now. But regrettably, she was a stubborn fool. As much as it pains me, she had to go.
Dottore. Maybe this is news to you, but people can change. Columbina surprised you when she escaped, and I think Sandrone would surprise you too.
Change?
You can twist the truth however you want, but I see it clear as day. You're the one who can't trust other people.
Is that how you see me? By this point, what can you hope to do about it? It is pointless to fight on. You've already lost.
Wrong. You can't win this, dottore.
What?
My formula can get us 90% of the way. It will connect you to Columbina. Then, I will bring the formula's output to the Traveler's side. For the last 10%, do whatever it takes. Just bring the moon down.
turn my body into moonlight and pour it over Nod-krai. My soul, I leave here to inform my future friends. Lastly, I will hide the Trilune Authority within the Frost Moon. And when my body, soul, and authority are reunited, finally... It's been too long. I'm back.
Stay focused on the battle, Traveler.
What a touching reunion. Though I personally find myself repulsed by the sight of weaklings huddled together for war. Now, if you're quite finished patting yourselves on the back, show me how long you can struggle before you drown.
Watch out, Columbina! He can manipulate space itself!
I know. Wait for the right moment. We'll strike together.
Water jet! Ha!
Intro!
I expected this experiment to last longer.
They at least give you the right amount of health for being at 90. But did you know she capped? Do you know she actually caps at 35?
I grant you the new moon's blessing. The new moon shines upon you.
I am growing weak.
It's over, dottore! Time to pay for your hate!
No longer must the world cower in the cold night.
Our future is not yours to command!
Let the moonlight dispel the darkness. Everlasting as the moon.
You realize logically we should have lost this fight 10 times over.
So close. I was so close to the... I could shape the new world. Only I... Willfully blind. How can you be so satisfied with your fate?
This battle was never about fate. It's about friends, family, and the home you stole from them.
So dull. Only the weak rely on each other for comfort. You shall see. Once I transcend fate, you will be nothing but fodder for my grand experiment!
That will never happen. The moon lights up this world once more!
This loathsome world.
No. This world is our home.
But she's not dead. Actually, it was confirmed she wasn't dead. Oddly enough. The odd enough is they confirm that she survived. Yeah, my only criticism of this entire fight, it should be good, but you should lose this fight 10 times over. Because none of the teams match. The interesting part is Columbina caps at 35. Okay? Columbina's cap is 35. Why did you give her 40,000 HP? Her bonus caps at 35. That's the weird part. In her kit, she caps at that. I have no idea why they give her 40,000. You should never have stacked that. Oh, that is annoying.
No, you're doing it wrong. The moon looks like this now.
What are you drawing, children?
The new moon, Mom. It looks different than before, doesn't it? Also, can I go buy a sugar sculpture today? Please?
Don't look like that.
All right. I suppose today is a special day after all. Almost like a festival.
Extra, extra! Get the latest Nasha Express here! Post-disaster report! Nasha Town reborn beneath a new moon! The voyage begins today! The future looks bright thanks to the League. Want a copy?
Yeah,
I knew things would be different. But I didn't think that would include the moon.
They say a new moon goddess has been born.
A new moon goddess? Who's saying that? The Frost Moon Scions?
I guess so. I'm not too clued up on the details. As far as I'm concerned, the moon's still in the sky and it's business as usual. Hey, since we've come all this way, shall we grab ourselves a free meal while we're here?
Are you a convert now?
Or are you just here for the free lunch?
Oh, come on. What does it matter? After everything we've all just been through? That smells good.
Come on! We gotta get there early, or there won't be any good spots left!
Shh, keep it down. This is a residential area. What if people are still...
How long is the epilogue? But I still need to get the true moons in.
Outside. It's okay. Paimon was
Up
pretty
it
much
along.
awake anyway. It's been so long since we last had a chance to relax, huh? Feels like time is moving slower than usual. What about you? Did you rest well? Still winding down from everything that's happened? Or are you wondering how our friends are doing? Or is it about what dottore said to you? Okay, if you say so. But don't push yourself, alright? Let Paimon know if you need to talk. What we just went through was a lot. It's totally normal if you need some time to get back in your groove. Luonatar disappeared after Columbina came back. Apparently, she was part of Columbina's soul or something.
We never knew, even though it was said multiple times.
Somehow. But anyway, you did great. So did Paimon. We all worked our butts off to contain this disaster, and in the end, so chin up, Traveler. You should be proud of yourself. Hey, don't poke fun. You should be glad that Paimon didn't think you'd mention it.
We forget we're going to get to play half of Sneznaya with her dead. Him missing. At least a good first portion of the chapter.
She was worried. Well, if you really want to show Paimon you're sorry, you're gonna need to make it up to her. You... Okay. Paimon's full now.
Huh? Hey there, Traveler and Paimon! Good morning!
Morning, Yahoot!
Oh, I've already eaten. Just need some water. I was mostly worried you might forget what day it was today. So, I came over to remind you. Careful there, Paimon. Too much food will make you drowsy. Don't let anyone catch you hiding at the back and nodding off during the League meeting.
Yeah, she'd probably be saying that to Aino. She's the baby of the group.
True. You know, I'm surprised that all these competing groups are actually coming together to try to solve things together. Definitely a first for Nod-krai.
That is not. If you exclude the first about 3 chapters of the story, let's say 6.0 through 6.2, throw that aside, you'll have a good story overall. Now, if you take aside the one part where I would have condensed the story down, it's not like the stuff with dottore is bad. You could have eliminated or at least condensed Renri down to one version, one chapter. There is so much critique on some of the way they did that. Because the problem with the dottore fight is, yeah, he's meant to be a tougher boss. He becomes a weakly boss if you so choose. So choose. But, oh, you can't complain right now because it's like a day and a half to get through the rest of the story.
Well, nothing like a region-wide calamity to bring people together. After that, surely even the most self-interested people have to realize that going it alone isn't worth the risk, right?
You remember I said dialogue takes you right out of the story? This does. It undoes the story that you just did. Look, I think it's just half of the story is plot must drive plot, and it's and then. Till a certain point, you need to execute a point, and then they do it brilliantly. But half the time, it's just plot will drive plot.
Try telling Boss Neff that. She's not exactly convinced that people are gonna get with the program.
She's correct. People are bad people. People are people. People are people, and they're tribalistic. You don't bring a group of misfits together and hope to just pray for victory.
About it, why'd she agree to be the curatorium's representative in the league?
Probably 'cause even though unity sounds like a pretty far-fetched idea, the benefits it would bring make it worth a shot. I think things will work out, though. I swear, Nod-krai feels like one big family now with everything that's happened. More than it used to, anyway.
Paimon's with you on that one. And it seems like plenty of other people agree too. Just listen to the bustling streets.
All right. Everyone's been rebuilding these last 2 weeks, and the evacuees have been coming back in droves. Life's slowly returning back to normal. Which means my workload's probably gonna shoot back up. Were you about to head out? There's still some time before the ceremony begins, you know.
Yeah, we were gonna take a stroll around the square and say hi to some friends first.
Sounds good.
I don't have time to check on the bounty.
Please accept today's boon. Have a nice day.
Are Paimon's eyes deceiving her? Or is that Inefa handing out food for the...
Hello there. Would you like a feast of the moon?
So, what's new, Inefa? It was only a few days ago when we last saw you, but it looks like you've joined the Frost Moon Scions, and I know too?
What are you talking about, Paimon? We're just here to help. Duh.
In the wake of the disaster, it's all hands on deck. We responded to Lama's request for support. At times like these, the smallest good deed can inspire others and help them through the hard days ahead.
And we're using eggs and heating tubes to make that a reality. In true Kamkake craft shops. Inefa! Did you hear that? The Traveler said I did good. The Traveler!
That's because it's true, I know. Proposal. If you can resist eating today's dessert, I will provide you with compliments, too.
No way!
Well, that proposal got shot down quickly.
I need something to get me through the hard times, too, you know.
Mom! Yes, dear. Go right ahead.
Excuse me. Could I take a photo with the robot lady? She helped us get safely out of Nod-krai, and she helped us get back home, too. She's the best.
Of course she is! And since I'm the whiz kid who built her, that makes me even better than best.
But you stole my snacks, though.
Oops.
Shall we move to the open space near the center? The view there is better.
Okay, I appreciate dark humor. That's good. I mean, yes, it's another kid making fun of another kid, but it's funny.
Thank you!
Aren't you the better pick for this job, Flint's? You underestimate yourself yet again, Master Ilua. Not at all. I rarely come by Nasha Town. I don't know any of the big shots here. All in good time. Socializing is a step-by-step journey.
But you're much further ahead on that road, aren't you?
You're not seeing the full picture. You know the truth now. My friends do not understand my habits. There is no question about it. The Lightkeepers need a representative in the League. Someone who is upright, cares about other people, and can realize their self-worth through group action.
You say it like you wouldn't make the cut.
I am most flattered that you think I would. Sigh a little less, Master Ilua, and have more faith in yourself. All the Lightkeepers agree that you're a very promising young man. That is precisely why Starshina Nikita felt safe delegating such important work to you.
I'm sure we all also agree that we would sooner die of dehydration than manage to wrangle anything out of you in a discussion.
My apologies. I am not in the habit of bringing water with me when I go out.
Whatever. I'll take the job. By the way, who else is part of this?
Oh, it's quite the who's who of Nod-krai. There's the Moon Chanter of the Frost Moon Scions, the boss of the Curatorium of Secrets, a representative of the Voynich Guild, and even someone from the adorable Kromkake craft shop. I'm sure you will find speaking with them to be a genuine pleasure.
If you say so. I've never done this work before, so I'm honestly a little scared of, but I'll do it. Not only is it our duty as Lightkeepers, but because I want to make Nod-krai a more welcoming place.
An admirable attitude to take. The beacons are lit, Ilua. We're but one step away from breaking through. We have the chance to band together and build our shared homeland into an Elysium. This is unprecedented.
Sure you do.
An opportunity not to be missed.
Yeah, you're right.
Give it about a couple of years, a couple of stories, you might be able to do
Quite a
it.
few familiar faces have arrived. Let's go, shall we?
Look, I'll give it about a couple of years, and then...
You look so cool when you fly, Miss Robot, and when you use your spear, too! And even though you took my snacks, it's pretty cool that you could build stuff like this. You've got so many inventions. It's amazing! Also...
Micah.
1 second!
Please take this Feast of the Moon, as well as some snacks. Share them with your mother and your lovely family.
Thing has been running around. I still say that's the weirdest race in this game.
You seem well rested.
I know no one's asked, but I'm sure you all want to know, so let me just say, we're doing great. Thanks. Well, great, but not perfect. Starting to lose my mind from boredom. Can't drink a drop of alcohol while I'm waiting for my wounds to heal.
I'm sure you had a sneaky swig or two.
Wait, how'd you find out?
I'm sure you must be missing Mondstadt after all these years away, Grandmaster.
Yeah, you could say that again. Every time I get news from Mondstadt, it makes me want to go back and see the place for myself. Honestly, once things are wrapped up here, I think it'll be time to head back home.
Hey, looks like someone's taking the stage.
Can everyone see okay? Anyone need a boost?
I'll just listen from the back. It's fine.
You're taking this pretty seriously, huh, Durin?
Well, it's not every day that I get the chance to see how people speak in official settings.
Soak it up like a sponge. I'll make sure you get a chance to practice for yourself later down the line. Actually, I know just the thing. You can debrief the Knights of Favonius for me.
Mr. Varka, are you forgetting that I'm not a Knight of Favonius?
I can knight you. Any particular title you'd like?
Is he joking? I really can't tell.
You'll have to figure this one out for yourself. It'll
He's
be a
dead
good learning
serious.
experience.
It's called being lazy as a boss.
It is my honor to host the opening ceremony for the League, and to have this opportunity to speak to you all in my capacity as Voynich Guild representative.
Could this person also have been pushed onto the big stage by the real big shots? Guess I'm not the only one then.
We come here today, having weathered the trials and hardships of yesterday, and having learned from them the importance of unity and cooperation.
All right, here we go. Uh-oh, looks like Aino's off in dreamland already. Wait, boss is looking kinda drowsy too. What's up with her?
Come on, get this speech over with already.
Nod-krai is our home, the land we rely on for survival. And as we chart a course for the future, may we persevere through the storms ahead as we sail towards a new era of prosperity, freedom, and hope.
Looks like we'll have more opportunities to visit each other going forward.
I'm sure you'll cope, Lady Moonchanter, given how fleet of foot you are. Unfortunately, I suspect I'll be too busy at the curatorium to act as your host. We have a busy schedule, not to mention an international network of contacts to manage.
It'll be all right. I'll just check your schedule with Yehoda well in advance. And if she's not available, I can simply ask Ashru.
You... So giving my employees extra workload isn't enough for you? You're really going to drag my cat into this too?
I thought you'd approve. Aren't you forever increasing your employees' workloads?
That's a bold statement. Are all the Frost Moon Scions feeling more audacious now that your moon goddess has returned?
Columbina's return has brought joy to all who care about her. That includes both you and me. As for the Frost Moon Scions, we are learning how to thrive independently, without relying on the moon goddess. It is up to us to make
That
our
is the
home
most
one
Yuri-coded
place.
relationship I've
Joining
ever
the League
seen.
is one of the steps we are trying
Okay.
towards that end.
I like the word try.
I could cut that
It's
tension
nice
with a
and
knife.
non-committal. You can opt out at any time and still say you tried.
I've never seen another relationship between two characters like this.
Future for the
Ever.
Frost Moon Scions?
And I know it's controversial take.
Or did you mean the League?
Nah.
I'm just not as optimistic as you. The Frost Moon Scions should count themselves lucky that they have a leader as stubborn and enterprising as you. But Nod-krai's a big place, with all kinds of people. Most of them don't enjoy answering to a leader, or even listening to reason.
Well, that's where you and your methods come in. Unless the Curatorium of Secrets is only here for appearances.
For now, yes. And that won't change until this venture becomes worth my while.
What would make it worth your while?
Getting out more than I put in. Right now, I'd barely break even, but I'll a good start for Nod-krai.
Then maybe it's worth a try.
All right, you can stop now. Or do I have to join the Frost Moon Scions before you'll get off my back?
You'd be very welcome to join us.
Hey, you two! Congrats on all your hard work! What are you chatting about?
Nefer was trying to dissuade me from adding to her employees' workload. Also, she's considering joining the Frost Moon Scions.
Sorry, what?
Your conversations are always the most interesting.
See, that's not gonna work. The problem itself is that when I say they're the most Yuri-coded relationship I have ever seen in this game, I stand by that. They are the most... If you want to talk about... Look. Someone in my office coded it now. They're the most, what I would call, Yuri-coded entire. Whether people think that or not, and that's just how it looks. That's flat flirting. Because if that's not flirting, I have never ever seen that in my life. And it sounds weird, because a lot of the story... It's my sound. Someone's off. But you know what, though? Because when you look at, like, a lot of the relationships between characters, yeah, they go, oh, they're friendly. No. You could cut the flirtation between those two with a knife. And it's not verbal sparring. That's the weird part. But just be thankful that this game is not... This game is PG-13 and meant for, like, old ages. I've seen far more dull, but... Like, that's HI3 vibes between Kiana and May. That's the most I've ever seen in my life. The conversations between those two were enough to... It skirts right that line of... They're a couple, they just don't admit it to each other. And that is one of those things that's very obvious. It's not people shipping in weird people. Like... Because it's very different. But then again, it's also that... It's not part of my friend. Yuri or lesbian relationship that would never go anywhere because they're too different. But I think they're coded that way. They just couldn't bring themselves to do it. Because it's not like co-workers, because, no offense, you can't have two high-powered women working together and they're not going to fight.
Would you two care to join me for some tea before heading to your next destination?
I'm not going to get to True Moon before I get out of here.
Nicole?
I'm going to have to record
Where are
it.
you? Aren't you gonna show up today?
Sadly not. I'm otherwise occupied right now. I'm sorry, Paimon. I can hear how disappointed you are. If it's any consolation, let me say that how things appear on the surface is a far cry from what they are at their core. Perhaps you'll feel better if you focus on the fact you have a special line of communication with the great mage herself.
Okay? Has something happened?
No, or not yet, anyway.
Well, that's not ominous at all.
Not for the time being. Just think of this as a general check-in to make sure this communication system is still running smoothly. Besides, it's good to chat once in a while if we want to maintain...
You could have just said so. Haven't got all worked up for nothing. Still, the best friendships are built through face-to-face interaction, you know. It's never gonna stop being weird having tea with you when you're not there and just talking to thin air.
All right, fair point. I'll bear that in mind for next time.
Yeah. Any update on that crisis at the world's borders?
Alice just informed me that they had their work cut out for them. And now everyone's thoroughly exhausted. But they did finally get things back under control. Still,
We can't let our guard down yet. The disruption caused by this disaster has made Teyvat easier to detect from the outside universe. She plans to wait for things to stabilize, then reschedule her Mondstadt vacation plans. As for me, I agree with Hat Guy's perspective. This is a time when many new variables are emerging, and the situation is changing constantly. Plus, most of this change is for the worse. We have to remain vigilant and ensure that the embers of chaos are not rekindled. I did notice that the energy in Nod-krai changed somewhat after the War of Funerary Flame, but since it was still aligned with the Light Realm, I never gave it a second thought. It looks like I'll have to examine the connections between phenomena I observe more closely in the future. Just doing my duty. It's more or less second nature by now. Of course! To give you the full picture, I'd have to start with the substance from which angels were formed. Never mind. Paimon's right. Showing off my knowledge would be much more satisfying in person. By the way, you did receive the gifts from the Hexen Circle, yes? I'm not trying to claim credit or anything, but my pride demands that I at least mention it. They're quite similar to the protective talisman that Alice gave Dory, but with some very special enhancements.
Oh! So that's what kept our friends sick.
Indeed. We went to great lengths to make sure they were invisible to his eyes. I'm so happy they came in handy. Still, not fishing for gratitude, by the way. I just want you to be aware that sometimes your friends may be protecting you in ways you cannot perceive. Anyway, I'll contact you if anything else crops up. If not, you know what they say, no news is good news. Oh, my angelic instincts are tingling. They say you should head to the docks next. Your friends are about to board their ship home.
Somehow seem even freer than those in Mondstadt.
Nothing warms the soul like piping
You wanna know? That woman talks too much. She talks way too. She talks way too much. That character, for as tragic as that character actually is, should not be that chatty, not that lively. No. But she also shouldn't be drab as hell either. Oh, I know too much about these characters.
You're here.
You're here too, Hat Guy! Are you heading back together?
No, I'm bound for Sumaru, and she for Fontaine. We just happened to cross paths at the harbor. Everything seems fine. Sandrone may have an abominable temper, but she's always been very responsible with important calculations and things entrusted to her by valued friends.
You always speak as if you know us inside out, Mr. Hat Guy.
Maybe I'm just a good judge of character.
I certainly hope that's all there is to it. Regardless, you have been a significant help in this matter. For that, you have my gratitude.
I didn't do anything special. Sandrone's the one who completed a seemingly impossible formula and turned the tide of the entire battle, even giving her life in the process. She's the one we should be thanking.
Even we were unaware that Sandrone had hidden the real formula inside Polonia's body. She managed to fool dottore into thinking the formula was running in her system by installing an identical-looking decoy within her.
She probably realized that she didn't have the strength to stop dottore. But this way, she could at least get him to lower his guard. She always worked like that. Always had a backup plan.
Well, that's why I'm traveling to Fontaine. She made a request of me long ago, and the time has come to fulfill it. She said that should she ever fail in a mission, She'd like me to deliver her core and Polonia's to the Fontaine Research Institute. She also mentioned that she had made arrangements for people there to set her affairs in order. Some of her personal effects, such as her notes, were left to me. I've decided to take them back to the House of the Hearth, for safekeeping primarily, but also as mementos, I suppose. However, there is one book among them that I'd like to leave in your care. I'll have someone deliver it to your residence. No, I was specifically warned not to tell her. This is her last wish, and I will abide by it. I can only hope so, but none of us here can know for certain. I bade farewell to Columbina earlier today. As promised, she turned the iridescent moon's marrow over to me. She spent a long time with Sandrone's body, saying her goodbyes.
Oh, is she alright?
They're literally saying she is
Sandrone's
dead.
passing has left a great wound in all of our hearts. It will take time to heal, but Columbina surprised me. She offered me some words of comfort before I departed.
That's the fucked
Despite
up part.
being grief-stricken herself, she showed an awareness
She should
of
be
the feelings
dead.
of others around her.
Like, by
She
goal
never
rights in
used
the
to
lore,
act
she
like
should be
this.
dead.
Clearly, she has grown. And I suspect that we have you to thank for much of the change we are seeing in her.
Because the worst part is, Sandrone, by all dialogue, is dead. No coming back. Yet. What's funny, in a journal, the book she gives you, there's a journal of hers that hinted that she probably survived. Or found a way to have her core transferred. Which is kind of odd. I mean, technically, with her dead. Oh, dang, she probably goes back to Patui anyways.
Huh. After these recent events, the Tsaritsa has revoked the Pale Star Edict. Sneznaya now realizes that the arrest warrant for Columbina was just a ploy by dottore, who coveted her powers. I shall return to Nod-krai to see her as soon as I find the time. I hope that from now on, she too will explore more of the world. Columbina Hyposelenia's journey is